My name is Achilles, and when I opened my eyes inside a moving carriage, I discovered that I had died, entered another world, and become a nobleman, being sent to the most dangerous border in the kingdom. Achilles lay inside a simple carriage traveling along a wide road. His face was pale and pain twisted his expression. Strange images flashed through his mind, one after another. They felt like broken pieces of someone else's life. The flood of memories caused him terrible pain, trapping him inside a nightmare from which he could not wake. He did not know how long the nightmare lasted. It felt like an eternity. Achilles struggled desperately against it, trying to force himself awake. At last, he suddenly sat up. He gasped for air as sweat covered his face and soaked his clothes. "Young master, you're awake!" An elderly man sitting beside him immediately leaned closer. "Are you all right? Does your head still hurt? Is something wrong?" "Huh?" Achilles slowly calmed his breathing. He stared blankly at the old man, who continued talking without stopping. The man had white skin, deep wrinkles, gray hair, and clothes that looked as if they belonged in an old European painting. Achilles had never seen him before. Who was this old foreigner? Achilles opened his mouth to ask, but before he could speak, the carriage suddenly dropped. "Oh!" One of the wheels fell into a large pit. The entire carriage shook violently, throwing Achilles against the wooden wall. His head struck it with a painful thud. "What's going on?" Achilles asked, holding the side of his head. "Young master, the carriage wheel is stuck in a pit," the old man explained. "It cannot move. We need to get down and let Walker pull it out. You should come outside as well. Some fresh air may help you feel better." Something about those words felt wrong. Carriage? Achilles looked around carefully. Only then did he truly notice where he was. The carriage had wooden walls, narrow windows, rough seats, and no sign of anything modern. He quickly climbed outside. The moment his feet touched the ground, he froze. A wide and lonely road stretched across a desolate landscape. There were no cars, power lines, buildings, or signs of modern life. Several armed soldiers stood around the carriage. They wore metal armor and carried swords, shields, and long spears. Their clothing looked old, but the weapons in their hands appeared very real. Achilles felt as though the entire world had turned upside down. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? He stared at the soldiers and tried to understand what was happening. He remembered the previous night. His girlfriend had broken up with him. He had been angry and miserable, so he went out and drank far too much. Later, he seemed to have argued with someone. The last thing he remembered was a glass bottle striking his head. After that, there was only darkness. As Achilles struggled to remember more, a sudden flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into his mind. The pain returned. He gripped his head as countless scenes, names, places, and faces appeared before him. While Achilles was trying to understand those memories, the sound of galloping hooves came from the road. A large man in black armor rode towards them on a magnificent warhorse. He stopped near the carriage, placed one fist against his chest, and gave a knightly salute. "Lord Baron, this area is not safe," the knight warned. "We should leave as quickly as possible." "Huh? Then we should go." The elderly man beside Achilles immediately became nervous. He turned towards the driver. "Walker, have you managed to free the carriage yet?" All right, I've got it," the coachman called back. "Lord Baron, you may return to the carriage." A moment later, Walker managed to pull the wheel out of the muddy pit. The elderly servant helped the still confused Achilles back inside. The carriage began moving again. For more than half an hour, Achilles sat silently while the new memories slowly became clear. At last, he understood. "I'm not dreaming," he whispered. He looked down at his hands. "I've traveled to another world." The memories belonged to the original owner of this body. According to them, Achilles was now living on a world known as the Noah continent. It was a vast and dangerous place where many races existed. Humans shared the world with orcs, elves, dwarves, sea creatures, undead beings, and even dragons. This world also possessed supernatural power. There were extraordinary professions, such as knights, warriors, and mages. Some people could use battle energy, while others could control magic. It was a world filled with wonders, but it was far from peaceful. Large wars often broke out between different races. Human kingdoms fought against outside enemies, while nobles also fought among themselves for wealth, power, land, and influence. Unfortunately, the original Achilles knew very little about the entire continent. Most of his knowledge concerned his own kingdom and the surrounding regions. The nation he belonged to was called the Kingdom of Alpha. It was one of the stronger kingdoms in that part of the continent and had risen to power more than 1,000 years ago. The kingdom was located in the northeastern part of the Noah continent. To the east lay the East Sea. However, the sea was controlled by powerful sea creatures and Nagas. Because of that, human ships rarely traveled far into those waters. To the north stood an enormous mountain range. It stretched for thousands of kilometers from east to west. The mountains formed a natural border between the Kingdom of Alpha, several human kingdoms farther west, and the vast Orcish plains. The Orc Empire ruled those plains. Every 3 to 5 years, Orc armies crossed the mountains and invaded the Kingdom of Alpha and the nearby human nations. They attacked towns, stole resources, captured people, and then quickly returned to the Orcish plains before the human armies could fully respond. The current year was 6,637 of the Dawn Era. According to legend, the Kingdom of Alpha and several neighboring countries worshipped a goddess named Artemis. The calendar began on the day she was believed to have arrived in the world. That suggested that gods, or beings similar to gods, might truly exist. However, the original Achilles had never been important enough to learn anything about such matters. Human society in this world followed a strict feudal system built around nobles, commoners, servants, and slaves. Nobles enjoyed wealth, land, power, and privilege. Everyone else lived beneath them and had very little freedom. Fortunately, the original owner of this body was one of those nobles. His name was also Achilles. His full name was Achilles. Louis. He was the second son of a minor baronial family in the southern region of the Kingdom of Alpha. His father, Baron Louis, had died unexpectedly not long ago. After his father's death, Achilles' elder brother inherited the family title and became the new Baron Louis. At the time, Achilles was 16 years old. His older brother wanted him to join the military. For the younger son of a noble family, military service was one of the most common ways to earn a position, wealth, or a title. However, Achilles refused. His elder brother became furious and banished him from the Louis barony. With nowhere else to go, Achilles traveled to Tulip City with his loyal old servant Justin Eastwood. Tulip City was a large and wealthy commercial center. Achilles hoped he could find work or some other way to support himself there. Instead, something completely unexpected happened. His handsome appearance attracted the attention of Haley Shadowvale. Haley was the famous beauty who ruled Tulip City. She was also a powerful marquise with wealth, soldiers, land, and political influence. She took an interest in Achilles and chose to marry him into her household. For Achilles, it should have been an incredible rise in status. However, only 1 month later, everything went wrong. During a wedding banquet, the original Achilles became carried away and drank far too much. While heavily intoxicated, he behaved outrageously in front of the guests. What should have been a joyful celebration turned into a humiliating farce. His actions caused great embarrassment for Haley. She was furious. As punishment, she granted Achilles the title of Baron and gave him a piece of land. Then, she exiled him from Tulip City. Their marriage was not officially ended, but she clearly did not want him anywhere near her. Strangely, the original Achilles was not completely unhappy about this punishment. In his previous position, earning a noble title and receiving his own territory would have been almost impossible. Even though Haley had sent him away, he was now officially a baron. He quickly became excited and traveled to the royal capital to register his title and claim his territory. Then he learned where his new land was located. It was on the northeastern border of the Kingdom of Alpha. Even worse, it stood directly on the front line facing the Orc territories. When Achilles heard this, the shock was so great that he fainted. He never woke up. The original owner of the body died while unconscious. That was how the Achilles from Blue Star had taken his place. After understanding everything, the new Achilles gave a bitter smile. "We really are brothers in misfortune," he thought. "Both of us lost our lives because of women and alcohol." He looked out through the carriage window at the unfamiliar world. "I hope you have a peaceful journey wherever you have gone." Once the memories had fully merged, Achilles slowly adjusted to his situation. He had no choice but to accept reality. He had truly entered another world. What else could he do? He could not simply get drunk again and hope it would send him home. What if drinking too much only left him paralyzed? Besides, his current situation was not entirely terrible. He was young. He was handsome. He was a nobleman. He even held the title of baron and owned his own territory. More importantly, he had arrived in a colorful world filled with knights, mages, elves, dwarves, dragons, and supernatural powers. Since he was already here, he might as well experience everything this world had to offer. Of course, there were also dangers. His territory was located beside the Orcish plains. Wars happened often. Powerful nobles fought among themselves. Monsters and strange races existed across the continent. He might die at any time. However, Achilles refused to let those thoughts destroy his courage. He laughed inwardly. What could possibly be harder than the Huanggong's secret scroll? Then another thought entered his mind. What could be more exhausting than working 997 hours every week? He paused. And what could be more dangerous than rising house prices and superficial women? After giving himself this strange speech of encouragement, Achilles finally felt a little better. He leaned against the side of the carriage and looked towards the road ahead. He did not dream about becoming a legendary knight. He did not plan to rule the continent. He did not intend to defeat the Orc Empire, challenge the gods, or become the strongest person in the world. For now, Achilles gave himself only one small goal. He wanted to survive. After Achilles accepted the reality of his situation, stabilized his emotions, and set his goals, he turned to his loyal servant. "Old Justin, where are we now? How much longer until we reach the territory?" "Oh, young master," Justin replied. "We're currently in the Frost Moon province. It will take about 2 days to reach the Marquis of Lyon's territory. After that, we'll pass by Grey Fortress, where a large unit of the Northeastern Legion is stationed. Another 2 or 3 days after Grey Fortress, and we'll arrive at your territory, Storm Territory." Achilles was stunned by Justin's explanation. He mentally scoffed. This isn't even in the country. No wonder the original owner was so terrified. This isn't a territory. It's clearly an outpost on the frontier. Old Justin had been the loyal servant left to Achilles by his mother when he was still under the care of Baron Louis. Because his mother passed away early, and his father, Baron Louis, was very busy, old Justin essentially raised Achilles. Even after Achilles was exiled to the dangerous borderlands for offending Haley, old Justin remained by his side, making him the only person Achilles could completely trust. After answering Achilles' question, old Justin suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Young master, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Achilles replied, trying to reassure Justin. "Thank you for everything during this time." Achilles knew that the original owner had been in a semi-conscious state since learning the location of his territory. Even when he regained consciousness, he hadn't spoken, so Justin was overjoyed by Achilles' sudden response. Seeing that Achilles was truly okay, old Justin said with tears in his eyes, "It's nothing, as long as you are well. However, now that you're awake, we shouldn't go to that cursed Storm Territory. It's far too dangerous. I heard that several marquises have already died there. The people in the capital must have made a mistake about the location of the territory. Haley, your wife, would never assign you such a dangerous place. Let's return to the capital and sort things out." Achilles shook his head. He knew he couldn't go back. Through the memories of the original owner and some rumors about his current wife, Haley, he knew that his legal wife, Haley, was the only child of the old Marquis Tulip. After her father's death, she defeated all her uncles and aunts within the family and successfully secured the title of Haley. This woman is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, the original Achilles was just a pawn in her hands, easily discarded, because Haley is already 21 years old, and family rules dictate that she must marry. Her marriage would naturally become a political tool for her marquisate. Various nobles and even royal families, anyone who harbors ambitions to interfere with the Tulip family or seize its assets, are all eyeing Haley's husband. The same is true within the Tulip family. Those family members vying for power will also try to influence things through Haley's husband. Therefore, the choice of Haley's husband became a target for ambitious individuals. In this situation, Haley suddenly chose a second son from a rural baronial family to marry her, shattering all the ambitions of these schemers. Consequently, the original Achilles became an eyesore to everyone with ulterior motives. It's likely that the disastrous behavior he displayed at the wedding banquet was orchestrated by someone. It could even have been Haley herself. Now that the marriage is a reality, having Achilles around is inconvenient and prevents others from trying to use him for their own purposes. Therefore, it would be best to simply arrange for his exile. The considerable effort put into granting Achilles a baronial title is proof of this. In the Kingdom of Alpha, titles are extremely difficult to obtain. Once Achilles held a baronial title, he could no longer possess any rights within the Tulip Marquisate. This is because, according to kingdom regulations, a person cannot exercise the rights of two territories. This policy was specifically designed to combat territorial consolidation. However, it's likely that someone else orchestrated this situation with the territory. Assassinating Achilles would give Haley more reasons to challenge or refuse another marriage. But what if Achilles himself is responsible? Perhaps he deliberately sought out a dangerous mission on the borderlands, hoping to gain recognition and impress Haley, only to end up getting himself killed. In that case, Haley would have no choice but to find another husband. Therefore, if Achilles were to return now, it would be tantamount to giving up his title. Even Haley wouldn't let him off the hook then. Of course, he doesn't want to go to a place like the Storm Territory. That is equally dangerous. So, Achilles is currently thinking about how to escape. With his knowledge of modern technology, he should be able to find a relatively safe place and thrive. Just as Achilles was contemplating his escape, a warning signal suddenly appeared in his mind. At the same time, a simple panel appeared before Achilles' eyes. Name: Achilles, Louis Basic, Squells. Flame-breathing technique. Beginner Knight, 79/100. Triple Flame Slash. Beginner, 8/10. Horsemanship. Beginner, 3/10. Attribute points, 2 special skills. Enhanced Presog Ignition. Enhanced Presog Ignition, 0/100. You can passively sense danger once a day within a 1-kilometer radius, with a duration of 3 days. Additionally, you can sense the ill intentions directed towards you from close range. Energy Essence, 0. Is this it? The standard equipment for time travelers. The Golden Finger. The thief, Achilles, stared at the screen and the accompanying information, his excitement palpable. According to what's written here, I just need to increase my fiery breath skill level to 101 to awaken the life seed, allowing me to directly advance to a full-fledged knight without needing that precious life essence. Because, according to the memories of his previous self, life essence was an extremely valuable resource controlled by wealthy nobles and royalty, obtainable only through military achievements. And awakening the life seed required life essence. Otherwise, it would be impossible to unlock one's potential and manifest extraordinary abilities. Of course, some exceptionally talented individuals might be able to break through on their own. Furthermore, I can gain a stat point every day. That means, as long as I live long enough, there won't be any level Sky Knight, Holy Knight, or even Legendary that I can't reach. The 9 levels of a full-fledged knight are Apprentice Knight, Intermediate Knight, Advanced Knight, Grand Knight, Silver Knight, Golden Knight, Earth Knight, Sky Knight, and Holy Knight. Above these, there are the Legendary Knights. And look at this innate talent. The screen actually allows for the awakening of an innate talent. I heard that among hundreds of knights, only one might be chosen to awaken their innate talent. I haven't even become a full-fledged knight yet, and I already possess an innate talent, and I can continue to awaken more in the future. I don't think anyone in the Alpha Kingdom has ever awakened more than 2 innate talents. Thinking about this, Achilles couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Master, please calm down. You'll be all right. Once we reach Storm Territory, we will seek assistance from Lady Haley. She will help you. Old Justin still thought that Achilles had been frightened by something related to the territory and quickly tried to reassure him. Old Justin, don't worry. I'm fine. You don't have to worry too much about the problems with the territory. I'll take care of it. Achilles calmed himself down and reassured him. Now that he had a training cheat device, what was there to be worried about? Moreover, the first innate talent he awakened was a life-saving ability, precognition. This talent allows one to foresee danger, such as the danger warning Achilles just received. At the thicket about 1 kilometer ahead, there are 55 bandits lying in wait. Among them is 1 level 1 novice warrior, 5 elite soldiers, and the rest are just a ragtag group. After reading the danger warning, Achilles called out, "Old Walker, "Stop the carriage!" Achilles then stepped down from the carriage, much to the confusion of old Justin. Seeing Achilles dismount, Captain Clay, who was in charge of leading the way, immediately showed his displeasure. "My Lord Baron, I told you this area is not safe. There might be monsters lurking around. If you want to rest, let's do it after we pass this thicket." Achilles didn't get angry at Clay's attitude. This knightly squad was originally from the Tulip family, sent by Haley to help Achilles stabilize his new territory, but their service was only for 2 years. What should have been a simple task had been deliberately manipulated by someone, leading Achilles' territory to this dangerous place called Storm Territory. As a result, this knightly squad also had to suffer along with Achilles, so it was understandable that they wouldn't be overly friendly towards him. "Captain Clay, haven't you noticed how eerily quiet the thicket ahead is?" Achilles explained. Hearing Achilles' explanation, Captain Clay paused, then turned his head and looked at the thickets on both sides of the road. They were indeed too silent. Not even a single bird could be heard. Clay immediately realized something was wrong, and then glanced at Achilles with surprise before apologetically saying, "I apologize, my Lord Baron. I was negligent." He then ordered, "Roger, Ingmar, you two stay here to protect the Baron. The rest of you come with me to investigate." With that, he led 10 apprentice knights in a combat formation and cautiously approached the thicket. Achilles actually wanted to go too. His innate talent panel stated that he could only gain energy essence points by personally killing extraordinary individuals and absorbing their soul power. Achilles' awakened talent required energy essence points, but it was randomly awakened, and Achilles didn't know what innate talent he would awaken next. Furthermore, upgrading his innate talent required energy essence points, while other people's innate talents improved along with their overall strength. Achilles needed to use energy essence points to improve his own. Therefore, energy essence points were extremely important to Achilles, and there just happened to be a level 1 novice warrior among the bandits ahead. Unfortunately, Achilles was hesitant to go. He was still a novice knight, and he wouldn't stand a chance against even a low-level Tier 1 warrior. "Let's just play it safe until I become a full-fledged knight," he thought. Meanwhile, in the bushes ahead, over 50 bandits were lying in wait, hoping to ambush their prey. Suddenly, they saw a group of cavalry approaching in a battle formation. One of the bandit lieutenants immediately turned to his boss and said, "Boss, I think they've spotted us. Maybe we should retreat? Their equipment looks pretty advanced." "Don't be ridiculous," the boss retorted. "The nobleman said these are just mercenaries, nothing special. I'm a Tier 1 professional myself. I won't be scared off. If you say another word like that, I'll cut you down." The lieutenant was terrified and quickly tried to appease him. Yes, boss. You're a powerful warrior. Even full-fledged knights are no match for you." Of course, this was just flattery. In reality, warriors were generally weaker than knights. As the bandit leader saw the cavalry squad getting closer and their expressions grim, he realized they had indeed been discovered. He immediately gave the order, "Attack! Those who perform well will be handsomely rewarded. Attack! Those who perform well will be handsomely rewarded." With a shout, he charged forward, and the other bandits followed suit, all energized and rushing towards the knightly group. Captain Clay saw that the one leading the charge was actually a Tier 1 warrior. He immediately instructed his subordinates to maintain their formation, and then led his 10 novice knights into the fray. Crack! 11 heads flew off. In just one exchange, the bandit at the front fell, overcome with excitement. Full-fledged knights! The bandit leader was shocked. He realized he might have been tricked. But there was no time to escape. Running would only lead to a quicker death. So, the bandit leader rallied his men and ordered them to attack, trying to break the cavalry's formation and then ambush the leading knight. Clay had been watching the bandit leader the entire time, waiting for an opportunity. Soon, the bandit leader saw his chance to launch a surprise attack on Clay, but Clay quickly parried with a swift sword strike. Crack! The bandit leader's head flew high into the air, and the Tier 1 warrior was instantly killed. This terrified the other bandits, who immediately began scattering in all directions. However, 2 legs cannot outrun 4. In the end, only 5 or 6 nimble thieves managed to escape into the thicket, while the rest were either killed or captured. Achilles watched the battle, which lasted only a few minutes, and couldn't help but marvel at the difference between a professional army and poorly trained conscripts. According to old Justin, Clay and his knightly squad had participated in a campaign against the orcs 4 years ago, and they performed exceptionally well. Clay himself earned considerable merit in that battle. which is why he was granted the elixir of life by Haley and successfully promoted to a full-fledged knight. What Achilles couldn't understand was where these ragtag bandits had found the courage to charge against a well-equipped squad of knights. "My Lord Baron," Clay reported after arranging the prisoners, "we killed 23 bandits, 6 escaped, and the remaining 27 were captured." Perhaps because Achilles was the one who first spotted the bandits, Clay's demeanor seemed relatively normal this time. Achilles immediately praised him. "Captain Clay, your knightly squad truly lives up to its reputation as having participated in the Orcish war and earned great merit. Each of you is a valiant warrior. When we reach the territory, I will reward you accordingly." "My Lord Baron, you are too kind. This is simply our duty," Clay replied calmly. Seeing this, Achilles realized that these knights still felt some distance from him, which was not good. He would need their support for the next 2 years, so he decided to be straightforward. "Gentlemen, I know that because of me, you are all in a difficult situation, having to go to the dangerous storm territory. It is understandable if you have grievances, and I am powerless to change it. The problems with the territory were not caused by me. Someone is trying to frame me and us. You only need to stay here for 2 years. If we work together, perhaps you can safely navigate these 2 years. Please think about it carefully." After Achilles finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. The knights exchanged glances with each other, seemingly agreeing with what Achilles had said. Captain Clay looked at Achilles intently and then changed his attitude, saying respectfully, "Thank you for your understanding, my Lord Baron. Please rest assured that we will fulfill our duties. Then, let's wish each other a pleasant collaboration," Achilles said with satisfaction. Next, Achilles began talking to Clay about the group of bandits, also expressing his doubts. "That's right. Usually when bandits see us, they try to run away. How could they dare to charge at us?" Clay suddenly understood and immediately found a captured lieutenant among the bandits and started interrogating him harshly. These bandits were just a disorganized mob. After being threatened and intimidated by Clay, they quickly begged for mercy. "My lord, please spare our lives. We didn't know you were a noble lord. Our leader was also instructed to ambush you. We didn't know you were a nobleman, nor did we know there were official knights here. If we had known, even with 10 times the courage, we wouldn't have dared to attack you." Now, Clay and the surrounding knights believed what Achilles had said earlier. The change in territory was indeed due to someone's machinations, rather than being caused by Achilles' impulsive actions, as they had previously thought. They had misunderstood Baron Lee before. "It seems like whoever changed my territory is behind us," Achilles speculated. "But why would he send such a disorganized group?" Clay still asked, puzzled. "Because of Lady Haley, I can only die in the storm territory, and not within the kingdom. These bandits were probably meant to be used to wear down your knight squad. If we hadn't discovered them early, if we had accidentally walked into their ambush, I think your knight squad would have suffered casualties. In that case, I would have died even faster once I reached the storm territory." Captain Clay thought about it and realized that was likely true. Without the early discovery, even a single first-level warrior could have caused some damage to them. After hearing Captain Clay's confirmation, the surrounding knights began discussing among themselves. Their gazes towards Achilles also changed. At this point, the rift between this knight squad and Achilles had been resolved. After all, they were now in the same boat, and no one could escape. "I suggest we send a knight back to Tulip City to report this to Lady Haley," Clay proposed. However, Achilles stopped him. "They're only concerned with preventing me from dying within the kingdom, not about you. Do you really think anyone sent would even reach the lands of Tulip?" Clay was taken aback and then gritted his teeth. "You despicable traitor! Let's go. We have no other options. We must head towards storm territory." With that, he urged everyone to set off. Achilles planned to sell the captured bandits to Lord Fisher ahead, which would provide some income, especially since they needed to buy supplies at Grey Fortress. 5 days later, Achilles and his group finally arrived at Grey Fortress. Grey Fortress is located in the Grey Mountains, a strategically important location. Orcs have always prevented the Kingdom of Alpha from building a fortress here. They frequently attack this area whenever they move south, making it difficult to establish a permanent stronghold. It wasn't until 250 years ago that a massive gold mine was discovered within what is now Lord Fisher's territory. This led the royal family to finally decide to build a fortress in the Grey Mountains. 3 legions were deployed to guard the area, eventually leading to the construction of Grey Fortress. However, about 100 years ago, after the gold mine was depleted, and as the kingdom of Alpha became increasingly powerful, the orcs shifted their focus to other kingdoms. They only raided Alpha's borders and plundered its frontier regions. As a result, the royal family withdrew 2 legions, leaving only the Northeast Legion responsible for defending the Frostmoon province. Other legions would only be sent if the Northeast Legion requested reinforcements. Normally, the Northeast Legion was stationed in Frostmoon City, with only one company guarding Grey Fortress. Reinforcements were only sent here when the orcs moved south. The military structure of the Kingdom of Alpha consists of squads, platoons, companies, legions, and army groups with no fixed numbers. At this time, the 8th Company of the Northeast Legion was stationed at Grey Fortress. The company commander, Archibald, was a 5th-rank Silver Knight. He had 2 deputy commanders, one was a 5th-rank Silver Warrior, and the other was a 4th-rank Great Warrior. There was also a captain from the 1st Cavalry Squadron, who was also a 4th-rank Great Warrior. Upon arriving at Grey Fortress, Achilles' first task was to receive supplies and manpower allocated to his newly acquired territory. This was a special provision by the royal family for new lords of border baronies, intended to prevent valiant soldiers who had earned their titles through hard fighting from being unable to develop their territories after being granted land, which could lead to resentment and devalue their achievements. Upon Achilles' arrival at Grey Fortress, a man claiming to be the fortress's supply officer immediately approached him. "Esteemed Baron," he said, "I am Roland, the supply officer of Grey Fortress. I have received notification that you are heading to Storm territory, and I have already prepared everything you need." Achilles nodded. "All right, let's take a look, Clay. Come with me." "Yes, Baron." Roland led the way, glancing at the knights behind them. "Baron, please follow me." He then led Achilles to a camp where a foul odor was immediately noticeable. Inside the camp, the scene was one of chaos and disarray, especially the sight of the emaciated serfs. Roland pointed to various items and explained, "Esteemed Baron, these supplies are provided according to the regulations of the kingdom. We have 1,000 serfs, 200 tons of grain, 6 sets of plate armor, 50 sets of leather armor, 10 bows, 100 arrows, 50 long swords, 50 spears, 20 wooden shields, 20 oxen, and 30 draft horses. We have also assigned you 50 elite soldiers, but their salaries will be paid by you, and half a gold coin per soldier per year." Achilles looked at the items with a dismissive sneer, saying nothing. However, Clay, the captain of the guard following behind, had visible veins throbbing in his forehead, clearly struggling to contain his anger. "Are you sure these are the supplies stipulated by the kingdom? And what exactly is this stuff? It looks like it was scavenged from a garbage heap." The quantity of the items was clearly insufficient, and their quality was appalling. They were practically useless junk. The serfs were all old men, women, and children. There wasn't a single able-bodied adult among them. As for the 50 elite soldiers, they were incredibly thin, barely resembling warriors. It was clear that someone was deliberately trying to sabotage things, which infuriated Captain Clay because these supplies directly affected the lives of their knightly order. However, the quartermaster, Roland, insisted that these were all the supplies available and that he was simply following protocol. Clayton was about to explode in anger at this blatant lie when Achilles stopped him. Achilles knew that no self-respecting quartermaster would deliberately provide such inadequate supplies. Furthermore, considering his own status as a baron and the absence of any officers from the 8th Company, a clear indication of something amiss, the situation was highly suspicious. Achilles smiled slyly at the quartermaster. "Mr. Roland," he said, "did your company commander or deputy commander prepare these supplies for me?" "No, sir. These are what I prepared according to regulations from the kingdom." Roland seemed flustered by Achilles' unexpected question, his mind racing. He's just a pretty-faced baron, he thought. How hard could it be to deceive him? But that composure and insight, he's just a pretty-faced baron, he thought. How hard could it be to deceive him? But that composure and insight, who spread those rumors about me? Seeing that Roland was about to take the blame, Achilles smiled faintly. "Since you prepared these supplies, Mr. Roland, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with a signed and stamped list of everything. I'm sure you're aware that I am the newlywed husband of Haley. I was exiled here for upsetting my wife. Everything still belongs to her, including the resources and personnel here, which require reporting to her." When Achilles mentioned Haley, Roland became even more agitated. Sir, this isn't something we usually do. Of course, Roland wouldn't sign anything, otherwise he would be in serious trouble with Haley. Captain Clayton watched the increasingly flustered quartermaster and was surprised by Achilles' tactics. With just a few, carefully chosen words, Achilles had completely overwhelmed this arrogant official. It seems Mr. Rowan is in a difficult position, Achilles said. I won't pressure him further. I will accept these supplies, but I am not planning to leave the fortress yet. Could you please hold on to them for me? He immediately tossed another gold coin. Here, this is a storage fee. You absolutely must take good care of it, otherwise your boss will have problems with you. With that, he smiled and left. Ah, I'm supposed to keep. The quartermaster, Roland, held the gold coin, unsure what to do. Did they actually give this to me or not? How am I supposed to explain this? Why do these powerful people have to involve us little guys in their conflicts? Roland lamented internally, then sighed. Sigh, I guess I should report it honestly. This new Baron doesn't seem as stupid as the rumors say. Luckily, he doesn't think much of me. On his way back, Clay was full of questions. Sir, why did you let that wretched quartermaster go? And how could you say you accepted those things? Isn't that? Haha, Captain Clay. When did I ever accept anything? They're still in that warehouse, aren't they? As for why I let the quartermaster go, it's pointless to pressure him. It would just waste energy. Besides, our goal is simply to obtain the necessary supplies. There's no need to make things too difficult. It wouldn't benefit us. The current situation is perfect. It avoids embarrassing anyone and allows everyone to save face, Achilles explained with a smile. But how will they willingly give them to us? That's even better. Didn't I say we're not leaving the fortress yet? So, if they don't prepare everything, we won't go to storm territory. That way, Grey Fortress is even safer. As for the deadline issue, it's none of their business. That's something for the royal family and the noble council to handle. If I fail to reach storm territory on time, and it escalates to the capital, Haley will know everything. Do you think they would allow Haley to be involved in this? Clay's eyes widened. Oh, right. If things get out of hand, Haley will find out. In fact, Achilles had another purpose, to gain attribute points. He already has 7 attribute points. In just 15 days, Achilles will become a full-fledged knight. Then, he can go to storm territory with even greater self-preservation abilities. Therefore, no matter what the other party did, Achilles would always delay things by about 10 days or so. Subsequently, Achilles and his group rented a large courtyard within Grey Fortress and temporarily settled in. That evening, Achilles instructed old Justin to buy a large amount of wine and meat, which served as a treat for everyone. Meanwhile, at the residence of Bennett, the second in command of the 8th Company, Supply Officer Roland was briefly reporting on the day's events. Bennett, basically that's the situation. Baron Achilles eventually accepted the items, but he asked us to hold them for him temporarily, and he will collect them when he leaves the fortress for storm territory. Just a pretty boy with delusions of grandeur, Bennett scoffed. He actually made us store things for him, so he could live comfortably in the fortress. Did he say when he's leaving? He didn't mention a specific date, but I think he'll probably leave before his term ends, Supply Officer Roland said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Bennett noticed Roland's hesitation and nervous expression, realizing something was amiss. What exactly happened? How did you interact with this pretty boy? Tell me everything. Supply Officer Roland immediately knelt down in fear. Bennett, it's not my fault. Baron Achilles asked me to sign the list, saying that the items belonged to Haley. He needed the list to report to Haley, so bang! Bennett slammed his hand on the table, shattering it. Humph! He's threatening me. Using Haley as leverage? That little brat? Seeing Bennett's anger, Supply Officer Roland knelt there, barely daring to breathe. Roland, since he asked you to keep them safe, make sure you take good care of them. I want to see how long he can drag this out. Yes, Bennett, I will definitely take good care of them. He immediately got up and left, fearing that Bennett would assign him other tasks. After Roland left, Bennett frowned and his expression turned grim. This is going to be difficult. This Achilles has involved Haley in this mess. I can't do anything to him now. And the fact that he didn't immediately confront me suggests either he's genuinely timid or he doesn't want to create a rift between us. We can only wait and see. I hope what Physis said is true, that he's just a foolish and cowardly pretty boy. The next morning, Achilles opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. Damn it, I've been rushing since I crossed over. Finally, I got a good night's sleep. He then, as usual, opened the interface to check his stats. Name, Achilles Louis Basic Skills, Flame Breath Technique, Apprentice Knight, 79/100, Triple Flame Slash, Beginner, 8/10, Horsemanship, Beginner, 3/10, Horsemanship, Beginner, 3/10, Horsemanship, Beginner, 3/10, Horsemanship, Beginner, Innate Talent, Enhanced Precognition, 0/100, passively predicts danger within a 1 kilometer radius once per day, lasting for 3 days, and can sense malicious intent directed towards you. Energy Essence, 0. 8 attribute points. I can use them to advance from Apprentice Knight to Full Knight right away. Then I can try to acquire Energy Essence. Right now, it's the perfect time to train with Clay and the others, gaining some practical experience and learning other skills. Achilles had originally planned to upgrade his Triple Flame Slash skill first, but then he thought that it would be better to become a Full Knight first. After all, the strength of a Full Knight is far greater than that of 10 skilled Apprentice Knights. After checking his attribute points, Achilles washed his face and rinsed his mouth with salt water. I need to figure out how to make a toothbrush. Personal hygiene is important, and I can't let things get as bad as they were for European nobles. No bathing, using the toilet near your skirts. It's disgusting. After eating a simple breakfast, Achilles called on old Justin and Clay, and with 6 apprentice knights in tow, he set out. Today he planned to visit the slave market within the fortress to see if he could acquire some useful slaves. For example, blacksmiths, carpenters, stonemasons, and bricklayers. These are all essential personnel for building a new territory. Although Achilles possesses a modern soul from Earth, he only knows the theory behind many things. When it comes to actually implementing them, he's useless. In his previous life, he was just a talented salesperson who could talk a good game. The slave market was located in the westernmost corner of the fortress. Although it covered a large area, its layout was chaotic. More importantly, the hygiene was terrible. There were piles of excrement everywhere, making it almost unbearable for Achilles. The slaves inside were all expressionless and listless, huddled in cages with nothing but rags to cover themselves. As a modern person with a traditional education, Achilles found these scenes disturbing, but he forced himself to remain composed and showed no outward reaction. Achilles covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief and walked around, inquiring about the prices of the slaves. He learned that the slaves here were about half the price of those in the mainland. A healthy young male slave cost 10 gold coins, while female slaves cost 5 gold coins. Slaves over 35 years old or under 10 years old were only worth 1 or even half a gold coin because older slaves were often unhealthy, and younger children were too small to work effectively and required several years of care. The price of skilled slaves was double that of the average young adult. There were also some beautiful female slaves who had received special training. These were considered high-end items with no fixed price. What surprised Achilles most was that there were even supernatural, likely referring to individuals with magical abilities, slaves for sale. And the slave market offered contracts for these specialized workers. You simply needed to negotiate a price and terms of service with the supernatural slave, including compensation and the duration of their servitude. If both parties agreed, the slave market would draw up a contract, and the buyer would have to pay a brokerage fee. These supernatural slaves were not ordinary slaves. They only entered into contracts if they chose to do so. They had rights and freedoms, and once the contract expired, they regained their freedom. Many of these supernatural slaves were captured during wars between nobles and were unable to afford ransom, forcing them to sell themselves for survival. Therefore, these supernatural slaves often had combat experience and were highly sought after. Even a single first-level supernatural worker could cost 200-300 gold coins for a period of 10 years. This price shocked Achilles, who was already short on funds, so he quickly abandoned the idea of buying a supernatural slave and continued to inquire about skilled slaves. Achilles currently only had 500 gold coins from Haley and 270 gold coins earned from selling bandits to Leonard Fisher, for a total of just 770 gold coins. He had already spent some money on food and lodging the previous day, and he needed to set aside a portion to pay the soldiers' wages. Therefore, Achilles could only spend 500 gold coins, which severely limited his purchasing power. After searching for half an hour, Achilles finally found some slaves that were relatively suitable. "What skills do your artisan slaves possess?" Achilles asked. Seeing a potential customer, the skinny slave trader was very enthusiastic. Haha, young master, you have excellent taste. My artisan slaves are the best, and I have slaves with all sorts of skills. Look, these are veteran soldiers who have seen battle. These ones know some medicine, and these few can cut hair. Then there are carpenters, tailors, and cooks. How many do you need? If you buy a lot, I can offer a discount. Do you have blacksmiths or stonemasons? Yes, but blacksmiths and stonemasons are more expensive. The price isn't a problem. I need blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, bricklayers, a veterinarian. What are the prices for each? No matter how expensive they were, Achilles had to buy them. Blacksmiths and stonemasons were essential. Hearing such generous language and seeing the variety of slaves available, the slave trader became even more enthusiastic. Carpenters, bricklayers, and veterinarians cost 20 gold coins each. Stonemasons cost 25 gold coins each, and blacksmiths cost 30 gold coins each. Achilles listened and quickly calculated in his head. I want 2 veterinarians, 3 carpenters, 5 bricklayers, 4 stonemasons, and 5 blacksmiths. That's a total of 450 gold coins. I won't haggle with you. If you throw in 1 tailor, 1 cook, and 1 barber, we have a deal? The slave trader's face fell when he heard this. He had thought it would be a business worth thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins. But it was only a few hundred. Young master, you're more skilled at bargaining than I am, and you want so few. Why not take some more? You should know that the slaves here are already cheap. If you took them back to the mainland and sold them there, you could easily make double the money. In fact, the price Achilles was offering was already quite high. Of the 3 free slaves he was requesting, only the tailor was worth anything. Who knew if the barber or cook were legitimate? Seeing the slave trader's reluctance, Achilles snorted dismissively. The slaves you have here are probably rejects that other traders in the mainland couldn't sell. They're not exactly high-quality goods. My lord wouldn't be buying these inferior slaves if he wasn't newly appointed to storm territory and desperately needed skilled laborers. Don't be ungrateful. The slave trader, upon hearing that the young man before him was actually the newly appointed baron of storm territory, realized he was dealing with someone who likely wouldn't haggle much. He readily agreed to the terms. So you are Baron Storm Territory, the trader said, feigning respect. My apologies. Since you require these slaves for your domain, I will provide 1 tailor, 1 cook, and 1 barber as you requested, and I will also include their families. Achilles was surprised. He hadn't expected such generosity from a slave trader. Thank you, he said. The slaves were then presented to Achilles for him to choose. After selecting the slaves he needed, the trader quickly brought over their families as well. 2 middle-aged women and 2 thin children who looked about 6 or 7 years old. Achilles' face darkened at this sight. Is this all of their families? He asked. The slave trader, noticing Achilles' displeasure, forced a smile. Yes, Baron. These are the wives and children of the cook and the tailor. The other slaves are single. They have no families, he explained with a nervous chuckle. Damn it, Achilles muttered under his breath. Typical heartless slave trader, trying to play on my emotions. Feeling like he had been tricked, Achilles smiled slyly. Very well. You're quite the generous merchant. What is your name? I might need your services again in the future. The slave trader, Jethro, sensed Achilles' displeasure, but he wasn't overly concerned. His own powerful backers wouldn't be easily crossed. Besides, this young baron probably wouldn't survive long in storm territory. Thank you for the compliment, Baron. My name is Jethro. I welcome your return. Achilles didn't bother to engage further with the slave trader. He tossed a bag of gold coins at him. All right, here's 250 gold as a deposit. I will be staying here for another few weeks. Please keep these slaves safe and well fed. When I return to storm territory, they will need to work for me. I will pay you their upkeep. 250. Baron, are you sure? Jethro stammered, clearly surprised by the amount. But Achilles ignored him and continued on his way with Clay and the others, leaving a flustered slave trader behind. On the other side of the slave market were slaves from various alien races. When Achilles arrived at the slave quarters of the foreign races, he was immediately amazed. He saw all sorts of strange slaves here, creatures he had never seen before, not even in the memories of his previous self. Through Clay's introduction, Achilles quickly learned about the different types of alien slaves. There were only two main categories. One was various types of orcs, such as goblins, pigmen, minotaurs, and boar-headed creatures. These orc slaves were the most common because this area was a front line in the war against the orcs. Although the war had ended more than half a year ago, there were still many scattered orc tribes in the wilderness, mountains. However, orcs are too aggressive and difficult to tame, and they also have enormous appetites. Therefore, orc slaves are usually the cheapest and most difficult to sell. Only the royal family and a few wealthy nobles in the south would buy orc slaves, as they needed them for magical experiments. The other category was subhumans. Subhumans don't look much different from humans, except for their pupils, ears, teeth, which resemble those of animals, and they all have tails. Examples include white wolf subhumans, snow lion subhumans, and red fox subhumans. Although subhumans are more like humans, human society cannot accept them. They are considered cursed beings, omens of bad luck. Therefore, subhumans generally live in the territories of the orcs, where there are already many different races, making them more tolerant. However, although subhumans are called cursed, some noblemen have a particular fondness for female members of certain subhuman races, second only to elf slaves. For example, the white wolf subhuman woman that Achilles was currently looking at almost made him lose his composure. A girl with orc ears. Even Achilles, who had seen countless AI beauties on a certain video platform, couldn't resist the charm of the blue-eyed, pointed-eared white wolf subhuman. Just as Achilles was enthusiastically inquiring about the price, suddenly a warning message appeared in his mind. Detected. Lyman wolf subhuman female is a Tier 4 warrior. Extremely dangerous. Huh? A Tier 4 warrior? Seeing the danger warning, Achilles' hair stood on end. This was the strength of a mid-level professional, and there were only 4 such individuals in the entire Grey Fortress. "Sir," said the slave trader with a smile, "this beautiful white wolf subhuman is only 1,000 gold coins, an excellent value. I can't afford it. I can't afford it." Achilles shook his head frantically, then quickly pulled Clay and the others away from the slave market. After receiving a danger warning from the panel while looking at her in the slave market, Achilles was immediately frightened and fled. That female alien is definitely suspicious. She deliberately infiltrated, and before I even considered buying her, the warning system activated. This indicates that if I were to buy her, it would likely lead to life-threatening danger. Furthermore, when I inquired about her price just now, I immediately sensed a strong hostility from her, as if she would kill me on the spot if I dared to buy her. Achilles thought to himself as he walked away. Upon returning to his residence, Achilles summoned Clay privately into his room and told him about the 4th-tier warrior alien he had discovered in the slave market. He also analyzed the female alien's motives, suggesting that she might have infiltrated with the intention of collaborating with external orcs to attack Grey Fortress. "What? 4th tier? Are you sure, sir?" Clay exclaimed, his eyes wide. "I am absolutely certain. You may not know this, but I am naturally very sensitive to hostility from others. The hostility she directed at me was identical to the hostility I felt from a 4th-tier warrior official when I signed the territorial agreement in the capital," Achilles said half-truthfully. Clay was stunned. He hadn't realized that Achilles, besides being handsome, also possessed such innate sensitivity. That explained why he had detected the bandits before Clay did. "Sir, we must report this to the captain or deputy captain of the 8th Squad." However, Clay was right. This matter needed to be reported to the main authorities responsible for Grey Fortress as soon as possible. The safety of Grey Fortress was directly linked to the safety of Storm Territory. If Storm Territory was currently a dangerous place, then if Grey Fortress were conquered by orcs, Storm Territory would become a death trap. However, someone within Grey Fortress seemed to be targeting them. Reporting this incident to those individuals could create more trouble. Achilles thought for a moment. The only person in Grey Fortress he had interacted with was the slave trader Jethro. So, he instructed Clay, "Look, we don't know many people here at Grey Fortress. You go find that slave trader Jethro tomorrow and gather some information. Here are 10 gold coins. Take them in case you need them." "Yes, sir." Clay took the gold coins. The next morning, Clay set off with 2 subordinates to the slave market, searching for Jethro to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, Achilles stayed at home and began practicing his breathing techniques and learning skills according to plan. He felt that his current abilities were too weak to rely solely on gaining 1 attribute point per day. Although the interface completely quantifies the levels, it is still helpful for training, as it allows him to understand his specific situation in a quantifiable way. Therefore, diligent training at this stage can also accelerate the improvement of his abilities. In the morning, Achilles practiced the knight's breathing technique with everyone else. In the afternoon, he practiced archery, a ranged combat skill, on his own. After a long day, Achilles was exhausted. He opened his interface and saw, name Achilles' basic skills, flame breathing technique, beginner apprentice knight, 79/100, flame // beginner, 8/10, horsemanship, beginner, 3/10, attribute points, 9 innate talent, enhanced precognition, 0/100, passively predicts danger once a day, within a range of 1 kilometer, with an effect lasting 3 days. Also allows you to sense malice directed towards you from close proximity. Energy, essence, 0. He realized that none of his stats had improved. Sure enough, he wasn't a genius. He hadn't made any progress at all today. He heard that some geniuses could master the breathing technique in 3 days and become full-fledged knights in 3 months. However, he has the advantage of attribute point allocation through the interface, so he won't be inferior to those geniuses in the future. Also, the threat warnings haven't triggered yet, which suggests that the orcs outside haven't prepared anything. That evening, Achilles finally waited for Clay to return. So, did you find out anything? Clay nodded. These slave traders are really difficult to deal with. I treated him like royalty all day, but I only managed to gather a little bit of useful information from that cunning slave trader. He didn't dare to directly tell the supply officer who was behind it. He only said that Captain Archibald came from the Lincoln Duke family, Bennett came from a Count family, and Lieutenant Corey came from the Royal Army. So far, among these 3 people, only Captain Archibald seemed less suspicious. The Lincoln Duke family is located on the northwestern border of the kingdom, one of the 3 major dukes in the north, and has little connection with the nobles in the south or the capital. If that's the case, then let's go visit this Captain Archibald tomorrow, Achilles decided. The next morning, Achilles and Clay set off for Captain Archibald's residence. After some introductions and notifications at the entrance of Archibald's mansion, Achilles and Clay were finally allowed inside. Baron Achilles, what brings you here? If it's about supplies, I'm afraid I can only apologize, as that is not within my jurisdiction, so I cannot help you. Archibald assumed that Achilles had come to complain about the supply issue. Therefore, as soon as they met, he shut down the conversation, as he didn't want to get involved in the matter of the Tulip Countess. Achilles shook his head. I came to see Captain Archibald today not to talk about trivial matters like supplies, but because there is something important I need to discuss. Oh? Please feel free to speak frankly, Archibald said with some interest. Achilles looked around and noticed that there were several servants and soldiers in the reception room. He hesitated and said, Captain Archibald, this matter is of great importance, so… Seeing that Achilles didn't seem to be joking, Archibald became serious and waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Achilles also asked Lieutenant Clay to wait outside. Tell me, what is it? Seeing this, Achilles said seriously, I discovered an orc spy who has infiltrated Grey Fortress, and he is a Tier 4 warrior. Upon hearing this, Archibald immediately stood up. Impossible! Where did you find him? This was indeed a very serious matter. As the commander of the 8th Battalion and the highest-ranking officer in Grey Fortress, if a Tier 4 warrior had infiltrated unnoticed, it would be a major security breach. Regardless of whether any losses were incurred, as the supreme commander, he would ultimately be held accountable for negligence in this matter. Grey Fortress, a crucial defensive stronghold on the front lines, was equipped with magical detection systems from its very construction. Both the north and south gates had magic arrays for detecting intruders. Every professional entering the city had to register. Anyone caught lying under the scrutiny of the magic array would be treated as an enemy spy and could be immediately killed. Captain Archibald, what I'm saying is true. That 4th-tier warrior is a female Lyman wolf subspecies, and she's currently hiding in the slave market. She likely possesses some kind of hidden magical artifact. If you don't believe me, you can go check for yourself. Since Archibald didn't believe him, Achilles directly revealed the information about the 4th-tier Lyman wolf subspecies. The rest was up to the captain. Seeing how confident Achilles sounded, Archibald's expression grew serious. He decided to investigate himself. Sir Achilles, I appreciate you waiting here. I'll go take a look myself. As Captain Archibald strode towards the exit, Lieutenant Richards quickly reminded him, "Captain Archibald, please be discreet when you investigate. Don't let that fourth-tier Lyman wolf subspecies discover you. Otherwise, not only will the slave market suffer heavy losses, but the fact that a fourth-tier warrior has infiltrated will also be exposed. You'll likely face a lot of trouble then." Before leaving the room, Archibald turned back to look at Achilles, surprised by his reminder. He hadn't considered all those consequences. If it was indeed a fourth-tier warrior who had infiltrated, he had been planning to eliminate her immediately. However, such an action would undoubtedly cause significant damage to the slave market, and given the background of the slave traders, he would likely have to compensate them financially. Furthermore, even though the enemy was brought in by the slave traders, he also bore some responsibility for the oversight. If his political rivals seized upon this opportunity to attack him, he could lose his position as captain, at the very least, and his contributions from last year's defense against the orcs would be erased. It seems there might be some truth to the rumors about this pretty boy baron. Was it arranged by that tulip countess? If so, perhaps he could cultivate a relationship with him. It would give him a powerful friend in the Grey Mountains. Archibald then politely said, "Thank you, Sir Achilles, for your reminder." He then left without a word. Once he had identified his target, even if he couldn't use force to test them, he had ways of uncovering their disguises. Archibald was gone for over an hour. When Archibald returned, his expression was grim, clearly confirming what Achilles had said. As soon as Archibald entered the reception room, he gave Achilles a formal aristocratic bow. "Thank you very much, Baron Achilles, for informing me. There is indeed a Tier 4 warrior hiding in the slave market. However, they are extremely well hidden. Without your specific warning, it would have been very difficult to discover them. I presume you have some kind of magical detection equipment." Achilles immediately stood up and returned the formal bow to Captain Archibald. "Captain Archibald, please don't mention it. I do indeed possess some magical equipment from the Tulip family." Achilles was directly exaggerating his capabilities and creating a powerful background for himself. This would facilitate early development and establish his position. As for verifying these claims, well, who would risk offending someone by investigating unless there was a conflict of interest? Archibald, upon hearing this, confirmed his suspicions. Otherwise, it's hard to explain how a novice knight could discover a hidden Tier 4 warrior. Furthermore, the previous few barons of Storm Territory were all knights or warriors of at least Tier 4 or 5 strength. They all died in Storm Territory. It was also unlikely that Haley would only send a single Tier 1 junior knight to protect Achilles, who wasn't even a full-fledged member of the organization. Such an action would be a blatant waste of the Tulip family's merits. Archibald suspected that Haley had other plans, but she kept them hidden, likely due to concerns about rumors and potential consequences. This was precisely the effect that Achilles intended by exaggerating his capabilities and creating a strong background to make people speculate about his connection to the Tulip family. Next, Achilles asked, "Captain Archibald, what are your plans for dealing with that Tier 4 warrior female elf?" Archibald shook his head. He hadn't yet figured out how to discreetly deal with the Tier 4 white wolf female elf. When he went to investigate earlier, he found that the female elf was extremely vigilant. Whenever someone approached her to inquire about her price, she immediately became suspicious and appeared ready to fight at any moment. This made it impossible for Archibald to quietly eliminate her. And if things were to escalate, that damned Bennett would surely report him to the capital. "It seems Captain Archibald has some concerns," Achilles said. "However, this matter is actually quite easy to resolve." Achilles understood Archibald's concern, the fear of being reported. Achilles had already thought about a solution before coming. "Oh? Does Baron Achilles have a way? Tell me. If you can help me resolve this matter, I will certainly reward Baron Achilles. Especially considering the trouble Baron Achilles is currently facing, I am confident that I can help." Since this Baron Achilles was sent by the Tulip Countess, Archibald wouldn't dismiss him lightly. Moreover, the fact that Baron Achilles came to see him suggested he wanted to use this matter as leverage to get Archibald to solve his supply problems. "There is definitely a way," Achilles replied meaningfully. "But my method requires me to know who Archibald's concerns are about." Archibald understood what Achilles was referring to, and he smiled. "That's easy enough. My concern is the deputy captain, Bennett. We are both at level 5, although I am a knight and he is a warrior. I am slightly stronger than him, but he has aligned himself with a powerful figure in the capital, so his background isn't insignificant. He has been eyeing my position as captain. And, coincidentally," Archibald continued, Bennett is also the one who is cutting off Baron Achilles' resources. That supply officer, Roland, is one of his people. Achilles was surprised to hear this. It seemed that the person causing him trouble was also at odds with Archibald, which made things easier. Oh? What a coincidence. Actually, my method is quite simple. We just need to transfer Deputy Captain Bennett and his people out of the fortress, and there's no way he can refuse. We can simply tell him that we have discovered a large number of orc tracks outside the fortress and order him to investigate. It's a military order, and even if he disagrees, he still has to go search for those orc tracks. But I don't have any information about orcs, Archibald said. If he returns and says he didn't find any traces of orcs, he will report us to our superiors. We may not have the information, but that level 4 Lyman Wolf Beastman does. We just need to assign someone to monitor her. The moment she shows any unusual activity, it proves that the time for her meeting with the orcs is approaching. At that point, you can order Bennett to go investigate the orc tracks. After he leaves, Achilles continued, you can explain to others that this level 4 Lyman Wolf Beastman was deliberately placed there to lure out any hidden orcs. Sending Bennett out was meant to cut off the orcs' escape route and create a pincer movement. Then all we need to do is eliminate the level 4 Lyman Wolf Beastmen inside the city. As for whether the orcs outside manage to escape, that will be Bennett's responsibility. After all, he failed to block their retreat in time. Maybe at that time, you can take the opportunity to set things right with him. Upon hearing this, Archibald's eyes lit up. It seems like it could actually work. Sir Achilles' strategy for Archibald was essentially a blame-shifting tactic. A 4th-tier Lyman wolf subspecies had already infiltrated, and it was clearly impossible to conceal this fact. Therefore, the only option was to use a larger event to overshadow Archibald's minor negligence. The original plan was perfect: lure the orcs in and then ambush them. However, due to someone's mistake, the plan failed. Lure the orcs in and then ambush them. However, due to someone's mistake, the plan failed. This major incident would be enough to cover up Archibald's shortcomings. As for why not seize the opportunity to eliminate this raiding party of orcs, it wasn't worth taking that risk. If the orcs could infiltrate a 4th-tier Lyman wolf subspecies into the fortress, then the orcs lurking outside were likely just as formidable. To eliminate them would require luring the orcs inside the fortress, but that was too risky. Archibald certainly wouldn't be willing to take such a gamble. Furthermore, plans of this magnitude usually had to be reported to the Legion. Otherwise, even if successful, only those who executed the plan would receive recognition. Archibald, as the one responsible, would likely face punishment. However, Sir Achilles, there's a bigger problem here. We can't let that Bennett fellow actually encounter the orcs. Otherwise, his 3 squads are likely to suffer heavy casualties. At that point, it would be my intelligence and command that failed, and the consequences could be even more severe. Archibald suddenly realized that he had no way of tracking the orcs' movements. If Bennett truly encountered the orcs, the situation would become much worse. Don't worry, Bennett won't encounter the orc army. Since the orcs have already infiltrated a 4th-tier Lyman wolf subspecies, there must be scouts outside as well. Since the orcs are planning to attack the fortress, they will likely avoid Bennett and his troops so as not to alert the fortress prematurely. They will probably wait until the fortress is breached before turning their attention to Bennett's squad, Achilles explained. That's right, their primary objective is undoubtedly to seize the fortress. They wouldn't risk confronting Bennett unless they had already taken the fortress. Exposing themselves would be too risky, and with such a small force, attempting a direct assault on the fortress after being exposed would be suicidal. Sir Achilles, thank you so much for everything today. I will definitely help you resolve this. After deciding on the counter-strategy, Archibald immediately invited Achilles to lunch, even changing his form of address. Brother Achilles, since your supply issues haven't been resolved yet, why don't you stay at Grey Fortress for a while? You still have over a month left in your term, right? And after I take care of the matter with Bennett, I will personally arrange for the supplies to be delivered to Storm Territory. It will definitely be better than what's currently available, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Achilles was overjoyed by this unexpected development. Thank you very much, Lord Archibald. After lunch at Archibald's residence, Achilles bid farewell and returned to his own lodgings. 10 days passed in a flash. One morning, Achilles woke up naturally, as usual. Indeed, a world without nightlife had perfectly adjusted his internal clock. While enjoying breakfast, Achilles opened his interface panel. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: Flame Breath Technique. Apprentice Knight, 81/100. Basic Archery. Beginner, 0/10. Attribute points, 20. I finally have enough attribute points. Today I can advance to a full-fledged knight and enter the ranks of extraordinary professionals. For the past 10 days, Achilles had stayed within the courtyard, diligently practicing his nightly breathing techniques. Even though the original owner's talent was relatively poor, 10 days of training still allowed Achilles to increase the level of his nightly breathing technique by 2 experience points. More importantly, Achilles' previous assumption was correct. When he practiced basic archery to the beginner level 2 days ago, the basic archery skill appeared on his panel. Now, he could practice and use attribute points to quickly upgrade it. After breakfast, Achilles greeted old Justin and the others, telling them that he needed a good rest today and didn't want to be disturbed. He asked them to hold any urgent matters until afternoon. Then, he returned to his room to prepare for his advancement to a full-fledged knight. Achilles had already inquired with Archibald about the process of advancing from an apprentice knight to a full-fledged knight. It wouldn't take long. Generally, it involves taking a life essence potion and allowing some time for the potion's effects to be absorbed. Then comes the process of awakening the seed of life, which also requires some time. However, the entire process shouldn't take more than half a day. Achilles didn't need to take the life essence potion, so he could skip the absorption phase, making the process even faster. He was confident that it would be completed before noon. Furthermore, awakening the seed of life wouldn't cause any significant disturbances. It only involves some internal changes within his body, unlike what Achilles had imagined. A powerful breakthrough with outward manifestations and earth-shattering consequences that others might notice. After adjusting his state in the room, Achilles immediately began allocating attribute points to the Blazing Breath skill, adding them until all 19 points were used. At this point, numerous experiences related to cultivating the Blazing Breath technique flooded Achilles' mind, flashing before him like a slideshow. It felt as if he had actually experienced these cultivation processes, and it was incredibly vivid. Once Achilles had fully absorbed all the experience points, subtle changes began to occur in his body. His muscles gradually became more toned and radiated a faint power. His skin also started to transform, similar to how snakes shed their skin. Achilles even shed a layer of skin, revealing a new layer underneath. This new layer felt smoother and more delicate than the previous one, and it was covered with a transparent substance that enhanced his physical defense and resistance to magic. The most significant change occurred in Achilles' heart. Not only did his heartbeat accelerate and blood flow increase, but he also felt as if all the power within him was converging towards his heart. This made Achilles feel as though his heart was about to explode. Achilles knew that this was a crucial moment for condensing his life seed. If he could endure this intense pain, his life seed would successfully condense. Enduring the excruciating pain, Achilles lost all sense of time. It felt both frozen and fleeting. Finally, after the last wave of intense pain subsided, Achilles' heart returned to normal. Apart from a layer of transparent substance on its surface, it looked no different than before. Immediately afterward, instead of power converging towards his heart began radiating immense power that flowed to his entire body via his blood vessels. At this moment, Achilles had truly succeeded, successfully advancing to the junior knight rank within the formal knight class. Achilles slowly opened his eyes and felt the surge of power in his body. Is this what it feels like to be a first-level extraordinary profession? It's incredible. I feel so powerful. I could definitely defeat 10 versions of my former self. If the strength of an apprentice knight was still within the realm of normal humans, with some being stronger than others, then advancing to the first level of an extraordinary profession marked a significant leap beyond that. Being able to kill a cow with a single punch would be considered an understatement. Achilles checked the time and realized that only a little over an hour had passed, which was significantly faster than those who advanced using life essence potions. Next, Achilles checked his character panel to see how long it would take for his next advancement. Name: Achilles Lewis. Basic skills: Flame Breath Technique, Tier 1 Novice Knight, 0/1000. Dapperty points, 0. After the Jackal Squad successfully advanced to become official knights, Achilles saw the data displayed on his panel. He discovered that if he relied solely on daily attribute points, it would take nearly 3 years to advance to a second-tier intermediate knight. This time wasn't necessarily slow, but it wasn't fast either. If he were ruling in a safe inland territory, it wouldn't be a problem. However, he was currently a baron in the dangerous frontier region of Storm Territory, so this rate of power increase felt too slow. He had just arrived at Grey Fortress and already encountered trouble, a deputy captain who was a 5th-tier silver warrior. Then, there were rumors of a 4th-tier orc preparing to attack the fortress. This clearly showed how dangerous this place was. It seems I need to find a way to acquire energy essence and awaken an innate talent. Perhaps I'll awaken a talent that boosts combat ability. The upcoming orcish assault will be an opportunity. Achilles thought that since he couldn't quickly improve his knight level, he would have to focus on developing his innate talents. But with my current novice experience, it's probably still difficult to directly defeat opponents of the same level. I should start with archery, a ranged skill. It's always easier to shoot arrows than to engage in close combat. Although the knight class is one of the most powerful classes among all extraordinary professions, Achilles is still a novice, and a double-life novice at that. The original Achilles had no practical experience, and the Achilles from Earth hadn't even killed a chicken, let alone a person. Therefore, Achilles planned to advance his basic archery skills to the next level before the orcish attack. A skilled archer could still kill low-level professionals of the first 3 tiers. In the following days, Achilles spent most of his time practicing archery, only occasionally practicing the triple flame slash. He hadn't practiced the knight breeding technique even once. He couldn't help it. Time was precious, and Achilles also wanted to conceal his true strength as a formal knight. After all, he still didn't know who was secretly plotting against him, so it was important to keep some cards up his sleeve for emergencies. Just like that, after 5 days of quiet training, someone came looking for him. It was Roland, the supply officer from before. "Sir Baron, your belongings have been with me for over 10 days now. This is becoming difficult for me to explain. What do you think? What's the rush? My term hasn't even started yet. Just pretend I never came here, and then you won't have anything to explain." Achilles knew that it was likely Lieutenant Bennett who couldn't wait any longer, or perhaps he was testing him. Therefore, Achilles was no longer as accommodating as he had been before. After giving a perfunctory response, he instructed Clay to escort the man out. Roland was only a low-level warrior of rank 1, and was naturally no match for Clay, the knight. So he could do nothing but leave dejectedly. That night, Achilles, who was sound asleep, suddenly received a danger alert. Danger at Grey Fortress. In 3 days, in the middle of the night, 2 battalions of hyena orcs will launch an attack on Grey Fortress. This includes 2 rank 5 hyena orc warriors, 4 rank 4 warriors, and several others. They will be joined by Lyman wolf subhumans. 3 days. Achilles, awakened from his sleep, muttered to himself while sitting up in bed. 3 days is neither a long nor a short time. Lieutenant Bennett might still be organizing troops, which could delay things by a day or 2. Therefore, he had to issue orders now. The next morning, Achilles found Captain Archibald and informed him that 2 battalions of hyena orcs were approaching and might take action within the next few days. He also attributed this suspicion to the Tulip family, while explaining that it was unlikely the orcs would remain hidden near the fortress for too long, as it would be too dangerous. Therefore, they must be planning to act within these 2 or 3 days. Hearing Achilles' explanation and the mention of the Tulip family, Archibald thought it made sense. After all, 2 battalions of orcs couldn't stay hidden for very long. In that case, I will now order Bennett to lead the 3rd, 5th, and 8th squadrons to the northeast to investigate any signs of the orcs. The captain of the 1st squadron, Locke, is already monitoring that rank 4 Lyman wolf subhuman around the clock. We'll wait for them to make a move, and then we'll give these orcs a surprise. Bennett will be taking 3 squadrons? Achilles was somewhat worried that the 700 soldiers of his unit wouldn't be able to hold off an attack by 2,000 orcs. Don't worry about that. Even if we face a full orc legion, the 8th squadron can defend Grey Fortress. As long as they don't try to fight us in open battle outside the city walls, dealing with just 2,000 hyena orcs will be more than enough. Orcs are not particularly skilled at siege warfare, so the fortresses of the Kingdom of Alpha are usually capable of withstanding attacks from several times their size, even up to 10 times. Achilles was unaware of this. After ensuring that Archibald understood the situation, Achilles excused himself and left, as Archibald needed to immediately convene a military meeting. As for Bennett being sent northeast, it was actually just a randomly chosen direction. In any case, those orcs were certainly lurking somewhere, so no matter where Bennett went, he wouldn't encounter them. During the subsequent military meeting at the fortress, Lieutenant Bennett heard that Archibald was planning to send him out to search for signs of orcs at this very moment. He was immediately furious, believing that Archibald was helping Achilles by deliberately sending him away. Just moments before, he had sent someone to urge Achilles, and now he was being ordered to leave the fortress to carry out some ridiculous orc hunting mission. It was too coincidental. However, he couldn't openly criticize this situation, so Bennett could only object through military actions. "Captain Archibald," he said, "how can there possibly be large groups of orcs around at this time? The orc army has only retreated less than half a year ago. You are disrupting the order of the troops." The Kingdom of Alpha's military discipline is equally strict. Conflicts between different factions are inevitable, but they must remain within certain limits. Anyone who dares to disrupt the order of the military, regardless of their background, will be severely punished. "Whether or not I have a grasp of the situation is my concern," Archibald replied. "I am the highest-ranking military officer here, and I have given you an order. You must go, whether you want to or not. As for whether I am disrupting the order of the troops, that's not something you get to decide. However, you can report me to the Legion commander after you complete your mission." Seeing that Bennett wasn't showing him any respect, Archibald didn't bother with further explanations and simply issued a direct command as the highest-ranking military officer. Bennett was speechless, glaring fiercely at Archibald. "All right," he said angrily, "I will definitely report this matter. You are disrupting the order of the troops." Bennett left in a huff. Archibald was right. Since the order had been given, he had to go even if he didn't want to. After Bennett left, Archibald instructed another lieutenant, Corey. "Corey, I need you to work hard these next few days and personally oversee the North Gate." "Ah, okay," Corey replied, completely bewildered. How did he get dragged into this? He was just a fourth-tier warrior, and he didn't even have the ambition to compete for the position of captain. However, despite the difficulties, the task still needs to be completed. 3 days after elite archer Archibald issued the order to Captain Bennett, Bennett finally led his 3 squadrons out of the north gate of the fortress and headed northeast into the wilderness. Seeing that Bennett had finally left, Achilles finally felt relieved. If Bennett hadn't left today, not only would Archibald be in trouble, but many of Achilles' plans and preparations would also have been impossible to implement or forced to be postponed. As Bennett led his 3 squadrons out of the north side of the fortress, scouts from the Knoll tribe, who were hiding in the mountains to the west, immediately detected the situation at the fortress and quickly returned deep into the forest to report. "Tig, did you see that? 3 squadrons from Grey Fortress are entering the wilderness mountain range. What are they doing there at this time? Have they discovered us? Are they preparing to flank and ambush us?" one of the Knoll scouts asked in confusion. "Dom, you're overthinking it," replied Tig. "If they had discovered us, they wouldn't have come out. Humans are a bunch of cowards. When fighting us, they only dare to hide within their castles. How could they possibly venture out?" "That's true," said Dom. "So, should we seize this opportunity and take action? Or go after those 3 squadrons and eliminate the human soldiers?" "No, we only have 2 battalions right now, which isn't enough to attack the fortress," Tig replied, rejecting Dom's suggestion. "Let's stick to the original plan. Wait for that White Wolf hybrid to open the city gates at night, and then we'll break in." Tig dismissed Dom's proposal and decided to continue waiting. After discussing it, the 2 Knoll battalion commanders ultimately adopted Tig's suggestion and took no action, choosing instead to continue waiting. Meanwhile, Achilles was desperately practicing archery. After firing an arrow, he suddenly sensed a change and quickly opened his character panel to check. Name, Achilles Louis, basic skills. Basic archery, novice, 3/10, attribute points, 8. Ah, finally, my basic archery skill can level up. Seeing that the basic archery skill had earned him 3 skill points, Achilles let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, he allocated all 8 attribute points to the basic archery skill. Suddenly, images of him practicing archery flooded his mind once more. Over the years, Achilles had fired thousands of arrows, and his brain and muscles had developed a corresponding memory of the intricate details of archery. After absorbing this experience, Achilles felt he had gained a new understanding of archery and sensed a significant improvement. He quickly reopened the panel to check. Daxidachary, Level 1, 0/20, Attribute Points, 0. Level 1 Basic Archery, let's see how powerful it is. Achilles immediately drew back his bow and nocked an arrow, aiming at a target 20 meters away. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, and in the next instant it struck the center of the target 20 meters away, piercing the bullseye and embedding itself deeply into the wall behind the target. Not bad. Achilles then fired 10 more arrows, and each one hit the bullseye. This astonished the members of the knightly squad who were practicing swordsmanship nearby. They knew that Baron Achilles had only managed to hit 3 out of 4 targets just a few days ago. But in such a short time, he had already achieved a perfect score of 10 out of 10. Could Baron Achilles be an archery prodigy? Sir Achilles, said Captain Clay of the knightly squad, approaching him. With your current level of archery skill, this range might not be challenging enough for you anymore. Indeed, Achilles replied. Come with me to the archery training range of the 8th Battalion and let's see how my skills measure up there. Achilles led Clay to the archery training ground, where dozens of people were already practicing. The 8th Battalion had a dedicated squad of archers, most of whom were only at a competent level. They could typically hit 3 out of 4 targets from a distance of 50 meters. Most ordinary professionals could reach this level with some practice. Achilles was able to gain 3 skill points in just a few days because he was a level 1 novice knight. In addition, there were 7 or 8 squad leaders who were elite archers capable of hitting 6 or 7 out of 10 targets at 50 meters and 3 out of 4 targets at 100 meters. Those who can achieve this level are already the elite among ordinary soldiers, and even for professionals, a certain degree of talent is required. The captain of an archery squad could hit 8 or 9 out of 10 targets at a distance of 50 meters and around 5 or 6 out of 10 at 100 meters, a truly exceptional marksman. This level of skill is the upper limit for ordinary soldiers. Even professionals require extraordinary talent and years of dedicated training to reach it. Beyond the marksman level are archers or masters, who not only possess incredible archery skills, but also need the strength of a professional and the enhancement of enchanted bows. However, due to the widespread use and continuous improvement of magical crossbows, fewer people now focus on mastering this skill. Those with exceptional talent in archery often transition to focusing on professional-level training after reaching the marksman level. For example, Lieutenant Reese of the 8th Battalion is an archer prodigy who reached the marksman level even before becoming a soldier. He then used the resources gained from his archery skills to focus on professional-level training and has now become a mid-level warrior of the 2nd rank. After obtaining permission from Captain Reese of the archery squad, Achilles entered the shooting range. He first went to the 50-meter range and fired 10 arrows in quick succession. Surprisingly, 7 of them hit the target. Next, Achilles moved to the 100-meter range and fired another 10 arrows, hitting only 3 targets. It seems my archery skills have reached the elite marksman level. The second rank must be the marksman level. And I estimate that my basic archery skills can only improve to the 2nd rank. Clay, who had been following Achilles, was astonished. He couldn't believe that Baron Achilles was already an elite marksman. Could he also be an archer prodigy? After practicing for over an hour, Achilles confirmed his current archery abilities and returned to his quarters to rest. He also instructed the night squad to stop training, as there would be fighting later that night. As midnight approached, Achilles, who had been preparing for battle, suddenly heard intense fighting sounds coming from the northern district. He realized that it was the 4th-level White Wolf humanoid causing the commotion. However, Achilles didn't immediately rush over, fearing being caught in the crossfire of a battle between mid-level professionals. Gradually, Achilles noticed that the sound of the fighting seemed to be shifting eastward and then abruptly stopped. Immediately after, a sudden burst of flames erupted at the north gate, accompanied by the sounds of trumpets and battle. It started. Let's go. We need to see what's happening. When Achilles arrived with a squad of knights at the north gate, he saw that while the gate was still closed, there were numerous corpses of gnoll creatures scattered around it. It seemed that Archibald had deliberately opened the gate, allowing the gnolls to begin their assault. These gnolls, intentionally allowed inside, were quickly and completely killed. Now, the city walls were filled with shouts of battle. Achilles also saw Captain Archibald on the eastern side of the gate, effortlessly engaging two level 5 null creatures in a fierce fight, holding his own against both. Immediately, Achilles led his squad towards the western side of the gate. He didn't want to stay near that intense level 5 battle. It felt too dangerous. Once on the city walls, Achilles first found Lieutenant Corey, who was directing the fighting. Upon seeing Achilles arrive with his entire night squad for support, Lieutenant Corey immediately assigned them to the 4th Squad, where they would assist in defending a section of the wall. When Achilles reached the area defended by the 4th Squad, he discovered that it was understaffed, consisting of only about 70 or 80 soldiers. No wonder Corey had sent them here. Furthermore, the 4th Squad only had 8 specialized combatants, professionals. Captain Phelan was a middle-aged level 2 intermediate warrior, and the other 7 were all level 1 novice warriors. At this point, 4 null professionals had already made it onto the walls, 2 level 2s and 2 level 1s. Additionally, there were about 10 more null professionals below, leading over 100 others in a frenzied assault on the wall. Captain Phelan, along with his 4 professional subordinates, was engaged in fierce combat with the 4 null professionals on the wall, while simultaneously directing the rest of the squad to repel the nulls attempting to climb the walls. Just as Achilles arrived, he saw another level 1 null creature scale the wall. Without a second thought, he raised his hand and fired an arrow directly at it. The arrow sliced through the air with a sharp sound and instantly struck the gnoll's throat. The level 1 gnoll, who had just been excited about reaching the walls, couldn't believe what was happening. He instinctively clutched his throat and then slumped backward, becoming the first professional to die on that section of the wall. As the level 1 gnoll fell and died, Achilles immediately saw a faint white light drift towards him and enter his body. Lee Wheely immediately opened the panel to check. Name: Achilles Louis. Innate ability: Enhanced Precognition. Beginner prediction: 0/100. Passively predict danger once a day, within a range of 1 kilometer, with an effect lasting 3 days. Also, you can sense malicious intent directed towards you from close proximity. Energy Essence: 1. As expected, the white light was energy essence. A first-level professional could obtain a small amount of energy essence. After confirming that he had obtained the energy essence, Achilles quickly closed the panel and focused his attention back on the battlefield. Upon refocusing on the battle, Lee Wei immediately felt a strong sense of tension and unease. The previous arrow was an instinctive reaction, followed by being distracted by the white light. Now that he had regained his composure, this rookie naturally started to feel nervous and uncomfortable. After Achilles fired his first arrow and killed a first-level hyena man, Captain Phelan, who had been worried about more hyena men rushing in, immediately shouted, "Excellent archery, brother! Please help take care of the 2 first-level hyena men on the wall, then deal with those below." This sudden shout and request helped Achilles calm down slightly. He took a deep breath and replied, "Understood." He immediately drew back his bow and aimed at another first-level hyena man who was engaged in combat. At that moment, a second-level hyena man saw Achilles preparing to draw his bow again. He immediately broke away from the 2 first-level human warriors attacking him and charged towards Achilles. Seeing this, Captain Clay rushed forward to intercept him. With his strength as a first-level novice knight, along with his weapons and armor, he actually managed to push the second-level hyena man back and even seemed to be suppressing him. This sudden turn of events caused a slight distraction among the first-level hyena men. Achilles seized the opportunity and fired another arrow, hitting the first-level hyena man directly in the eye. On the chaotic battlefield, a scream was followed by the immediate death of the first-level hyena man. After this first-level hyena man died, another first-level hyena man was immediately surrounded and attacked by a first-level warrior from the 4th Squad. The second-level hyena man, who was fighting with Captain Phelan, saw this and let out a roar in beast language. Immediately, the jackal-like creatures below began using their slingshots, launching stones towards the city walls. A barrage of stones rained down, instantly killing some soldiers and causing minor chaos on the wall. Even a squire near Achilles was struck in the chest by a stone. Fortunately, the quality of the armor provided by the Tulip family was good enough that he only suffered intense pain and no serious injuries. However, Achilles himself was quite shaken. It was his first time witnessing such a scene. Then came the second and third waves of stones, and the soldiers began to falter, involuntarily retreating. Seeing this, Captain Phyalin suddenly unleashed a surge of power. He endured a blow himself before unleashing a holy light cross slash, instantly killing the jackal-like creature of rank 2. Don't retreat. Retreating will only lead to faster deaths. Show your courage, fight alongside me and eliminate these beasts. Victory will be ours. 4th Squad. After Captain Phelan killed the jackal-like creature of rank 2, he immediately shouted words of encouragement to the soldiers. Achilles then joined in defending the city walls, firing arrows at the jackal-like creatures attempting to scale the wall. He also ordered half of his night squad to go and assist in the defense. Meanwhile, Captain Phylan, having stabilized the morale, quickly prepared to help Clay kill the last jackal-like creature of rank 2. However, that jackal-like creature suddenly turned and fled. Although Clay was a bit slow, he couldn't stop it, but he managed to strike a blow from behind, wounding it severely. Achilles witnessed this scene and immediately shifted his position, firing an arrow at the fleeing jackal-like creature. Unable to avoid the incoming arrow in mid-air, the jackal-like creature was struck through the heart and crashed heavily to the ground, clearly dead. Immediately afterward, a beam of light, slightly larger than before, entered Achilles' body. Medics, quickly bring up the wounded soldiers and get them treated. After Captain Phelan saw that the city walls were clear, he immediately began directing the soldiers. Then, another wave of jackal-like creatures prepared to attack, and among them was a jackal-like creature of rank 3. Achilles fired 5 or 6 arrows in quick succession, but none of them managed to stop the jackal-like creature of rank 3 from reaching the wall. Just when Achilles thought things were about to get worse, Captain Phyalin suddenly pulled out a crossbow and aimed it at the jackal-like creature of rank 3. The crossbow then glowed with blue light, and a blue energy arrow was fired towards the jackal-like creature of rank 3. A loud explosion followed. The third-level gnoll simply vanished within the city walls, leaving behind only a few fragments that rolled along the surface. Achilles looked at the disappearing third-tier gnoll and exclaimed, "Magic crossbow." "Yes," explained Clay, who had returned to Achilles' side. "Generally, magic crossbows used by military units are only of second-tier quality. However, Captain Phelan seems to be using third-tier explosive arrows, which is why he was able to instantly kill this third-tier gnoll." After the third-tier gnoll was instantly killed, the gnoll attack temporarily ceased. The first and second-tier professionals who were about to climb the walls immediately retreated back to the ground with the other gnolls. Achilles was about to lean out to shoot more gnolls and earn some energy essence, but Clay pulled him back. Just as Achilles looked confused, another barrage of stone projectiles rained down, startling him. If it weren't for Clay pulling him back just now, he might have been hit by one of the stones. "Thank you," Achilles said gratefully to Clay. Clay simply shook his head. After seeing the stone projectiles stop, he glanced outside and immediately said, "Sir, you can fire now." Achilles immediately followed his instructions, knocking an arrow and firing, reaping the lives of the gnolls. At the same time, 5 or 6 qualified archers from the 4th Squad joined in, targeting the fleeing goblins. However, at this point, many of the professional gnolls had already blended into the crowd. Combined with the darkness of night, it was difficult for the archers to spot them using only the faint light. Therefore, only the ordinary gnolls were being shot. Next, Captain Phelan of the 4th Squad didn't let everyone rest. Instead, he immediately led half of his soldiers towards the left side wall. That was where the 9th Squad was stationed, and at that moment, a large number of gnolls had already charged forward. Just as Deputy Commander Corey was preparing to dispatch the 10th Squad for support, he saw that the 4th Squad was moving to provide assistance. He immediately ordered the 10th Squad to move to the eastern wall for reinforcement. Achilles, along with his Night Squad, also rushed to the 9th Squad's defensive line to provide support. Together with the 4th Squad, they successfully killed the goblins who had climbed onto the walls. Achilles and Clay each killed one first-tier gnoll, and the Night Squad worked together to kill another first-tier gnoll. After experiencing 2 lines of defense battles, Achilles gradually adapted to this type of combat. Although he was still nervous, at least his legs weren't shaking anymore. Following the repelling of the gnoll forces on the first 2 sections of the wall, other defensive positions along the walls also successfully drove back the remaining gnolls. Suddenly, a trumpet sounded, and the north gate was opened again. A cavalry squadron charged out, completely disrupting the retreating gnoll formation. This cavalry squadron was the elite 1st Squadron of the 8th Battalion. The squadron leader, Sergeant Locke, a 4th-rank warrior, rode a 1st-rank flame horse and easily broke through the Gnaw ranks. No Gnaw could stop the charging cavalry. In just a short time, 6 or 7 Gnaw warriors had already been killed by the 1st Squadron's charge. Among them, a 4th-rank Gnaw lieutenant was slain by Locke. While the 1st Squadron was pressing its advantage, 2 5th-rank Gnaw captains momentarily lost focus. Archibald immediately seized the opportunity and unleashed his full power, successfully killing one of the 5th-rank Gnaw captains. This instantly terrified the other 5th-rank Gnaw captain, who turned and jumped off the wall without a second thought. Archibald quickly pursued him. The deputy commander, Corey, who had been overseeing the entire operation, saw that the gnolls were routed and fleeing into the darkness. He immediately blew his trumpet again, calling back the 1st Squadron, which was still in pursuit. It was already late at night, and pursuing the orcs beyond the range of the city's defenses would be difficult. Seeing all the gnolls escape, the soldiers on the wall cheered wildly. Although the 8th Battalion had suffered some casualties, compared to the victory achieved, these losses were worthwhile. War always involves death. Achilles, a rookie who participated in his first battle and achieved a great victory, was incredibly excited. However, when he saw the severed limbs and dismembered bodies on the wall and the pervasive smell of blood everywhere, Achilles couldn't escape the necessary experience for new recruits. He crouched down and vomited uncontrollably, nearly bringing up bile. The other members of the knightly order looked at Achilles with a strange expression. They couldn't imagine that the man who was currently vomiting here was actually the Baron who had just killed so many gnolls on the battlefield. However, no one ridiculed or looked down on Achilles' performance. After all, his first time on the battlefield was far below even a tenth of what Baron Name could achieve. They were simply impressed by the Baron's patience, that he could endure so much before finally showing the typical signs of a rookie soldier. At this point, after assigning tasks for cleaning up the battlefield, Sergeant Phelan found Achilles, who had been performing admirably with his bow. Seeing Achilles' pale face and constant vomiting, Phelan was taken aback. He couldn't believe that the archer who had helped them repel the gnolls was actually a rookie on his first battle. He couldn't help but praise him. This young man is truly impressive. To perform so well on your very first time on the battlefield is remarkable. After finally emptying his stomach, Achilles felt slightly better. Hearing Sergeant Phelan's praise, he managed a weak smile. "Sergeant Phelan, you are too kind. Without the help of the night squad, I would have been completely overwhelmed." Sergeant Phelan was surprised. He realized that this young archer likely had an escort from another unit and even possessed a first-level novice knight. It seemed this young man's status was not ordinary. He immediately straightened up and said respectfully, "Thank you for your assistance, sir. May I know your name so I can inform the military judge to record your achievements?" "I am Achilles, the newly appointed Baron of Storm Territory." Hearing the mention of achievements, Achilles immediately revealed his identity. Storm Territory. Sergeant Phelan was astonished. He couldn't believe that this brave young man was actually the newly appointed Baron of Storm Territory. But how could he only have a first-level novice knight? How did he acquire the title of Baron through military achievements? He immediately bowed to Achilles. His position as a sergeant with no background was insignificant compared to an inherited Baron. "Sergeant Phelan from the 8th Battalion, 4th Company, salutes you, Your Excellency." Achilles smiled and then said awkwardly, "Sergeant Phelan, there's no need for such formality." "About that." "Understood. Your Excellency can return now. I will ensure your achievements are properly recorded." "Thank you, Sergeant Phelan." Achilles immediately expressed his gratitude and then, along with Clay and the others, left the Northern District. Since they were not military personnel, they could directly return to their respective residences. After a battle that required intense concentration, he was mentally and physically exhausted. Upon returning to his quarters, he immediately fell asleep, unlike other recruits who were unable to sleep due to shock. As for military achievements, war merits, Achilles and Clay weren't worried at all. The Alpha Kingdom had a very strict and complex system for calculating war merits. The officers responsible for recording these achievements were directly appointed by the royal family from the capital, and they were ordinary citizens with no political connections. These officers were ranked at least as captains, and after they recorded the war merits, the information was made public throughout the entire army to ensure transparency and prevent anyone from claiming credit unfairly. Such a strict system was in place to prevent officers from taking credit for others' accomplishments. Any such offense would be severely punished. The specific method for recording war merits was simple. Killing 20 ordinary soldiers earned 1 ninth-grade merit. Killing a first-tier professional also earned a ninth-grade merit. Killing a second-tier professional earned an 8th-grade merit, and so on, with each higher tier earning progressively higher grades of merit. Killing a 9th-tier professional earned a 1st-grade merit. In addition to individual war merits, there were also unit achievements and command credits. Unit achievements were usually converted into gold coins and distributed among the members. Officers who received command credits would also share some of their earnings with their subordinates. Individual war merits could also be exchanged for training resources or cultivation techniques. After all, the military only provided soldiers with basic rations, essential supplies, and cultivation techniques that allowed them to reach the first-tier professional level. Any further advancements in skills and other resources had to be earned by the soldiers themselves. Of course, the most important use of war merits was for conferring titles and nobility, which could allow commoners to rise through the social ranks. For example, accumulating a 3rd-grade merit would grant a baron title and a barony. Accumulating a 2nd-grade merit could earn a viscountale and a barony. Accumulating a 2nd-grade merit could earn a viscount title and a viscounty. Therefore, if a family consistently sent members to serve in the military for 2 or 3 generations, and those members were able to advance to at least the mid-level professional ranks, they would likely accumulate enough war merits to earn a 3rd-grade merit, granting them nobility. However, most of these territories are located in the frontier regions, as only those areas have vast tracts of available land. In more stable inland regions, it might take decades or even centuries for new lands to become available. This is also why the kingdom has specifically implemented policies to provide various forms of support and assistance to newly appointed barons in the border regions. Otherwise, these nobles who gain their titles and territories through military achievements would be unable to defend them. If that were the case, acquiring territory would be meaningless, and military achievements would not be as highly valued, leading to a decline in military strength. However, there is also an opportunity to acquire relatively stable territories in the south. This can be achieved by accumulating enough merit points to reach the 1st-tier level after achieving 2nd-tier merit points. In that case, one can directly apply to the kingdom for a baroncy in a relatively stable southern region. Furthermore, there are other ways to ascend to higher nobility. One can either accumulate 10 first-tier merit points or directly kill a legendary professional of rank 9 or above, which would grant them the title of count. It's important to remember that the Alpha Kingdom, with its 1,000-year history, currently only has 5 Grand Dukes, 6 Marquises, and 7 Counts, plus the royal family, totaling just 19 noble families. In short, in the Alpha Kingdom, as long as you can accumulate enough merit points, you can obtain any title except for positions within the royal family. Regarding military achievements of noble armies, these are self-reported by the nobles themselves. They can assign them to whomever they choose. However, all noble families must submit a report on their accumulated merit points every 100 years, and the royal family will provide subsidies for these achievements. Therefore, the children of nobles who serve in the military can transfer their achievements to their families, but not to specific individuals within the family. This is why noble families cultivate children who are not eligible for inheritance, to have them earn merit points for the family. Only by contributing enough merit points to the family can they accumulate their own merit points, as was the case with Captain Archibald. The specific submission requirements are: Baron families, 1/5 tier merit point; Viscount families, 1/4 tier merit point; Viscount families, 1/4 tier merit point; Count families, 1/3 tier merit point; Marquis families, 1/2 tier merit point; Duke families, 1/1 tier merit point; Duke families, 1/1 tier merit point. If these requirements are not met, the noble's title will be demoted by 1 rank. It is precisely this almost perverse system of merit points that has made everyone in the Alpha Kingdom, from the nobles themselves to those without inheritance rights, and even military officer families who have accumulated achievements over generations, become brave and skilled warriors. This system has also earned the Alpha Kingdom's noble families a reputation for being fierce and formidable. The next morning, Achilles was still having nightmares when he suddenly heard old Justin knocking on the door and talking outside, which startled him awake. Achilles, sitting on the bed, shook his head vigorously to clear his thoughts. After calming down a bit, he said, "Old Justin, what's up?" "Sir, Lord Archibald is here. He came specifically to see you." "Why was Archibald here so early?" "Something must have happened." "I understand. I'll be right there." Achilles immediately got out of bed, quickly washed his face, and went to the reception room. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was really exhausted last night." As soon as Achilles saw Archibald, he expressed his apologies. "Haha, it's nothing. I'm just very excited, that's why I came so early." From Archibald's expression, it seemed like nothing bad had happened. "How did the battle go last night?" "I couldn't handle it anymore, so I went back to rest after the fighting ended." "Achilles is truly no ordinary person," Archibald said with admiration. "Not only is he an elite marksman, but he also performed exceptionally well in his first major battle. And to be able to sleep so soundly afterward, that's impressive." Archibald had clearly heard from Captain Phelan of the 4th Squadron about Achilles' performance last night. Achilles smiled wryly inwardly. He'd just changed his clothes, and if Archibald hadn't come, he would still be struggling with nightmares. "As for the results," Archibald continued, "I think you can see from my expression that they were significant. The gains from last night were even greater than those during the orc invasion half a year ago. We killed a total of 865 Gnoll warriors, including 35 professionals. There was 1 level 5, 1 level 4, 3 level 3s, 10 level 2s, and 20 level 1s. We also captured 34 individuals, 2 of whom were professionals, but they were all level 1s. Most importantly, our losses were minimal. Only 51 people were killed, with only 3 being professionals, all of them low-level warriors. 8 others were injured, including 1 low-level warrior. This casualty rate is a resounding victory. Grey Fortress hasn't seen such a decisive win in years. The collective achievement and the command achievement alone will definitely earn at least 2 6th-class medals. Add to that the individual combat achievements, and the 8th Battalion has had a very successful operation. Haha. "By the way, Achilles," Archibald said, "your combat record has been tallied. Please take a look and see if there are any discrepancies. Your Storm Squad killed 5 level 1 professionals, 1 level 2 professional, and 30 ordinary soldiers. That translates to 1 8th-class medal and 6.5 9th-class medals. You personally earned 1 8th-class medal and 3 9th-class medals. Captain Archibald earned 1 9th-class medal, and the Night Squad earned 1 as well. The rest of you collectively earned another half 9th-class medal. Then, Captain Clay and his team's achievements, will they be recorded under the Storm Territory banner or the Tulip Wing banner? Brother Achilles, please clarify this for me. Once I have that information, I need to report it to the Legion." Achilles had experienced so much the previous night that he wasn't entirely clear on the results of the battle from his side. He looked up at Clay, who was standing beside him. Clay immediately understood and nodded, indicating that the merits were in order. After a moment of consideration, Li Cha decided, "Let's exchange 1.5 9th ranks merits from Storm Territory for 15 1st-rank explosive arrows. The 9th ranks merits earned by the Night Squad will be recorded under Captain Rogers' name, and Captain Clay's merits will be recorded under his own name." Everyone present was taken aback by Achilles' words. "Sir, this isn't appropriate. Our merits are usually—" Clay tried to interject, but Achilles cut him off. "I don't care about the past. Here, all the merits earned in your first year belong to you." Seeing that Achilles had made his decision, Clay immediately bowed respectfully. "Thank you, sir." Archibald nodded approvingly from the side. "All right. Also, this 8th Battalion will earn at least 1 6th rank's merit as a collective achievement. If converted into gold coins, each person would receive approximately 70 gold coins. However, since you are not soldiers of the 8th Battalion, you cannot benefit from this merit. But I have discussed with Deputy Captain Corey, and we have decided to deduct 500 gold coins from his officer's command merits as compensation for you. Furthermore, I will also provide additional resources from Storm Territory to compensate you. In any case, I will make sure you are satisfied." "No problem then. I thank Captain Archibald." Achilles was naturally very happy to receive 500 gold coins for free, especially since he himself was quite poor. "All right, that's decided. Here are the 500 gold coins. Please keep them safe. I will personally handle the resource issue for Storm Territory later. However, it would be best if you leave Grey Fortress within the next 2 days and head to Storm Territory, so that Bennett doesn't come back and cause more trouble. After all, this is originally his responsibility. Archibald instructed his subordinates to bring over a small box containing 500 gold coins. After Achilles took the box from Archibald, he suddenly remembered the battle from the North District to the East District last night. Sir Archibald, what happened to that fourth-rank lineman wolf orc last night? Was it captured? No, that female subhuman was too fast and agile. Although Locke inflicted serious injuries on her, she still managed to escape over the city walls. She escaped? That's a shame, Achilles said regretfully. Haha, what? Achilles, you have a taste for that kind of thing, don't you? Want me to get you a female subhuman? Just an ordinary one. I don't have any fourth-tier ones, Archibald said with a knowing smile. Ah? No, I just feel bad about missing out on the 6th-level merit, Achilles quickly explained. Of course, that female subhuman was indeed quite something, but what Achilles had been thinking about was actually the military achievement. Yes, the military achievement. Haha, yes, it's a shame to miss out on a 6th-level merit. Archibald suddenly remembered that Achilles also had a powerful female Marquis as his wife, so he knew Achilles wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. He was about to get up and leave when he seemed to remember something. By the way, Achilles, you should be about to become a full-fledged knight soon. If you haven't prepared any life essence yet, I suggest you exchange that 6th-level merit for some. After all, you're already a baron, so you don't need to accumulate military achievements anymore. And a vial of life essence costs 1,500 gold coins on the black market, while a 6th-level merit only gets you 500 gold coins. That's a very good deal. Of course, each person can only exchange once. If you want to exchange it, we can sign a formal document together, so I can arrange for it to be delivered to you. Just one 6th-level merit for a vial of life essence? It seems like another policy the kingdom has in place to encourage military achievements. He paused for a moment. Okay, and I'll also exchange my 3 7th-level merits for a first-tier magical crossbow. That's a wise choice. I have the magical crossbow and magical arrows here. I can give them to you right away. Captain Archibald praised him, then took out a military document. After Achilles signed it, Archibald left with the document. After Archibald left, Achilles addressed the group of knight trainees. I'll contribute 300 gold coins for my share, and each of you 12 apprentice knights will receive 20 gold coins. Captain Archibald will get 60 gold coins. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, because the 500 gold coins were a gift from the 8th Squad to Captain Achilles, not part of their war merits. Therefore, they had no right to share them. However, to everyone's surprise, Captain Achilles generously gave them more than half of the gold, and he had just recorded the war merits in their names. Captain Achilles was truly generous. If they were lucky enough to survive and return, their earnings this year might be greater than what they would have earned in 10 years at Tulip Farm. Seeing the gleaming gold coins, no one could refuse. Thank you, Captain. You're welcome. We fought together, so we share the rewards. Clay, take a few people to the slave market and bring back the slaves we bought earlier. Remember, don't give them any food allowance. Then, find a place for them to clean up and bring them into the courtyard. Achilles remembered that Clay had been instructed to leave before Vice Captain Bennett returned, so he decided to bring the slaves back first. Yes, Captain. Immediately, Clay led 6 people to the slave market. Meanwhile, after returning to his room, Achilles finally had time to check his stats panel and see how much soul essence he had gained last night. He wondered if it was enough to awaken his second innate talent. Thinking this, Achilles sat down and immediately opened the stats panel. He saw that the soul essence column had changed. Soul essence, 13. Click to randomly awaken. Seeing 13 points of soul essence, Achilles realized that killing that second-tier gnoll had earned him 10 points. He wondered if a third-tier creature would yield 100 points. It seemed his innate talent would level up faster than his base level. And with just 13 points, he could awaken an innate talent, which was an incredible deal. Without hesitation, Achilles clicked on the random talent option in the panel and silently prayed, "Please, let it be a powerful talent, otherwise things will be difficult." Suddenly, the data on the panel changed and the random talent appeared. Achilles quickly checked. Name, Achilles Louis. Basic skills, flame breathing technique, novice knight, 0-1000. Innate talent, enhanced precognition, novice precognition, 0/100. passively predict danger once a day within a 1 kilometer radius, with an effect lasting 3 days. Also able to sense malice directed to or close range. Ultimate speed, basic speed, 0/100. This attribute doubles your current attack speed, movement speed, reaction time, and agility. Energy essence, 3. Requires a higher base level to awaken next. Achilles was overjoyed to discover that the talent he awakened on his second day was related to speed. This was a fundamental talent for improving overall strength, and it also enhanced his ability to escape danger. As mentioned later, both attack speed and movement speed would be doubled. A doubling of stats represents a significant qualitative leap. According to information obtained from Clay, professionals in the first 3 tiers are generally classified as entry-level. The differences between these tiers don't represent a qualitative change. For example, a second-tier professional of the same attribute and profession is only about 35% stronger than a first-tier one, while a third-tier professional is approximately 45% stronger than a second-tier one. This means that the speed of a third-tier professional is not double that of a first-tier one. However, Achilles has now directly gained a doubling of his speed, which surpasses even the speed of a third-tier professional. Furthermore, the knight attribute is inherently about 30 professionals stronger than the warrior attribute. Therefore, with Achilles' current speed, he could definitely compete with a high-level third-tier warrior. If he catches them off guard, he might even be able to instantly defeat a high-level third-tier knight. If his opponent is aware and has good equipment, he can also quickly escape. This offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, a perfect combination of attack and retreat. This talent, extreme speed, is far superior to simply enhancing combat power. Achilles was extremely satisfied with this talent. However, Achilles then noticed that there were limitations on the energy essence required to awaken his third talent. He would need to reach the mid-level knight rank before he could proceed. Fortunately, it didn't restrict the improvement of his existing 2 talents. Next, he needs to continue hunting orc professionals to improve his basic speed and advance to a higher level. This will significantly boost his overall strength. However, he also needs to find ways to accelerate his knight level progression. He can't rely solely on the daily attribute points. Moreover, he still needs attribute points to enhance other skills. It seems he will need to train diligently in the future. In addition, he heard that there are many potions and materials that can help professionals advance more quickly. Once he stabilizes his position at Storm Territory, he might be able to explore this avenue as well. After planning his next steps for improving his strength, Achilles continued practicing the flame-breathing technique. In the evening, Captain Archibald's personal guard delivered a first-tier magic crossbow and 15 first-tier explosive arrows to Achilles. Although they were all only first-tier items, the magic crossbow was easy to use, and its accuracy was significantly better than that of a regular bow and arrow. A first-tier user could reliably eliminate targets with it, and even second-tier individuals would be hesitant to approach without proper precautions. After inspecting the magic crossbow, the guard informed Achilles that the supplies from Storm Territory would be ready tonight. Captain Archibald suggested that he leave for Storm Territory early the next morning. Bennett likely already had news of what was happening in the fortress and was probably rushing back. Achilles immediately instructed the guard to convey his gratitude to Captain Archibald and let him know that he would be leaving Grey Fortress early the next morning, giving Archibald a chance to visit Storm Territory. After seeing off Archibald's guard, Achilles notified everyone to get a good night's rest, as they would be departing for Storm Territory early the next morning. The next day, Achilles woke up early. After everyone had breakfast, they split into groups. Old Justin and 6 apprentice knights, along with the purchased slave laborers, headed towards the north gate and waited there. Achilles, accompanied by Clay and 6 other apprentice knights, went to the warehouse they had been directed to. This time, it wasn't the Roland supply officer who was waiting at the warehouse, but Archibald's personal guard, the same one who had delivered the magic crossbow yesterday. "Sir Baron," the guard said urgently, "your supplies are all inside. Please inspect them and take them with you if everything is satisfactory." The guard seemed very anxious, as if he had been waiting there all night. Achilles was even more curious about what Archibald had prepared for him. "All right, I'll check it out right away." Achilles then entered the warehouse with Clay and the others. Damn. The contents of the warehouse with Clay and the others. Damn. The contents of the warehouse were indeed surprising to Achilles. He had initially thought that Archibald would only provide him with some high-quality items, but what he saw now was something else entirely. 1,000 serfs, all seemingly in their prime working years with only 200 young women among them. Was this a deliberate arrangement by Archibald to ensure that the young men in the territory wouldn't become restless? There were also 400 tons of grain, along with approximately 20 tons of smoked meats and dried meat that could be preserved for a long time. There were 50 oxen, all in their prime, including 15 female cows. There were 100 horses, and among them, Achilles discovered 12 war horses suitable for military use. Then there was the weaponry: 12 sets of brand new iron armor, 100 sets of leather armor, 20 bows, 200 arrows, 100 long swords, 100 spears, and 50 wooden shields. These were all high-quality items currently used by the military. Finally, there were 50 elite soldiers. These were indeed elite troops, and they had clearly seen battle. Achilles could even sense their aura of combat readiness. However, 10 of them seemed to have some disabilities, which puzzled Achilles. Seeing his confusion, one of the guards immediately explained, "My Lord Baron, these 10 soldiers were discharged from the 8th Company due to their injuries. However, their combat skills are still excellent, and they are experienced veterans who can help you train new recruits. Because they are old comrades, the captain wanted to find a way for them to continue serving. They will still receive an annual salary of 1 gold coin. Of course, if you think it's not suitable, I can replace them right now." Achilles looked at these battle-hardened veterans and sighed, admiring Captain Archibald's thoughtfulness. The 800 young farm laborers were excellent recruits, and now he was even provided with professional instructors. Archibald was truly a good friend. "I want them," Achilles said firmly. "They are experienced soldiers. There's no need to replace them." Achilles dismissed the guard's concerns and stepped forward, speaking loudly. "Comrades, you have chosen to follow me to the dangerous storm territory in search of a better future. Therefore, I, Baron Achilles of the Storm Territory, promise you here that I will not let you down. The Storm Territory are indeed dangerous, but if we are brave and strong enough, we can establish ourselves there and leave this land for your children and grandchildren. Even if some of you unfortunately perish on the path ahead, I will ensure that your families live out their lives in peace. Here, as Baron of the Storm Territory, I am establishing a system of benefits for those who serve. Ordinary soldiers who die in battle will receive 30 gold coins as compensation, to be paid over 30 years at a rate of 1 gold coin per year. Skilled workers who die in service will have their descendants trained and educated within the territory, ensuring that future generations continue the tradition." Achilles' generous benefits package stunned everyone present. It was 3 times the amount offered by the kingdom, and it guaranteed a future for their families. It was incredibly generous and compassionate. "We will remain loyal to you until our deaths." 50 elite soldiers immediately knelt down and swore their allegiance to Achilles. Achilles, seeing this, nodded approvingly. "Let's go." Grey Fortress is approximately 80 kilometers away from Storm Territory in a straight line. When the kingdom established Storm Territory, it had already built a relatively wide road. Achilles initially estimated that he could reach Storm Territory in about 2 days. However, with so many serfs and supplies now accompanying him, his progress would be significantly slower, likely taking 3 or 4 days. Of course, if Clay's night squad were to travel alone, they might only need half a day to arrive. And with magical beasts as mounts, the journey would be even faster. On the first day, everyone made good progress. As evening approached, Achilles and his group found a suitable location, set up camp, and began to rest. Old Justin then organized the serfs to start fires for warmth and prepare food. It was still early spring, and the nighttime temperatures in the north were very cold. Achilles didn't have enough warm clothing to distribute to all the serfs. The 50 soldiers were formed into an infantry company under Achilles' command, responsible for basic defense along the way. Achilles appointed 2 of the most experienced and respected individuals as captain and deputy captain of the company. One was named Parker, who had lost sight in his right eye, and the other was named Jenkins, who had broken 2 fingers on his left hand. Both men were in their early 30s. If they couldn't advance to become professionals within the next few years, they would likely never have another opportunity. For humans on the continent of Noah, their vitality begins to decline after the age of 35, making it impossible for them to become professionals at that point. While becoming a warrior is easier than becoming a knight, and the auxiliary potion fortifying draft isn't particularly expensive, it still requires either 3 level 9 achievements or 300-500 gold coins, which is still difficult for commoners to afford. After appointing the two captains, Achilles gave Parker and Jenkins a task to select 182 of the strongest young serfs along the way. 50 of them would be added to the existing infantry company, bringing it up to full strength. The remaining individuals would form their own group, and once they reached storm territory, they would begin training. After Achilles sat down to rest, he immediately allocated his 2 attribute points to the triple flame/combat skill. The familiar feeling returned, and Achilles mentally practiced wielding the longsword again and again until he had fully grasped its techniques. Achilles opened his eyes and checked his stats panel. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: Inferno / level 1, 0/20. Inferno / is reached level 1. After a simple dinner, Achilles went to bed early. He hadn't found Clay, whom he wanted to test the power of his mastered Inferno / on, because doing so would reveal his status as a formal knight. Early the next morning, Achilles and his group packed up their belongings and continued on their journey. However, just before noon, Achilles suddenly received a danger warning from his innate talent, Beginner Premonition. Within 1,000 meters ahead, a level 3 human knight is engaged in combat with a level 4 Lyman Wolf beastman. Danger. Achilles was surprised by the warning. A level 4 Lyman Wolf beastman. Could it be that one who escaped from Grey Fortress? Is she fighting someone from Bennett's forces? Immediately, he thought about the large number of serfs under his command and pointed towards the dense forest to the south. Park, Jenkins, there may be danger ahead. Quickly, lead everyone into those woods. Remember, hide as deeply as possible. The supplies can be placed on the outskirts, and keep the livestock far away and maintain absolute silence. Park and Jenkins immediately followed his instructions without hesitation. First, a group of soldiers drove the donkeys and oxen back along the road. Another group began to guide the serfs into the dense forest to avoid the danger. Achilles was very pleased with their performance. Then he pointed towards the woods to the north and said, "Clay, let's hide in these woods." Yes. Clay now completely trusted Achilles' perception abilities. He even wondered if there might be a chance for him to awaken his own knightly innate talent when Achilles becomes a formal knight. Achilles and Clay then led the knight squad into the woods to the north. "Clay, I sense a fierce battle ahead. It seems there's a Lyman Wolf female subhuman who escaped from Grey Fortress, and she appears to be seriously injured. If they come this way, we might face a tough fight. Let the knights prepare for battle," Achilles said with a serious expression, sensing that the fighting was moving closer to their location. "Yes, sir. If we are unable to defeat them, I will immediately return to Grey Fortress and seek reinforcements from Captain Archibald." Clay could already hear the sounds of the battle and understood that they were likely in for a difficult encounter. A few minutes later, 2 figures rushed onto the path where Achilles and Clay had been standing. It was indeed the 4th-tier Lyman Wolf female subhuman, and she was clearly injured. She was being chased by a 3rd-tier human knight and could only put up a weak resistance. "Sir, it's that 4th-tier Lyman Wolf female subhuman. Is Lieutenant Rigg of the 3rd Squad fighting her?" Clay asked after observing the situation below. "It seems so. She probably encountered Bennett's squad while trying to escape. But why isn't Bennett personally involved? That's strange." It was indeed Bennett's people, and it was unclear whether they would escalate the conflict. Just as the two were talking, Lieutenant Rigg of the 3rd Squad suddenly attacked, knocking the 4th-tier Lyman Wolf female subhuman to the ground. The Lyman Wolf female subhuman lay motionless on the ground, and it was uncertain if she was dead or alive. Lieutenant Rigg slowly approached the Lyman Wolf female subhuman, confirming that there was no immediate danger. Then, he quickly took out a ring-shaped object from his armor and placed it around her neck. After doing this, Lieutenant Rigg noticed fresh tracks on the ground and began to observe the surroundings. Once he confirmed that the tracks were left by humans, Lieutenant Rigg immediately called out, "Come out! I am Lieutenant Rigg of the 3rd Squad, under the command of the 8th Battalion of Grey Fortress." Hearing Rigg's call, Achilles knew they couldn't avoid confrontation, but he was curious about what Rigg had placed around the Lyman Wolf subhuman's neck. Clay explained, "It's likely a magical artifact, a slavery ring, used to forcibly enslave others." "Sir, what should we do now?" "A slavery ring." After hearing Clay's explanation, Achilles stared at the Lyman Wolf subhuman lying on the ground and at Rigg, who seemed slightly injured for a moment. Then he said thoughtfully, "Go out and take a look, but remember to stay vigilant." Achilles realized that they had been discovered, so he and Clay led the night squad out of the dense forest. The knights maintained their battle formation, ready for any engagement. Captain Riggs of the third squad watched as the night squad and the young man emerged from the trees. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. Could this be that pretty boy, Baron, who angered Lord Bennett? What luck! I actually ran into him. A slight smile crept onto his face as he said with feigned friendliness, "Are you the pretty boy, Baron?" Achilles was taken aback for a moment, then realized that pretty boy was referring to him. His expression turned grim as he replied, "I'm Baron Achilles. Captain Riggs, since you have completed your mission, you should return and report." He waved his hand, and Parker and Jenkins immediately emerged from the dense forest on the south side, leading 50 elite soldiers. This caused Riggs, who had just been smiling innocently, to freeze in surprise. He looked at the 50 elite soldiers behind him, his expression gradually becoming serious. He couldn't understand how this young man could have such a formidable force. Could it be that Bennett is Clayan? Thinking that it might be the work of Captain Clayan, he decided to return and report to Lord Bennett before taking any further action. "Since Baron Achilles has said so, I will take my leave," he said. He was about to turn away when Achilles drew his longsword and said, "I meant that you can leave, but the Lyman-Wolf hybrid stays." Riggs was stunned by this statement, then his anger flared up. He growled, "If you're looking for trouble, don't blame me. I'll take your head to Lord Bennett." He lunged forward, intending to grab the pretty boy Baron before the elite soldiers could surround them. Seeing this, Clay reacted quickly and charged forward in a battle formation. Although they were only apprentice and first-class knights, their strength was still considerable when fighting as a unit. Moreover, it seemed that their opponent was injured. However, Clay underestimated the strength of the third-tier advanced knight. Although Florian wasn't riding a warhorse, his reaction speed was remarkably fast. He sidestepped the charge of the night squad, and surprisingly, Clay and their attacks were blocked by Florian's armor. Florian, having avoided the initial charge, immediately unleashed a sweeping attack that sent the 2 apprentice knights at the rear flying. The 2 apprentice knights crashed to the ground, motionless. Their iron armor was torn open, blood gushing out, and their fate remained unknown. Clay and the night squad quickly turned their horses around, staring at Florian's armor with grave expressions. "Enchanted armor!" Clay exclaimed. He hadn't expected his opponent to be wearing enchanted armor, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he signaled the 50 elite soldiers to surround him, then gripped his longsword tightly and charged forward again. Florian looked at the night squad leading the charge, followed by the elite soldiers. He knew he couldn't get caught in the melee. Even as a third-tier advanced knight, he would be overwhelmed and killed. Suddenly, Florian stomped heavily on the ground. The earth beneath Clay's warhorse slightly subsided, causing the horse to lose its balance and fall forward with a thud. Clay was immediately startled. "Mage!" At that moment, Clay was hurtling towards Florian, who had already raised his longsword, ready to strike. Just as Florian thought he had his target, a sudden feeling of impending doom washed over him. His eyelid twitched, and a powerful aura of death enveloped him. Instinctively, Florian redirected the longsword that was about to strike Clay towards the source of the danger. Clang! Boom! First came the sharp sound of metal colliding, followed by a violent explosion. The third squadron leader, Florian, who had been poised to kill Clay, was blasted backward by the explosion. Clay landed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He had narrowly escaped death. He then turned his gaze towards Achilles. He saw that Achilles was holding a magical crossbow and was currently reloading a first-tier explosive arrow. It was Achilles' first-tier explosive arrow that had just saved him. "Thank you, sir," Clay said. "He's not dead yet, so don't let your guard down." Achilles loaded another explosive arrow and aimed it in the direction Florian had fled. Cough! Cough! A violent coughing sound echoed through the air. Florian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring intently at Achilles. A magic crossbow? Damn! If not for his own magical apprentice's heightened senses, which allowed him to react just in time and block the incoming explosive arrow with his longsword, and the protection afforded by his enchanted armor, he might have already been dead. He then charged towards the elite soldiers who were now within striking distance, gritting his teeth. However, he used another earth tremor spell, disrupting the charge of both the elite soldiers and the night squad. Immediately afterward, he changed direction and charged towards Achilles. The distance between them was not great. At the speed of a third-tier master knight, he only needed to avoid one explosive arrow to reach the enemy's front lines, and easily kill this inexperienced baron who wasn't even a registered adventurer. Once Achilles was killed, the morale of the opposing soldiers would plummet. He would only need to intimidate them slightly, and it was likely that all but the knight squad, along with the elite soldiers who had just joined Achilles, would immediately cease their attacks. They hadn't yet reached Storm Territory Hold, so they wouldn't be held accountable afterward, and could easily retreat back to Grey Fortress. Clay and the others were instantly alarmed. "Sir, be careful!" Clay immediately charged forward. Achilles, seeing Florian charging towards him, raised his hand and fired an arrow. However, Florian, who had been prepared, anticipated Achilles' movement and dodged the arrow just in time. He then leaped high into the air, a cruel smile on his face, ready to strike at Achilles. "Ha ha ha! You're going to die." But just as Florian thought he was about to succeed, he suddenly saw Achilles smiling calmly at him. Is this kid stunned? Then Florian suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes, and the Achilles who had been so close vanished from his sight. The fatal blow missed completely. Seeing Achilles who had been so close vanished from his sight. The fatal blow missed completely. Seeing Achilles disappear so abruptly, Florian's eyes widened in disbelief. So fast! Immediately afterward, he sensed someone attacking him from behind and desperately tried to dodge, but still felt a chill on the back of his neck. How? How is this possible? He saw that half of his neck had been slashed open, blood gushing out. He knew he was dying, but he still tried to raise his hand to retaliate. Suddenly, a long sword flew from afar and struck Florian directly on the forehead. Thud. Florian was instantly killed. Looking at Florian's corpse lying heavily on the ground, Achilles finally snapped out of his daze. Thank goodness. Just moments before, as Florian was relaxing his guard and leaping high to strike at Achilles, Achilles had suddenly moved with incredible speed, appearing behind him. He then unleashed a single blow from his blazing slash technique, intending to sever Florian's head. However, he hadn't anticipated that a third-tier advanced knight would react so quickly in the face of death. Florian almost managed to dodge the attack. Furthermore, even with half of his neck slashed open, Florian was still thinking about retaliating. Fortunately, Clay reacted swiftly and threw his longsword, killing Florian instantly. However, because of this, Achilles missed out on obtaining a soul essence point from a third-tier professional. This part is missing information and difficult to change, so I'm attributing the kill to Clay, not intentionally suppressing the level. That was quite unfortunate, otherwise he could have upgraded his innate talent right now. At that moment, Clay rushed over, looking at Florian's corpse with disbelief on his face. Everything had happened too quickly. He hadn't even registered what was happening when he saw their master suddenly appear behind the enemy and then almost decapitate him with a single sword strike. However, their master still lacked combat experience. Even though the attack didn't kill Florian outright, they should have retreated immediately. A person 2 levels higher in rank can be incredibly dangerous when fighting for their life. Master, are you all right? Achilles wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Then, he pointed towards the distance and said, "Quickly go check on Eric and Thomas." Clay nodded and shouted to the people behind him, "Roger, quickly go see how they're doing. They probably aren't dead yet. Hurry and give them healing potions." "Ah, okay, right away." Roger immediately took 2 companions to check on their comrades. Meanwhile, Clay walked up to Achilles. "Master, just now." Achilles smiled sheepishly. "Yes, I have broken through to become a formal knight. The reason I didn't retreat with my magic crossbow was that I wanted to lure Florian over here. Florian didn't know that I had already reached the level of a first-tier novice knight, and he wouldn't have expected my speed to be so fast. When he thought he had an opportunity to kill me, he would relax his guard and charge towards me. Then I could use my incredible speed to ambush him and kill him." He then chuckled wryly. "I never imagined that a third-tier advanced knight would be so difficult to deal with. Thank you for your help just now." Clay was deeply impressed by his master's intelligence and courage, and he subsequently shared some combat experience with him. Then, he tentatively asked again, "Master, now that you have reached the rank of formal knight, does that mean?" Achilles knew what Clay was asking, about his speed. He couldn't hide this from Clay. as Clay himself was a first-tier novice knight. So Achilles nodded. That's right. I awakened my innate talent. Please keep it a secret. Although he had suspected something, hearing confirmation from Achilles still shocked him. An innate talent. This was the ultimate dream for knights. It was rare to find even one person with such a gift among hundreds or even thousands of knights. Those who awakened their innate talents were comparable to mages of the same level, let alone other professions. And his master seemed to have awakened a talent related to speed, which was incredibly beneficial for a knight. Clay then expressed deep admiration. Master, you are truly blessed by the Artemis. I thought you might awaken a talent related to perception, but it turns out to be speed. Haha, I didn't expect to awaken a speed-related talent either. Just then, Roger called out, Master, Captain Eric and Thomas survived, but they may need some time to recover. Achilles and Clay were relieved to hear this. At least no one had died. It's all right, let them rest well. Their salaries will be paid as usual, and I'll cover the medical expenses, Achilles said with a smile. He then pointed at Florian's corpse on the ground and said to Clay, quickly check if there's anything valuable on him. This guy was both a knight and a mage. Achilles couldn't believe that Florian was also a mage. This wasn't mentioned in the danger warnings associated with innate talents, probably because he was just a magic apprentice, and the mage profession wouldn't pose a threat to him, so the danger warning automatically ignored it. When Clay heard that Florian was a mage, he was overjoyed, completely forgetting that he had almost been killed by Florian's magic just moments ago. He only thought about how mages were generally very wealthy, so he quickly knelt down and started searching. First, Clay removed the enchanted armor from Florian's body. Then, he rummaged through the leather lining inside. Sure enough, he found a few valuable items. First, there's a gold ticket worth 1,000 coins, followed by a magic ring, a sword technique, a magical skill, and finally, a warrior breathing method. The warrior breathing method is the silver wolf breathing technique commonly used in the Alpha Kingdom's army, which can train one to become a third-tier advanced warrior. The magical skill mentioned is the Earth Collapse spell that Florian recently used, a 0-level spell. The sword technique is the Holy Light Cross Slash, a common technique within the military. However, there was no mention of the mage meditation technique that Achilles had been longing for. He couldn't help but complain. This guy is supposed to be a mage, so why does he only have spells, and not a meditation technique? Clay speculated. Perhaps his magic was learned from someone else, and he signed a noble crest contract. That's why he can't replicate it. It's like how he's a knight but doesn't have the knight breathing technique. He obtained that breathing technique from the military through a royal crest contract, meaning only he can use it. To pass it on, he would have to wait until he is near death. This is also what most people who come from the military do. They pass on their breathing techniques to future generations when they are about to die. Most of the officer families in the kingdom originated this way, and the royal family doesn't object. However, most knights try to obtain a warrior breathing technique because it's very difficult to become a knight, and life source liquid is much more expensive than enhancement potions. So, this warrior breathing technique was probably bought or stolen by Florian for his family's future generations. I see. Because the original Achilles wasn't interested in military life, and because the Lewis family's flame-breathing technique only reaches the 4th-tier Grand Knight level, Achilles didn't have any memories related to warrior breathing techniques. So, it seems like he learned his magic from Bennett. Clay shook his head, his expression serious. No, noble crests are only possessed by high-ranking nobles. Bennett is just from a count family, and there must be an even higher-ranking family supporting them. Achilles immediately became serious after hearing this. It seemed like he was the one who had exchanged land for him in the capital city. However, he quickly let go of that thought. Right now, it was meaningless. What he needed to do was constantly become stronger. Otherwise, even if he knew who was behind everything, he wouldn't have the strength to deal with them. Finally, Achilles asked about the purpose of the magic ring. Clay speculated excitedly. Sir, this magic ring seems to be a 4th-tier magical artifact. It's probably the controller for the enslavement ring that Florian placed around the neck of that 4th-tier Lyman Wolf female demi-human. If you control this magic ring, you can completely enslave that 4th-tier Lyman Wolf female demi-human. Achilles' eyes lit up after hearing that. Completely enslave that girl with the animal ears. After Storm Territory learned the purpose of this magical ring, Achilles immediately dismissed any thoughts about meditation or dealing with high-ranking nobles. He quickly asked, "How does it work? How do you use this thing? Surely only mages can use it, right?" Seeing Achilles' reaction, Clay knew that his master was excited to have acquired a fourth-tier combat power. "No, any profession can use it. You just need to activate it using your knightly energy. Then, you can control the fourth-tier White Wolf female subhuman through this magical ring, and she will be completely loyal to you. It's that simple." Achilles immediately put on the magical ring and activated it with his knightly energy. Sure enough, as soon as the magic in the ring was activated, Achilles sensed the presence of the fourth-tier White Wolf female subhuman through the ring. At this moment, the fourth-tier White Wolf female subhuman was still unconscious, and her life force and mental state were relatively weak. However, Achilles could still sense the hatred in the White Wolf's heart, a strong hatred towards both hyena humans and humans. This surprised Achilles somewhat. She shouldn't be allied with those hyena humans, so why does she harbor such intense hatred for them? Even more than she hates humans. He would have to ask her when she wakes up. Achilles then asked, "What if I want to break the enslavement? Or change the target of the enslavement? Or change the target of the enslavement? Is that possible?" Of course it is. This isn't a one-time consumable magical item. To break the enslavement, simply use the ring to remove the enslavement collar from the White Wolf subhuman's neck. To enslave someone else, just put the collar on them. However, this is a fourth-tier magical artifact, so it can only control beings of fourth-tier level or below. It won't work on anything above that. After understanding how to use the magical ring, Achilles immediately instructed, "Clay, clean up his body and let's get out of here quickly before Bennett comes looking for us." After cleaning up the battlefield, Achilles and her team regrouped, carrying the unconscious fourth-tier White Wolf female subhuman. They switched to a slightly wider path and continued their journey. There was no planned rest stop for lunch. They simply ate something quickly and then resumed traveling. It wasn't until evening that Achilles ordered them to stop and rest after crossing the Cane River and entering the Storm Territory Peninsula. The reason why a barony had been established in this location was because the kingdom wanted to push its defenses against the orcs beyond the Grey Mountains. The kingdom hoped that once the Storm Barony became strong, it could establish another barony between the Grey Fortress and the Storm Barony, connecting them into a single territory. This would completely block the orcs from entering the Grey Mountains. The location of the Storm Territory is relatively remote, just a small peninsula with the sea on both the north and south sides. It only has one entrance exit on the west side, and the Cane River also acts as a barrier. When the orcish armies marched south, they wouldn't send large forces to attack this area. Because there are only two ways to enter the Storm Territory. One is through the rugged terrain at the easternmost end of the Wasteland Mountains. This route is simply impassable for a large army. The other way is to cross the Cane River, but even that is time-consuming and difficult for a large force. Therefore, both routes are undesirable, and there's not much to gain from attacking the area anyway. The orcs might send a small raiding party to plunder something and also prevent the local population from harassing their supply lines. However, with its fortified castle, the Storm Barony could still defend itself against the orcs. However, some unexpected events occurred. A large pack of powerful swift wolves suddenly appeared at the easternmost end of the Wasteland Mountains on the northwest side of the Storm Territory Peninsula and frequently attacked Storm Territory. In addition, a group of Naga sea monsters also migrated to the southern waters surrounding the Storm Territory Peninsula and occasionally harassed Storm Territory. This made it difficult for the Storm Barony to develop stably and cultivate crops, as there wasn't enough food to feed its population. As a result, the territory couldn't thrive. The previous lords of the Storm Barony had no choice but to fight against the Swift Wolves or the Nagas, but they all failed in the end. They either died at the claws of the wolves or were killed by the Nagas. Therefore, Achilles needed to find a way to ensure a stable food supply and then use his innate ability of enhanced precognition to deal with those swift wolf packs. On the third day at noon, Achilles and his group finally saw the only castle in this area, Storm Territory. Storm Territory was actually built by the kingdom, so it was designed as a military fortress. Besides being slightly smaller in size, its structure and layout were already quite perfect for this world. Its location is at the southwestern tip of the Storm Territory Peninsula, just 5 kilometers from the Southern Sea, 40 kilometers from the Northern Sea, 55 kilometers from storm territory itself, and 12 kilometers from the River Cane. There are no seasonal natural disasters like typhoons or hurricanes. Here. But every few years, a storm will hit this area, hence the name Storm Territory. The castle is built on a hilltop, surrounded by vast plains and forests. The overall structure of the castle consists of an inner keep and an outer bailey, with walls, gatehouses, watchtowers, and other buildings. The walls are roughly circular, about 12 meters high and approximately 1,000 meters in circumference, covering an area of about 60,000 square meters. The inner keep, which houses the baron's residence, occupies 10,000 square meters. A military camp is located next to the inner keep, occupying another 20,000 square meters. The outer bailey, where the serfs live, covers 30,000 square meters, and a low wall separates the inner keep from the outer bailey. After the previous baron died, Grey Fortress took over the defense of this area. They sent a reserve company to guard it, but the soldiers were not responsible for developing the territory, so they confiscated the serfs here and only sent 3 slaves to clean the baron's residence in the inner keep. When Captain Peter of the reserve company saw Achilles and his group arrive, he was immediately excited and quickly led a group of people out to greet them. Peter is only a first-class warrior, and another deputy captain is also a first-class warrior. There are only 2 professionals in the entire company. Furthermore, the reserve company is not at full strength. There are only over 60 soldiers responsible for defending such a large baron's castle with no reinforcements available. This clearly shows how much pressure they were under. After welcoming Achilles and his group into the city, they eagerly began the handover process. Once the handover was complete, even Achilles' offer of lunch was refused. They quickly packed up their belongings and left as soon as possible. They didn't want to stay in this place for a moment longer. After seeing off the advance team, Achilles stood on the city walls, looking at the sprawling storm territory and the surrounding territory. A mix of emotions, awe and excitement, filled his heart. He was now the master of this castle and this land, a true landowner and lord. He then turned to address the others, issuing new instructions. Old Justin, take a few men and ensure all supplies are properly stored and that guards are assigned to watch over them. Then, clear out any farming tools left behind by previous lords. If anything is substandard or insufficient, have those 5 blacksmiths work overtime to produce more. Jenkins, you take 10 men and arrange for the serfs to be settled. Tell them they only have 3 days of rest before they must begin spring plowing. If they delay, they can expect to starve next year. Parker, gather the remaining men and immediately inspect the entire castle, including the inner keep and the lord's residence. Look for any potential problems and arrange for stonemasons and bricklayers to make repairs as needed. Yes, my lord. Yes, sir. The 3 men responded and quickly went about their assigned tasks. Clay, let's go. It's still early. We should take a look around the castle grounds and see if there are any potential dangers. Yes, my lord. Achilles and Clay then mounted their horses and rode out of the castle to begin their inspection. What Achilles called an inspection was actually primarily aimed at using his innate ability of basic precognition to check for any warnings of danger around the castle. He also wanted to assess the condition of the farmland. Achilles' first stop was the southern area, as it bordered the sea. Some Naga sometimes ventured several kilometers inland, so they were the most common source of trouble for storm territory. Consequently, previous lords had not attempted to cultivate farmland in the south. Achilles walked all the way to the seashore, but there were no warnings indicating any immediate danger. This suggested that anything potentially threatening to him was located beyond a kilometer underwater. He then began observing the surrounding waters and realized it was a small bay with several small islands forming a natural barrier. Apart from the gaps between the islands, it resembled a large lake. It seems that the kingdom chose to build storm territory here, likely considering the use of this small bay. It's a pity that the Naga later appeared. Currently, there are many Naga and sea monsters within Achilles' field of vision. The Naga, in particular, possess the strength of elite soldiers, and quite a few among them are spellcasters. The sea monsters are generally cannon fodder, but their numbers are vast, and some of the stronger ones have abilities comparable to spellcasters. Thinking about the resources in the sea, Achilles asked Clay, "Clay, if we drive away these Naga and sea monsters, will they return?" "No, my lord. The Naga live in family-based clans. They typically settle in an area after controlling a region of sea monsters. However, if driven out by enemies, they usually relocate to another place. It's possible that Naga from other areas might migrate here as well. It depends on luck. Having received this confirmation, Achilles considered driving away these Naga and sea monsters. If he could succeed, even with bad luck, it should be at least 2 or 3 years before a new group of Naga arrived. This would allow Storm Territory to utilize the marine resources in the bay to overcome its most difficult period. However, that would have to wait until after the spring planting season. After inspecting the coastline, Achilles continued his inspection of the eastern, northern, and western sides of the castle. He confirmed that there were no immediate dangers within a 5-kilometer radius of Storm Territory. He then began examining the cultivated land. 1.5 kilometers north of the castle, a small stream flows into the Cane River. Achilles named it Storm River. The previous lords had cultivated approximately 1,000 acres of paddy fields along this river valley. West of the castle, another 1,000 acres of dry land have been cultivated. According to the agricultural yields in this world, dry land produces 60 kilograms per acre, while paddy fields produce 150 kilograms per acre. Therefore, with the current 2,000 acres of farmland, only 210 tons of grain can be harvested annually. However, considering the consumption needs of the territory, excluding meat and vegetables, each soldier requires 1.5 kilograms of grain per day. Each able-bodied farmhand requires 0.75 kilograms of grain per day. The elderly, women, and children require 0.5 kilograms of grain per day. Achilles plans to establish an army of over 200 soldiers, with approximately 600 able-bodied farmhands and 200 women, plus a knightly order and slaves. The total annual consumption of grain would be around 350 tons. Calculating the food supply after accounting for the grain needed for planting, Achilles currently has just enough food to last a year. This means there will definitely be a significant food shortage next year, and it's already too late to start cultivating new farmland now. Therefore, as soon as spring plowing is finished, he needs to find a way to acquire a large supply of grain immediately. That night, Achilles returned to Storm Territory and was alone in the castle library, working on the initial plans for his territory. First, there's the spring plowing. With over 600 young farmers and 200 women, along with 50 oxen and 90 draft horses within the territory, they can easily complete the spring plowing of 2,000 acres. So, while preparing for the spring plowing, Achilles also plans to start cultivating new farmland, aiming to clear 2,000 acres around the castle, with half being paddy fields and half dry land. He will then plan irrigation projects to convert the existing dry land into paddy fields. Next is the development of the military. Achilles intends to increase the number of recruits to 182. From these, he will select the 12 best individuals. Using 12 war horses mixed among the draft horses provided by Archibald, along with 12 sets of iron armor, he will form a small cavalry unit. They will train in their flame breath technique, but only those who reach level 1 will be able to continue. Further advancement requires earning merit points through combat. Then Roger, the current second-in-command of the Knightly Order, will be promoted to captain of this new unit. Achilles also plans to temporarily lend Roger the essence of life he obtained with 8 merit points and have him return it once he is officially knighted and earns those same 8 merit points. The remaining 170 recruits will all train in the Silver Wolf Breath technique, seized from Rigel, again only reaching level 1 initially. From among them, 18 individuals with a natural aptitude for archery will be selected to form 2 archer squads. The rest will be assigned to 2 infantry companies. Parker's infantry company will receive 50 wooden shields, 100 sets of leather armor, and 100 long swords, forming an elite infantry unit. Jenkins will be appointed captain of another company, composed entirely of new recruits, forming a spear company with only 100 spears allocated. In this way, Storm Territory will have 2 cavalry units, 2 archer squads, 1 infantry company, and 1 spear company. Furthermore, once the essence of life arrives, the territory will have 3 professionals, all of whom are knightly professions. And there's also a 4th-level Great Warrior, a Lyman-Wolf hybrid, who is still unconscious. With that level of strength, defending a castle would be feasible, and it should be enough to handle a large group of beastmen. The day after Mia arrived in Storm Territory, Achilles gathered all the military officers and old Justin for a brief meeting. The main topic was the preliminary plan that Achilles had envisioned the previous day. All matters related to the serfs' spring planting and cultivation of farmland were delegated to old Justin. However, Achilles also provided old Justin with some specific guidelines. Old Justin, you must meticulously record which individual is assigned to each plot of land. If any problems arise in a particular plot, you need to identify the responsible person and administer appropriate penalties based on the severity of the issue. This could range from being whipped to having their food rations reduced by half. At the same time, those who perform exceptionally well should be rewarded, perhaps with a meat meal. Furthermore, divide all the serfs into groups of 10, ensuring they live, eat, and work together. They must monitor each other, and if one person escapes, the remaining 9 will be punished. Yes, sir, old Justin replied, rising to acknowledge the instructions. This collective punishment system was actually being implemented in anticipation of future needs. Currently, with a small number of serfs and the surrounding environment, it's unlikely they would attempt to escape. However, as the population grows, the situation might change, so it's best to start implementing this now to prevent any potential problems from arising. In addition to this, Achilles had other policies in place to motivate the serfs, which he planned to announce publicly when spring planting began the day after tomorrow. Next on the agenda was military development and territorial security. Roger, I'm going to lend you a portion of the life essence that can be obtained by completing 8 quests. Once you are promoted to a full knight and earn enough merit points, you can return it to me. What do you think? Roger was taken aback when he heard this, then immediately stood up and bowed. Thank you, sir. Roger is very willing. Roger was incredibly excited at that moment. He had actually reached the peak of the apprentice knight level a long time ago, but hadn't earned enough merit points for the Tulip family to grant him life essence. The announcement that they would keep all the merit points earned during their first year in Storm territory had already thrilled him. Perhaps within this year, he could accumulate enough merit points to earn his own life essence. But now, Baron Achilles was willing to lend him a portion of life essence, and he only needed to return an equivalent amount later. This was incredibly generous. After all, 1 unit of life essence could be used to obtain the service of a peak-level apprentice knight for 10 years. Seeing Roger's agreement, Achilles continued to assign him tasks. Just agree and then you will be the captain of the newly formed knight squad. You must ensure they develop combat capabilities within 3 months. Can you do it? Roger pounded his left fist against his chest. Yes, sir. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Seeing Roger's response, Achilles was very pleased. He then continued to assign tasks. Will and Lori, each of you lead an archer squad. While training them, you are also responsible for patrolling the city walls. Will and Lori stood up simultaneously. Yes, sir. Both Will and Lori were skilled archers, more than capable of training an archer squad. Moreover, they both had leg injuries that prevented them from running quickly, making it suitable for them to defend the city walls with their squads. Jenkins, you are reassigned to the newly formed Spear Squad as its captain. I will assign 3 veteran soldiers to you. You need to quickly establish a basic combat capability within the squad. At the same time, during the spring plowing season, you must also patrol the fields surrounding the farmland, protecting the safety of the serfs and preventing them from escaping. Parker, you continue to lead the infantry squad and remain stationed on the south side of the castle. You absolutely cannot allow any naga or sea monsters to approach and disrupt the spring plowing. If you discover a large number of naga or sea monsters coming ashore, report it immediately. Yes, sir. Parker and Jenkins responded respectfully. Clay, you take your night squad and patrol the area where the Storm Territory Peninsula meets the wildlands. If you encounter wolf packs or orcs, return immediately and report it. Remember, your mission is to patrol. Avoid engaging with enemies unless absolutely necessary. Understood, sir. Achilles then took out several pieces of animal hide parchment, which contained basic training methods that he had developed based on military training models from his previous life. These are some new recruit training manuals I've created. They contain very simple formations. While they may not directly enhance the soldiers' individual combat abilities, they can strengthen their cohesion and execution capabilities, making them easier to command. You can refer to them as appropriate. Although everyone looked confused, they still took the parchment. As for the flags, signals, and bugles used for commanding troops, this world already has a complete system in place, so Achilles doesn't need to worry about it. All right, Clay, you stay here. Everyone else go and select your soldiers. The Knight Squad and Archer Squad should be chosen first. The remaining soldiers will be divided into infantry and spear squads. These units must be formed within the next 2 days, and I will inspect them before the spring planting begins." Everyone immediately bowed respectfully to Achilles and then quickly left, each going to assemble their own teams. After everyone had gone, Achilles asked Clay about the injuries of Eric and Thomas. He learned that they were only stunned by the knight's aggressive display and hadn't suffered any internal organ or bone damage. He estimated they would be mostly recovered in about 10 days. This relieved Achilles somewhat. After all, the members of Clay's knightly squad were quite good, both in terms of combat ability and talent. The Tulip family intended to train them to become full-fledged knights. After learning this, Achilles instructed Clay to immediately set out on a patrol, emphasizing the need to constantly monitor the swift wolf packs in the Wasteland Mountains. Just as Achilles was about to go inspect the castle, he sensed that the white wolf female had awakened. He then went to her room. At that moment, the white wolf female was lying in bed, dazed. When she saw Achilles enter the room, she immediately became alert and wary. However, when a match-hoe bracelet on Achilles' wrist emitted a bright light, the white wolf female first seemed confused, then calmed down and spoke respectfully. "Master." Hearing the word master, Achilles felt a surge of satisfaction, but he quickly suppressed those frivolous thoughts. It wasn't the right time for that. He then said to the white wolf female, "You can call me Lord from now on." The white wolf female immediately nodded. "Yes, Lord. What is your name?" "My name is Mia, Lord." "Mia, a good name." Achilles then inquired about Mia's background and why she harbored hatred towards the hyena people. "Lord, I am from the Lyman wolf tribe, which lives in the easternmost part of the Wasteland Mountains. However, 2 years ago, a pack of swift wolves migrated to our area, forcing us to move to a misty valley west of there. That place is shrouded in mist year-round and rarely sees any monsters or other humanoid creatures. But about half a year ago, 3 large hyena tribes were accidentally enveloped by the expanding mist. They wandered within the mist for nearly 6 months until, 2 months ago, when the mist receded, they emerged from it and inadvertently discovered our Lyman wolf tribe. After that, they occupied our tribe and killed my father. They then used my people as leverage to force me to infiltrate Grey Fortress. Unfortunately, I later failed and, severely wounded, managed to escape from Grey Fortress. However, I still encountered human cavalry, and then..." Mia slowly recounted her origins and experiences, sometimes with sadness, sometimes with anger, and sometimes with a sense of helplessness. After listening to Mia's story, Achilles probably understood the experiences of this Lyman wolf subrace member. She was a talented daughter of a tribal leader, but unfortunately, her luck wasn't on her side. She first encountered the Swiftwind wolf pack and then was attacked by hyena men. How could this tribe, with its Lyman wolf bloodline, constantly suffer from wolf-related misfortunes? However, Mia also provided Achilles with some important information. For example, there were actually 3 large units of the hyena men. Because they got lost during last year's orcish invasion in the south, they missed their chance and didn't dare return to the orcish grasslands. They risked attacking Grey Fortress hoping to redeem themselves. As for why only 2 units of the hyena men attacked Grey Fortress, it was because 1 unit simply didn't want to return to the orcish grasslands. They wanted to stay with the Lyman wolf tribe and become local rulers. Then there was Mia's encounter with Florian. The retreating 5th-level hyena man ran into Bennett's squad, leading to a major battle. Because only over 500 hyena men managed to escape during the night, Bennett's 3 squads eventually defeated the fleeing hyena forces, albeit at a heavy cost. However, the 5th-level hyena man still escaped, and Bennett himself was also seriously injured. That's why Florian pursued Mia, not Bennett. Furthermore, Mia heard that Bennett wanted to capture her alive in order to present her to someone important, but she didn't hear the name of that person. Besides information about the hyena men and Bennett, what Achilles cared most about was the information regarding the Swiftwind wolf pack. According to the Lyman wolf tribe, the Swiftwind wolf pack located at the easternmost end of the Wasteland Mountains was very large, with over 500 Swiftwind wolves in total. Moreover, the Wolf King was a 7th-level demon beast, incredibly powerful, and had several dozen Swiftwind wolves of 4th, 5th, and 6th levels under its command. It is rumored that this pack of Swiftwind wolves was forced to migrate to the easternmost end of the Wasteland Mountains after offending a 9th-level giant dragon deep within the mountains. However, These swift-winged wolves were indeed troublemakers. Soon after arriving at the easternmost end of the Wasteland Mountains, they drove out many orcish tribes, subraces, and other demon beasts, including the Lyman wolf tribe. This then alerted the dominant creature of the easternmost part of the Wasteland Mountains, an 8th-level black and white giant bear. This young black and white giant bear had not yet reached its peak strength. It is said that the black and white giant bear is a relative of the earth bear, with a normal level of power being 9th, and some individuals can even reach legendary levels. After witnessing the aggressive behavior of the swift-winged wolf pack, even the panda, known for being the laziest and least aggressive magical beasts, found it unacceptable. It decided to teach the swift-winged wolves a lesson so they would behave. However, the swift-winged wolves were cunning. They lured the panda into a narrow canyon where its massive size hindered its movements. The wolves then attacked from both sides, overwhelming the bear. In the end, the panda was defeated and forced to retreat with severe injuries. Despite their victory, the swift-winged wolves suffered heavy losses. Their numbers were halved and only a few of the lower-ranked wolves survived. Even the alpha wolf sustained significant injuries and is still recovering. However, after this battle, no one dared to provoke the swift-winged wolf pack in the easternmost part of the wildlands. The alpha wolf became the undisputed ruler of that region. Upon learning about the swift-winged wolves, Achilles immediately sent someone to track down Clay. He instructed him to avoid any confrontation with the wolves, even if they were alone. He emphasized that anyone who encountered a swift-winged wolf should immediately return and report it. These swift-winged wolves are dangerous. We must not provoke them. These swift-winged wolves are dangerous. We must not provoke them. These swift-winged wolves are truly monstrous, someone remarked. I suspect that previous barons were killed by these wolves during routine patrols after offending them. What am I supposed to do when I encounter these swift-winged wolves? Another person wondered. I can't kill them and I can't drive them away. Should I just hide in the castle and stop farming every time they appear? Achilles was at a loss for how to deal with the wolf pack and could only temporarily avoid them. Next, Achilles inquired about Mia's injuries and learned that she had suffered internal damage and would likely need to rest for a month. This is due to the Avarians having stronger constitutions. If a human were to sustain such severe injuries without medication, they would either die or require a year or more of recovery. Achilles then instructed the slaves in the castle to take good care of Mia and ensure she received plenty of meat to aid her recovery. After dealing with the Avarian female wolf, Mia, Achilles summoned the blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, and bricklayers, skilled laborers. He then explained his knowledge of adobe construction and brickmaking techniques, hoping to inspire these craftsmen. Achilles had overestimated things. While these skilled laborers had become slaves due to various wars, the common people in this world generally lacked critical thinking skills. They usually just followed instructions without questioning them. The concepts of independent thought and applying knowledge were foreign to them, so Achilles tried to encourage these craftsmen to think for themselves. However, they all shook their heads vehemently, saying it was impossible. We'll get beaten by our fathers or masters if we do that. This frustrated Achilles. Without adobe and bricks, many projects simply couldn't be completed. He had no choice but to put it aside for now, hoping to work with them on it when he had more time. First, he needed the blacksmiths and carpenters to finish building the water wheels and plows. These would be essential for the upcoming spring planting season. Once the blueprints were drawn, the actual construction wouldn't be too difficult. The few carpenters and blacksmiths who saw the drawings on the animal hide seemed to understand a little better. With a few attempts at practical application, they should be able to figure it out. Then, Achilles said directly, "You craftsmen and blacksmiths, if you can complete these projects and make them useful for this year's spring planting, I will restore your status as free citizens and allow you to become residents of Storm Territory." As soon as Achilles finished speaking, the usually quiet blacksmiths and carpenters widened their eyes in surprise. They immediately knelt down and bowed their heads. "Thank you, Lord. Thank you very much. You are a truly benevolent ruler." "Don't thank me yet," Achilles said sternly. "If you can't do it, you will remain slaves for the rest of your lives, and your descendants will also be slaves in Storm Territory." Achilles then turned his attention to the stonemasons and bricklayers. "The same applies to you. When you go back, think carefully about what I said. You have some free time, so a few of you can try experimenting together, following the methods I described. With enough attempts, you might understand, and whoever succeeds first will not only regain their freedom, but also be given a wife, who will also be a free citizen. Yes, Lord. Immediately, all the skilled laborers rushed back to their workshops, eager to start working on the projects. Achilles watched them go and muttered to himself, "Hopefully, they can actually do it. This is what a person should be like. It's lively and vibrant. Just looking at it makes you feel good." 3 days have passed. Today is March 16th, year 6637 of the Dawn Era, and it's Achilles' 5th day in Storm territory. During these 3 days, the blacksmiths successfully forged the wheeled plows. Now they need to expedite production, but it seems there isn't enough iron ore. Achilles had no choice but to instruct the blacksmiths to melt down some seemingly useless iron farming tools. This would hopefully provide enough material to create a sufficient number of plows. However, if he plans to expand the army later, there won't be any iron left to forge weapons. Therefore, after the spring planting season, Achilles needs to find a way to acquire more iron ore. The water wheels being built by the carpenters are still somewhat lacking, and none of them have met Achilles' expectations. After receiving some suggestions from Achilles, the carpenters began working on new designs with renewed enthusiasm. Achilles estimates that these newly made water wheels should be usable. In addition to assisting the carpenters and blacksmiths, Achilles has also been busy formulating policies for his territory, including military and serf regulations. Today is the day Achilles designated for spring planting, and the newly formed army is ready. Therefore, Achilles plans to publicly announce these regulations. Early in the morning, Achilles headed towards the military camp. Because Storm Territory's military camp is large enough, Achilles decided to gather all the residents of Storm Territory. Besides the 3 slave servants in the castle, the wolf girl Mia, the injured Eric and Thomas, and the scouting night squad, there are currently 233 soldiers and 818 serfs present. This represents the entire population of Storm Territory at this time. When Achilles entered the training ground of the military camp, he saw a group of timid and poorly postured serfs along with an equally disorganized army. This made Achilles very dissatisfied. Furthermore, the chaotic state of the camp and the unpleasant smell were also quite disturbing. As soon as Achilles arrived at the military camp, he immediately addressed the issue of hygiene within the army, issuing 3 regulations. 1. It is forbidden to relieve oneself anywhere. Everyone must use the designated latrines. Violators, regardless of rank, will be punished. Officers and civilian soldiers will have their pay docked, while serf soldiers will receive 5 lashes. Those who repeatedly violate this rule will be dismissed from the army and sent back to farming. Secondly, all personnel in the military camp must shower every 2 to 3 days, and clothes should be washed and changed frequently. Bedding and animal hides must be neatly folded. Thirdly, the barracks and training grounds must be cleaned daily by soldiers on a rotating basis. Achilles also specifically appointed duty officers responsible for checking these hygiene regulations daily. If there is no improvement after 1 month, everyone involved will be punished. Achilles was deeply disgusted with the sanitation conditions and habits of this world. He found nothing pleasing about any place. Now that he was in his own territory, Achilles was determined to make a complete overhaul. He started with the military, aiming to instill good hygiene habits in the soldiers, who would then be sent to manage the serfs and resolve their sanitation problems through force. After issuing the hygiene regulations, Achilles continued to announce the military reward and punishment system, including salary levels, retirement benefits, and the previously mentioned bereavement allowance system. Firstly, officers of the first rank receive 10 gold coins per year. Those who retire due to injury also receive 2 gold coins annually, and the territory will arrange employment for them. Archers also enjoy this level of compensation. The bereavement allowance system is implemented as Achilles had previously promised. For those above the first rank, the benefits are increased accordingly, but these are not detailed here since they don't currently exist. Ordinary officers receive 5 gold coins per year, and those who retire due to injury receive 1 gold coin annually. Employment will be arranged for them. Elite archers can also enjoy this level of compensation. Elite soldiers and apprentice knights receive 1 gold coin per year, and those who retire due to injury receive 30 silver coins annually. Employment is provided. Ordinary soldiers receive 50 silver coins per year, which is equivalent to half a gold coin. Those who retire due to injury receive 10 silver coins annually, with employment guaranteed. The currency exchange rate in this world is 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 10,000 copper coins. The price of food is approximately 1 copper coins per pound. If the price exceeds this level, the kingdom will intervene. Therefore, no merchant would dare to hoard grain and raise prices within the Alpha Kingdom. Of course, only a kingdom like the Alpha Kingdom, with its emphasis on military merit among nobles, would be bold enough to do so. Other kingdoms lack such courage. Regarding military achievements, in addition to those of Clay and his team, the soldiers of Storm Territory also contribute their achievements, which are credited to Achilles. However, Achilles has implemented corresponding reward policies. He will award 1/3 of the gold coins equivalent to their military achievements. When Achilles announced all these systems, the 50 elite soldiers present and the promoted officers were extremely excited. This was several times better than the benefits offered to soldiers in the kingdom's army. The kingdom's army only provided salaries and pensions, neglecting everything else. In contrast, Storm Territory's military welfare system covered every aspect, virtually eliminating all concerns for officers and soldiers. Soldiers were simply expected to fight bravely and defend their territory. However, these policies did not apply to the serf recruits, who remained confused and apprehensive. Therefore, Lord Achilles established a specific system for the serfs. Any serf who achieved half of the 9 virtues, merit, or passed the initial training, breathing valve, reaching the level of an elite soldier, would immediately regain their civilian status. After that, they would be entitled to the full range of military benefits without delay. With the announcement of this special system for serfs, the eyes of those over 100 serf recruits lit up with excitement, even more so than the elite soldiers and officers. They all praised Lord Achilles' kindness and generosity. After a moment of enthusiastic praise, Lord Achilles raised his hand to quiet the crowd, then adopted a stern expression and said loudly, "We offer you these generous benefits and rewards. However, if you fail to complete your military duties, neglect training, slack off, or even desert during battle, the consequences will be severe. The punishment could range from expulsion from the military, barring your descendants from service for 3 generations, to execution as a public warning, with your family enslaved forever without any possibility of pardon. Therefore, I am giving you an opportunity now. Those who do not wish to join the army can leave now, and I will not hold it against them." The previously amiable lord suddenly became stern and intimidating, and the severity of the punishment system also made all the soldiers nervous. However, no one chose to withdraw. In this world, simply surviving was already difficult. Moreover, for these serfs and civilians in the northern border regions, the probability of death was not significantly different whether they joined the army or not. Seeing that no one withdrew, Lord Achilles nodded approvingly and then instructed each officer to lead their soldiers to begin executing their assigned tasks. After the military units departed, Lord Achilles turned his attention to the more timid and apprehensive serfs. He announced another policy. Serfs who cultivated land for 5 consecutive years and completed all tasks assigned by the territory, even in cases of natural disasters or beast attacks, which would also be considered task completion, would regain their civilian status. Once they became civilians, they would receive a plot of land, 5 acres of rice paddy for men, and 3 acres for women and children. They would only have to pay 50% in taxes on the land, with the rest belonging to them. Furthermore, Storm Territory abolished the head tax for civilians. At the same time, during future military expansions, serfs can also apply in large numbers, and those selected will enter the military's assessment system. After Achilles announced the incentive system for the soldiers and serfs, a sense of vitality began to permeate Storm Territory. Unlike before, when the outer walls of Storm Territory were like a ghost town, filled with listless people who seemed more like walking corpses than living beings, now, this city of over 1,000 people finally felt like a small village. The serfs traveled back and forth between the fields and the castle, constantly coming and going. Perhaps they had found hope in their lives, or perhaps it was because Achilles had never withheld their rations. Whatever the reason, smiles were starting to appear on the faces of these serfs. This improvement significantly increased the efficiency of the serfs' labor. In just 3 days, 2,000 acres of farmland were plowed and cleared, with all the small stones and weeds removed. After plowing, the next steps involved deep tilling, creating ridges, planting seeds, and watering, a process that took only about 10 more days. With these initial tasks completed, fewer people were needed for the remaining work, so, after leaving a small group to finish up, the others began working on clearing new farmland. 15 days after the start of spring plowing, Achilles' attribute points accumulated to 21 again. Without hesitation, he added them all to his basic archery skill. After integrating the experience in his mind, Achilles opened his attribute panel. Name: Achilles Lewis. Basic skills: Flame Breath Technique, Novice Knight, 10,000. Basic Archery, Level 2, Maximum. Attribute Points, 0. My basic archery has reached its maximum level. I need to find archery manuals soon. However, now that my basic archery is at its limit, I suppose I'm at the marksman level. Achilles then went to the shooting range in the military camp. He watched the new recruits training with enthusiasm, each one working as hard as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Achilles was very pleased with this. Furthermore, among these serf recruits, 2 individuals showed promising talent. One, named Hill, had already begun learning the knight's flame breath technique and was now a novice knight. Another, named Martin, had also started learning the warrior's silver wolf breath technique and had become an elite soldier. The 2 individuals immediately shed their serf status and their benefits improved accordingly. This made the other new recruits among the serfs very envious, and they began to train even harder. In addition, there were 2 members in the archery squad with good aptitude for archery, one named Ron and another named Yuri, but neither had yet mastered breathing techniques. After watching the training of the new recruits for a while, Achilles began experimenting with his current archery level. Soon, Achilles confirmed that his archery skills had reached the master archer level. However, before he could even be happy about this, Park sent someone to report that there was unusual activity among the Naga sea monsters near the coast. Some of them had already come ashore and were heading towards storm territory. Upon receiving the news, Achilles immediately ordered Jenkins to recall all serfs who were working outside the castle walls. Achilles himself, along with a newly formed knight squad, 2 new archery squads, and 50 spearmen recruits, headed south towards storm territory to support Park. However, the newly formed knight squad was used as infantry. After all, they had previously been serfs, and it would take at least 3 months for them to master basic riding skills. Fortunately, the squad leader, Roger, had already broken through to become a full-fledged knight 2 days ago by using the life essence sent from Grey Fortress. He was now the 3rd level 1 novice knight in storm territory. When Achilles and the new recruits arrived about 1.5 kilometers from the coast, Park's elite infantry unit had already begun engaging the sea monsters. In fact, Achilles was reluctant to fight these sea monsters because, in the Alpha Kingdom, in order to avoid wasting troops on unnecessary conflicts, only soldiers and orcs from enemy nations, as well as certain key targets, could earn merit points. All other creatures were not eligible for merit points, including the Naga sea monsters here. Therefore, killing these Naga sea monsters would only allow Achilles himself to personally reward the soldiers with merit points, which the kingdom did not provide subsidies for. So, Achilles had to set a rule that the merit points earned from killing Naga sea monsters would be counted as half those of orcs, while magical beasts could be considered equivalent to orcs. At this moment on the battlefield, over 200 sea monsters were attacking Park's unit's position. Among these sea monsters, only a few were at the level of elite soldiers. The rest were essentially cannon fodder. They were all less than 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall, very thin and armed with stone knives, shells, or sticks. They were no match for Park's fully equipped unit. Now, over 20 or 30 low-level sea monsters have been slain. But because it's a mix of veteran and rookie soldiers, and Parker lacks command experience, the entire unit hasn't reached its full potential. It feels uncoordinated, like everyone is fighting on their own. Of course, the main reason is that half of the troops are newly recruited serfs who have only been training for about 10 days. Achilles noticed that the Naga elite soldiers and mages hadn't arrived yet. Was it possible they were deliberately trying to wear down the sea monsters? Seeing this situation, Achilles decided to try commanding the battle himself. He took over command and immediately issued orders. Combine Parker's 50 shield bearers with my own 50 spear-wielding recruits into 2 rows of a phalanx. The remaining 50 infantry will serve as a reserve force. Shield bearers on the right protect the spearmen. Spearmen attack forward in unison. After the first row thrusts, the second row fills the gap and continues the assault. Alternate attacks like this, following my commands. 1. Attack. 2. Thrust. 1. Attack. 2. Thrust. Puff! Humph! Puff! As Achilles adjusted the battle formation, the entire unit moved in unison according to his commands, and the effectiveness of their attacks was surprisingly good. The recruits also seemed less panicked than before. This astonished Parker and Roger. I never knew the Lord was such an excellent military commander. The unit then advanced step by step, slaying all the sea monsters that charged towards them. Some of the sea monsters became frightened and tried to retreat back into the water, but they were driven back by the Naga mages who had finally arrived. Some of the sea monsters were also directed to attack from the flanks. Achilles then shouted, "Archery squad, prepare. First squad, target the right side. Second squad, target the left side. Fire! Whoosh! 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 Reserve force, be ready. If any sea monsters break through the archery range, immediately move forward to intercept them." Parker, continue commanding according to my instructions. Roger, prepare yourself. Once those Naga mages charge in, you move forward and engage them. I will provide support from behind with arrows and magical crossbows. Yes, Lord. Parker eagerly took over command and continued directing the troops according to Achilles' instructions. Meanwhile, Achilles and Roger kept a close watch on the Naga mages. When a first-level Naga mage entered Achilles' 100-meter range, Achilles raised his hand and fired an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow streaked through the air, hitting the first-level Naga mage directly in the face, instantly killing it. A beam of white light then shot out and entered Achilles' body. It seems there's still a profit to be made from killing Naga cultivators. Seeing the white light representing the energy essence, Achilles finally felt relieved. As the first Tier 1 Naga operative was shot and killed by Achilles, the other Naga operatives immediately became alert, cautiously joining the charge. However, the strength of a Naga is directly related to its size. The larger the Naga, the stronger it is. Therefore, Achilles was able to accurately target the Naga operatives. He knocked another arrow and aimed at the Tier 2 Naga operative. Whoosh! Another arrow flew out. Unfortunately, this Tier 2 Naga had been wary of a hidden archer, so Achilles' arrow missed its mark and was blocked by the mace held by the Tier 2 Naga operative. Damn it, Achilles muttered before firing 2 more arrows at the same Tier 2 Naga. Whoosh! Whoosh! Clang! Thud! The first arrow was deflected, but the second arrow struck directly in the throat. The Tier 2 Naga immediately fell to the ground and struggled for a moment before dying. Achilles collected another Tier 2 energy essence. Originally, there were only 10 Naga operatives, 3 Tier 2 and 7 Tier 1. Now, less than a minute later, 2 had been killed. This terrified the remaining Naga operatives, who all cowered on the ground, unable to move. The Naga operatives now realized that there was a skilled archer among the humans. Roger was stunned by Achilles' performance. At a distance of 100 meters, he had consecutively killed 2 Naga operatives, one of whom was a Tier 2 Naga operatives, one of whom was a Tier 2 Naga. This was definitely the level of a master archer. Isn't Achilles only recently promoted to elite archer? Roger wondered. Roger, hurry up and help. Deal with those sea monsters. Those Naga operatives will likely send reinforcements soon. We need to return to the castle quickly. Achilles shouted at Roger, who was standing there in a daze. Although Nagas are not as aggressive as windwolves, they have previously attacked humans in this area, so they certainly wouldn't let this go unpunished. Just as Achilles was clearing out the sea monsters and returning to the castle, the Clay team unexpectedly returned, bringing news of the approaching windwolves. Damn it, how unlucky can we be? It's been weeks without any trouble, and now they all appear at once. Did they plan this? Achilles sighed in frustration, then began to worry about his farmland. After all, the seeds had just been planted there, and if it were destroyed, it would only make his already precarious situation even worse. Clay, how many swiftwolves are there? What's their strength? Sir, approximately 20 or 30. The swiftwolves are very fast, and I didn't dare get too close. However, the leader is a level 5 swift wolf. Hearing about the level 5 swift wolf, Achilles felt even more troubled. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Roger returned with news. The Naga army had arrived. This time, there were 2 level 4 Nagas, 3 level 3 Nagas, 3 level 3 Nagas, and about a dozen level 1 or 2 Nagas, along with nearly 500 sea monsters. Achilles was instantly relieved by this news. What's the plan now? Damn it, I don't care. He then instructed, Clay, Roger, you 2 are responsible for guarding the city walls. Don't worry about what's happening outside. I'm going to rest for a while. Since they couldn't defeat them, they would have to endure it. After all, even a level 5 swift wolf couldn't cross a 12-meter-high wall, especially since it was an uphill climb. Moreover, the Naga tribe wouldn't attack and conquer cities. They simply had no way of dealing with human castles. Clay and Roger watched Achilles leave, feeling helpless. They knew that the newly planted farmland might be in danger. However, they were powerless to do anything, especially after learning about the terrifying swift wolf pack. They were even afraid to attack the wolves themselves. Half an hour later, the Naga army reached the foot of storm territory. Then, these Nagas sent sea monsters to symbolically attack the castle twice. As a result, all that was lost was a pile of stones and logs from storm territory. Since the Naga tribe didn't dare to attack the city itself, after hesitating for about 15 minutes, they decisively led the sea monsters around storm territory and headed north. Sigh, the farmland is ruined. This winter and next year are going to be tough. Roger sighed as he watched the Nagas leave. Clay shook his head. The problem is still those swift wolves. If we don't deal with them, I'll have trouble not just next year, but for a long time to come. Yeah, I really hope that black and white bear comes back soon. Roger prayed earnestly. Then, the two continued to watch the castle, wary of a potential counterattack from the Naga tribe. An hour later, Clay suddenly heard a loud howl of wolves coming from the direction of Storm Territory Valley. It wasn't just one howl, but several. Immediately after, he heard the screams of Naga and sea serpents. He quickly called Roger over. Roger, come here. Listen to this. Do you hear that? Is it a fight between the swift wolves and the Naga? Sure enough, when Roger arrived, he confirmed Clay's suspicions. Roger immediately went to find Lord Achilles. Lord Achilles, larding towards the Baron's mansion, Roger shouted as he ran. Achilles thought something was wrong with the city walls and rushed out, not even bothering to ask Roger what was happening. He headed straight for the southern gate. Seeing this, Roger quickly called out, Lord Achilles, wait! It's not the south, it's the north. Go to the northern wall. The swift wolves and the Naga seem to be fighting. What? Achilles paused, momentarily confused. What are you talking about? The swift wolves and the Naga are fighting? Yes, Lord Achilles. We can hear the howls of the wolves and the screams coming from the direction of Storm Territory Valley. Hearing this, Achilles immediately sprinted towards the northern wall. Once he reached the wall, there was no need to confirm with Clay. It was already clear what was happening. On the western side of Storm Territory, a group of Naga and numerous sea serpents were frantically fleeing towards the sea, while a pack of swift wolves pursued them relentlessly. Achilles and the others quickly moved along the wall to the west, then headed towards the southern gate, looking down at the Naga and sea serpents desperately trying to escape, and the ferocious swift wolves chasing after them. Achilles estimated that there were fewer than 10 Naga mages fleeing towards the sea, with only one 4th level Naga among them. There were also only a little over 100 sea serpents. The pack of swift wolves pursuing them numbered around 20, and even the lead 5th level swift wolf had a deep scar near its eye. They're really putting up a fight, Achilles remarked casually. He then called Clay and Roger to join him. Let's go see what's happening. Park, Jenkins, you two stay here and guard the castle. About 15 minutes later, Achilles, Clay, and Roger quietly made their way to a wooded hill about a kilometer from the coast, where they could observe the battle taking place in the distance. We need to get a telescope, someone said. It was too far away to see clearly, but it was clear that the Naga had also sent out a 5th level Naga to confront the swift wolves. At that moment, both sides were locked in fierce combat on the beach, with blood flowing freely. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only about 20 wolves in the Swiftwind pack. Each one possesses a strength of at least level 2. It's likely that all the wolves with a strength of level 1 were killed during the recent battle in Storm River Valley. Damn, these Swiftwind wolves are truly crazy. They're all beaten up like this, but they still refuse to give up. It's a suicidal fight, a complete everyone dies together situation. Achilles had been hiding in the woods for over half an hour, watching as the Swiftwind wolf pack continued their relentless battle. Only when the Naga seemed to be losing morale did they retreat back into the sea, temporarily halting the fighting on the beach. At this point, only 5 Swiftwind wolves remained, 1 level 5 leader and 2 level 3s and 2 level 2s. The situation for the Naga was even worse. The corpses of the sea monsters were piled high across the entire beach, numbering well over 500. Many Naga mages had also been killed or injured, including a single level 5 Naga. Just when Achilles thought the swift-winged wolves had won, a trident suddenly shot out of the water, impaling one of the level 3 wolves and pinning it to the ground. At that moment, the level 5 swift-winged wolf seemed to hesitate slightly, slowly retreating but still maintaining an aggressive posture, as if ready to pounce at any second. However, the owner of the trident had already emerged from the water, landing next to the impaled wolf and casually pulling the trident free. Seeing the size of this naga, Achilles was stunned. Level 6? What the hell is going on here? First a pack of level 7 swift-winged wolves, now a group of level 6 nagas. I need to move. I absolutely have to move. Just as Achilles was considering moving, a danger warning flashed in his mind. Warning! Extreme danger! 1 kilometer east, there is an injured level 8 giant panda that is heading this way. Achilles didn't immediately react to the danger warning until he heard a massive roar coming from the east. Then, Achilles snapped out of it and exclaimed in terror, "Everyone, stay still. It's a level 8 giant panda." Clay and Roger, who had initially been wondering what kind of beast was making that roaring sound, were shocked to hear that it was a level 8 giant panda. Their faces turned pale with fear, and they immediately dropped to the ground, motionless. This was because the hill where the 3 of them were hiding was located in the northeast direction of the beach battlefield. So, at that moment, the 8-level black and white giant bear ran past their location and headed quickly towards the swift wolves on the beach battlefield. Upon hearing the roar of the giant bear, the swift wolf pack immediately turned around and fled. However, it was clear that the black and white giant bear was targeting this group of swift wolves. Even the 5-level swift wolves hadn't managed to run a kilometer when they were blocked by the black and white giant bear on Achilles' left side. Just a few minutes later, all the remaining swift wolves, 1 5-level, 1 3-level, and 2 2-level wolves, were killed. After killing all the swift wolves, the black and white giant bear roared towards the sky, seemingly venting its anger. At this time, Achilles, who was hiding in the woods, stared at what he thought was a black and white giant bear and was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again at the black and white giant bear. After confirming that he wasn't mistaken, he blurted out, "Giant panda." That's right, the so-called black and white giant bear actually looked like a giant panda, with its distinctive black and white fur and large dark eye patches. The only difference was that this panda was much larger, standing almost 5 meters tall and having a bulky physique. "Is this really a black and white giant bear?" Achilles asked again. "Yes, sir," Clay said softly, as if afraid of disturbing the 8-level black and white giant bear. "It's a black and white giant bear, a high-level magical beast comparable to a dragon. Adults can reach level 8, and their fully mature form is even level 9. The king bear within this species can even reach legendary status. Sir, what should we do now? Judging by the size of that bear, storm territory probably won't be able to withstand it," Roger asked anxiously. "Storm territory? Let's just pray that we can make it back," Clay said weakly. The 3 of them fell silent. They couldn't outrun it, and they certainly couldn't defeat it. All they could do was hope that the black and white giant bear wouldn't notice them. Just as the 3 were nervously praying that the black and white giant bear hadn't spotted them, the bear suddenly turned its head and glanced at the small grove where Achilles and the others were hiding. Achilles and his companions immediately felt a chill run down their spines, and sweat broke out on their foreheads. It's over. The black and white giant bear seemed to have spotted the trio of Achilles and was now walking directly towards them. Suddenly, halfway through its approach, it let out a roar towards the sea, startling the 6th-stage Naga, who immediately fled into the water and disappeared without a trace. The other Naga sea monsters followed suit, and in just a moment, the entire surface of the water became calm, as if nothing had happened. Only the crimson seawater and the piles of corpses testified to how brutal the battle had been. After seeing the sea become quiet, the black and white giant bear continued towards Achilles and his companions. However, while the giant bear was roaring towards the sea, Achilles and his companions had already ridden their warhorses and separated, fleeing in different directions. Although they couldn't outrun the giant bear, perhaps splitting up would allow 1 or 2 of them to escape. Seeing the 3 people scattering, the black and white giant bear tilted its head for a moment, then fixed its gaze on Achilles and leaped forward. Boom! Its massive body crashed down in front of Achilles, creating a large pit. The warhorse that Achilles was riding collapsed instantly. Seeing that the giant bear had targeted Achilles, Clay and Roger, without thinking, turned around and charged back. However, they were stopped by a roar from the black and white giant bear. "Human brat, don't be so nervous. If I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead already." Just when Achilles was despairing, a young male voice suddenly appeared in his mind. He looked at the black and white giant bear with disbelief. "That's right, it's me talking to you." The black and white giant bear with disbelief. "That's right, it's me talking to you." The black and white giant bear still looked amiable as it gazed at Achilles. "Panda, aren't you a level 8 creature?" "How?" Achilles asked in surprise. "Only when a magical beast reaches the 9th stage can it use telepathy to communicate with other races. You should first tell your subordinates to stop. If they continue to provoke me, I won't hold back." Yes, Achilles immediately agreed. Now that there was finally a chance, Achilles didn't dare to anger this panda. He quickly waved his hand, signaling Clay and Roger, who were still charging towards him, to stop and not come any closer. Then he respectfully addressed the black and white giant bear. "Panda, what can I do for you? I will definitely help you solve it." I have a grudge against those swift-wind wolf packs. How about you help me kill their leader?" the black and white giant panda playfully said. Achilles' expression stiffened for a moment, then he forced a smile. Shock, surprise? Achilles realized that this giant panda was making fun of him, but he could only force a smile. "Brother Bear, I know you have a grudge against the Swiftwind Wolf Pack, but I can't fight them." "How do you know I have a grudge against the Swiftwind Wolf Pack?" I heard it from a Lyman wolf subhuman. They said that you were wronged by those damned Swiftwind wolves while trying to help others." So, Achilles explained truthfully. "A Lyman wolf tribe?" "Yes, there is such a tribe. Now that you know, things are easier. I'm Storm Panda, just call me Panda. Don't call me Brother Bear, it makes me sound like one of those clumsy ground bears. I came to see you today because I want to offer you an opportunity for cooperation. You helped me with a few things, but don't worry, I'm not asking you to go after the Swiftwind Wolf Pack. In return, I'll spare your life." The black and white giant bear asked sincerely. After hearing this, Achilles felt like 1,000 wild horses were running through his mind. What else? It was far from good. Of course I can. "Panda brother, just tell me what to do." Seeing that Achilles agreed, the black and white giant bear nodded with satisfaction. "First, bring me some of your human liquor, the more the better." Achilles was stunned when he heard the first request. This giant panda likes to drink? "Second, help me get some fire attribute monster cores, preferably level 6 or higher. I need them to restore my strength. Third, keep a close eye on the movements of the Swiftwind Wolf Pack. The Wolf King was already at the peak of level 7 before, and I estimate he's about to break through to level 8. If he breaks through first, we'll be in trouble." After mentioning these 3 points, the black and white giant bear paused for a moment, then continued. "That's all for now. I'll come back later if there's anything else." Achilles listened and his lips twitched slightly. This wasn't cooperation. It was even worse than selling out someone for profit. He reluctantly lowered his head and tried to bargain. "Panda brother, the liquor is fine. I promise to get you the best and strongest liquor available. But those level 6 or higher monster cores, I'm just a minor lord of level 1, and I really can't get them. And about the Swiftwind Wolf King, that area is where monsters and beastmen and subhumans live. As a human, I can't even enter there, let alone gather information." The black and white giant panda, after hearing this, glanced at Achilles. "You're useless. It's not like I'm asking you to go personally. You can buy demon beast cores from human kingdoms. There are plenty available. And for reconnaissance missions, you can send your subordinates." At that moment, Achilles felt a sense of helplessness, like a scholar facing a soldier, unable to explain himself. He could only reply with a tearful voice, "Brother Panda, I don't have any money either. As for my subordinates, those 2 are the strongest I have and they were borrowed from someone else, and there's also an injured Tier 4 humanoid being still lying in the castle." Finally, Achilles helplessly pointed at Clay and Roger, who were standing motionless in the distance. The black and white giant panda stared intently at Achilles for a moment, making Achilles feel as if his goosebumps were rising. Then it continued to mock him, useless, poor, and completely incompetent. Achilles thought to himself, it's not just about being poor. A Tier 6 Demon Beast Core costs between 200,000 and 500,000 gold coins. Who can afford that except for the wealthiest nobles? However, he knew he was in a difficult position, so Achilles could only nod humbly and agree. Since you can't do anything, there's no way we can cooperate. Ah, but we can cooperate. I'm very good at making alcohol. I can definitely create the strongest and best liquor in the human world. And I'm also skilled at earning money. Once my territory is safe, I can earn a lot of money, and then I can buy demon beast cores for you. When Achilles heard that the giant panda didn't want to cooperate, he immediately became anxious and promised everything he could because his life was still in the hands of this giant panda. Really? You know how to make alcohol? The strongest kind? Hearing about the strong liquor, the black and white giant panda crouched down slightly, its eyes filled with excitement. Yes, I can definitely create the strongest liquor if you give me time. Otherwise, just eat me. Achilles repeatedly assured him, almost swearing on it. After receiving confirmation, the black and white giant panda immediately sat down on the ground and smiled innocently. Come on, tell me how long it will take. Do you have any now? Give me a little to try. Hearing about the strong liquor, this black and white giant panda seemed to have transformed into a completely different bear. It even forgot about the other two conditions. Brother Panda, I haven't been here long and I haven't started making alcohol yet, but in a month at most, I can go to Fort Gray to buy some ingredients and then process them for you. It will definitely be better than the wine you used to drink. Achilles knew that within the kingdom of Alpha, there were only low-quality beers, weak alcoholic beverages, and slightly better fruit wines. The black and white giant panda had probably been drinking orc-made fruit wine, which was certainly inferior to what could be made with ingredients from Fort Gray. Therefore, this giant panda likely hadn't tasted any good wine, and Achilles only needed to buy the low-alcohol beverages and distill them, which would definitely satisfy the panda's needs. A whole month? I haven't had a drink in over a year. Oh well, we need to hurry then. Let's go back to the castle. The black and white giant panda happily stood up and invited Achilles to return to the castle with him. Achilles was taken aback. Was this bear going to follow him back to the castle? Brother Panda, are you sure? Achilles pointed at the panda's size and said that if it really went into the castle, it might scare those timid serfs to death. The black and white giant panda looked down at himself and then seemed to understand Achilles' meaning. Then, in Achilles' astonished gaze, the bear rapidly shrunk until it was only the size of a human head, looking incredibly cute. Next, the black and white giant panda jumped and sat on Achilles' shoulder. Is this okay? Let's go. Yes, let's go. This is a high-level magical beast. Not only can it communicate telepathically at level 8, but it can also freely change its size. It's truly amazing. Achilles then walked towards Clay and Roger, because his warhorse was currently lying on the ground, unable to move, and would likely need several hours to recover. Roger, please take care of my warhorse. When he recovers, bring him back to the castle. Clay and I will go ahead. The two men looked at the small bear on Achilles' shoulder, their foreheads dripping with sweat. Hearing Achilles' instructions, they stammered out a response. Although they had many questions in their minds, they didn't dare to ask and immediately followed Achilles' instructions. Achilles then mounted Roger's warhorse and rode towards the castle with Clay. Suddenly, he saw the corpses of a swift wolf and a naga and quickly pointed at them and asked, Brother Panda, do you want these? The small bear on his shoulder replied disdainfully, No. The swift wolf is wind-aligned and the naga is water-aligned. Also, they are not magical beasts. They don't have magic cores, so they're useless to me. But keep that meat from the level 5 Swiftwind Wolf for me. I do enjoy eating some meat occasionally. Upon hearing this, Achilles was immediately overjoyed by this unexpected windfall. These corpses of wind wolves and nagas are valuable resources. Even the practitioners among the sea monsters are quite precious. For example, the hides of wind wolf beasts along with their bones and magical cores are excellent materials for crafting magic items. Especially the magical cores. Any beast's core is highly valued, with higher-level creatures commanding even greater prices. Furthermore, the flesh and blood of wind wolves contain magical energy. Whether a knight or a warrior consumes it, it can accelerate their training progress. However, they shouldn't overindulge, as excessive consumption can cause internal imbalances, potentially damaging a warrior's meridians or a knight's life force. As for nagas and sea monsters, which are humanoid creatures with scales, while they lack magical cores and their flesh is not typically consumed, their scales and hides are excellent materials for crafting enchanted leather armor, and they are also quite valuable. Since the black and lion giant bears weren't interested in these resources, Achilles certainly wouldn't let them go to waste. After all, he was considered a poor man in their eyes. He immediately instructed Clay, you go back immediately and gather people to transport all the corpses of the wind wolves and those useful nagas and sea monsters here to Storm Territory. Also, send someone to collect the corpses from the northern Storm River Valley. Upon hearing Achilles' instructions, Clay glanced at the corpses, his eyes widening with excitement. However, he then hesitated, looking towards the small panda perched on Achilles' shoulder. It's all right, Brother Panda has agreed. We only need to reserve the flesh of that 5th-level windwolf for him. Achilles understood Clay's concern and explained, Oh really? Okay, I'll go do it right away. As Clay prepared to return to the city, he suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, But sir, isn't collecting corpses from the sea dangerous? There are still quite a few mid-level practitioner-level nagas in the water. Before Achilles could answer, the voice of the panda, echoed in both their minds. It's all right. I've already warned those nagas. This is my territory. If they don't want to die, they should move away soon. When you go collect the corpses, if they cause any trouble, just mention my name. Achilles and Clay were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. It was another stroke of good fortune. At that moment, Achilles was overjoyed. Now, with this bay at his disposal, the potential food shortage caused by the destroyed farmland could be resolved. With the Naga sea monster gone, land reclamation could proceed faster, and efforts to increase the population could be intensified. Next, if we can deal with this giant panda, perhaps we can also resolve the issue of the swift wolves. Then, the development of our territory can truly get back on track. Thinking about this, Achilles first gestured for Clay to quickly go and gather people. After Clay left, Achilles tentatively asked, Brother Panda, how long will it take for your injuries to heal? Without fire element magic cores, it could take 5 or 10 years. He replied, But if I had 30 or 56 level fire element magic cores, I could recover to a 7th level strength within a year, and then another 2 years to reach the 8th level. If I had 7th or 8th level fire element magic cores, it would be even faster, and perhaps I might even evolve into my complete form and enter the 9th realm. The black and white giant panda, seemed completely unconcerned with Achilles, openly revealing all this information. His current strength is between the 6th and 7th levels. However, upon hearing this, Achilles felt a shiver run down his spine. He couldn't afford that kind of expense. He should focus on getting the distilled liquor production going. When Achilles was approaching Storm Territory, Clay had already led people to the coast to collect the bodies there. Clay also reported that Jenkins and his team were collecting bodies in the northern Storm River Valley. Achilles then returned to Storm Territory with a miniaturized version of the black and white giant panda. As soon as they arrived at the Baron's mansion, the giant panda yawned and said, Human boy, go prepare something for me. He paused, realizing he didn't even know this human's name, so he asked, By the way, what's your name? It's not very polite to keep calling you human boy. Achilles smiled wryly. This was still a polite bear. My name is Achilles Louis. You can call me Achilles, Brother Panda. Okay, Achilles boy, go get me some fresh bamboo shoots. There's a large bamboo forest about 10 kilometers to the east, and also prepare some honey. You must have some of that, right? Achilles' face turned dark. Achilles boy, what's the difference between that and human boy? It's not polite at all. The black and white giant panda, saw Achilles' expression and thought he didn't even have honey, so he became dissatisfied again. If you don't have any, quickly send someone to find some. I just saw that your castle has a lot of people, although they are all weaklings, but surely you can find some honey. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. You rest here in the courtyard for now. This entire courtyard will eventually be yours, Panda Josh. In a few days, I'll plant some bamboo here. Achilles replied quickly. That sounds about right. All right, you go ahead and do your work. I'm going to sleep. Panda, the giant black and white bear, finished speaking and immediately lay down on the ground in the courtyard to sleep. Achilles saw this, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and carefully left the area. He also arranged for a squad of spearmen to guard the courtyard, ensuring that no one was allowed near it. Immediately after, Achilles instructed Parker to go chop bamboo and find some honey. Next, he found Old Justin. Old Justin, Tomorrow, arrange for the serfs to clear the damaged farmland. Plant whatever you can as quickly as possible. The task of reclaiming more land can wait. Also, reassure those serfs. Tell them that even though the farmland is damaged, they will still be considered to have met their quota this year. Yes, sir, I'll go comfort them right away. But Achilles immediately stopped him. No need. You can do it tomorrow. I have something else to ask you. Is there any wine and honey left in the castle? Old Justin was taken aback. Even at this time, the young master wanted to drink. Sir, we don't have any honey. As for wine, there seems to be 1 barrel of low-quality wine left over from the previous lord. Would you like some now? Old Justin hesitated, wanting to advise against it. But Achilles didn't have time to explain. He immediately ordered, I don't want to drink it myself. Give it to someone else. Go and move that barrel of wine to the kitchen. Then bring back some clay jars, bamboo tubes, animal hides, and mud. Don't ask questions, just go. Seeing this, old Justin immediately went to carry out the order. Half an hour later, Achilles arrived at the kitchen, intending to use his knowledge from his previous life on Earth to try and refine the low-quality wine. It has to work. Then, Achilles began experimenting based on the distillation principles he had learned in the past, placing a large amount of water into a big iron pot. He then placed the clay jars containing the low-quality wine inside, connecting them with bamboo tubes. He sealed the connection with animal hides and mud. Another bamboo tube was connected to this one, angled downwards with the interface also sealed. The bamboo tube was wrapped in wet cotton cloth. Finally, he started a fire under the pot to heat the water. Because there was no thermometer, Achilles and old Justin worked late into the night using different temperatures for distillation. Finally, they managed to produce something that looked like distilled liquor with an alcohol content of around 40–50 degrees. However, because it was made from low-quality wine, the taste wasn't very good, but it should be enough to satisfy that giant panda. Immediately afterward, Achilles didn't care if it was the middle of the night. He quickly prepared 2 jars of distilled liquor to deliver to the black and lion giant bears. When Achilles emerged from the kitchen, carrying a jug of distilled liquor, it was already late at night. He first instructed old Justin to seal off the kitchen and prevent anyone from entering. Then, he summoned Clay, who had just returned from transporting the bodies, and asked him to bring some fresh bamboo shoots that Parker had cut. Together, they went to the courtyard of the panda. Achilles entered the courtyard alone and saw that the panda was still sound asleep. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "He really doesn't respect me." He then tried calling out to the bear, but there was no response. Finally, Achilles opened the jug of distilled liquor he was carrying and called out again, "Brother Panda, I have some liquor for you. Would you like to try it?" Whether it was the word liquor or the smell that caught its attention, the panda suddenly sat up, its black eyes wide open as it looked around. "Brother Panda, the liquor is right here. I spent half the night making this, and I brought it to you immediately." Achilles saw the bear's reaction and felt that things were going well. The panda didn't say a word. It simply snatched the jug of liquor and started drinking. Gulp, gulp. The entire 5 gin, approximately 1.1 pounds jug of distilled liquor, was quickly consumed by the bear. Then it immediately asked, "Is there any more?" "There's only 1 jug left, brother. Please drink slowly. There's no more liquor in the castle right now. If you like it, I'll send someone to Grey Fortress in a couple of days to buy several carts of liquor and have them processed for you." As Achilles spoke, he had Clay bring over another jug of liquor. "This is delicious. I, a bear, have never tasted anything so good. Achilles, you're amazing. Come join me, and I guarantee no one will dare to bully you." Achilles chuckled and took the jug of liquor that Clay was carrying, handing it over. The panda accepted the liquor and continued drinking happily. Then, realizing that there was only this much left and that more might take days to arrive, it started sipping slowly. It also asked Achilles to bring in some bamboo shoots. Achilles and Clay watched as the panda contentedly drank its liquor and munched on the bamboo shoots. Then, they retreated from the courtyard. As the 2 of them walked away, Achilles let out a long sigh of relief. Finally we've dealt with that black and white giant bear. We should be safe for now." Clay wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying incredulously, "Sir, I still feel like I'm dreaming. This is an 8th ranks black and white giant bear, and it's one of those rare 8th ranks bears capable of telepathic communication. It might even have the potential to become a bear king. Maybe someday it will be a legendary figure. Achilles chuckled wryly. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Just surviving is already pretty good. By the way, could you tally up the bodies we collected today? I'm exhausted. I'm going to go back and sleep. You should rest early too. With that, Achilles headed towards the Baron's mansion. Today had been incredibly eventful. First, there was the battle with Naga. Then, they retreated to the castle, followed by an attack from a pack of swift wolves, which unexpectedly led to another confrontation with Naga. Finally, the black and white giant bear appeared, ending the fighting. But somehow, it all worked out well for Achilles. Whether it was luck or misfortune, he couldn't say. A peaceful night passed, and Achilles didn't wake up until late morning. After getting up, Achilles checked his stats. Name: Achilles Louis Basic Squells. Flame Breath Technique: Novice Knight, 10/1000. Triple Flame Slash: Novice, 1/20. Horsemanship: Beginner, 4/10. Basic Archery, Intermediate, Maximum. Attribute Points: 1 Innate Talents. Enhanced Precognition, Novice Precognition, 0/100. Passively predict danger once a day within a 1 kilometer radius. With an effect lasting 3 days, within a 1 kilometer radius, with an effect lasting 3 days. Also able to sense hostility directed towards you from close range. Extreme Speed, Novice Speed, 0/100. Increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by a factor of 2. Energy Essence, 14. Requires increasing base level for upgrade. 14 points of Energy Essence. Still quite a ways to go before I can upgrade my innate talent. Achilles thought. It's a shame that the swift wolves interrupted yesterday. Otherwise, I might have been able to kill some more Naga professionals. Now that the Nagas are leaving, there's no way to get any more Energy Essence. However, Achilles immediately remembered that there was a 6th-rank Naga among them. He was relieved that he hadn't tried to farm Energy Essence from the Nagas before. If he had lured that 6th-ranked Naga out, Storm Territory wouldn't have been able to withstand it. After reviewing the report, Achilles convened a meeting with old Justin and several military officers. In the conference room of the Baron's estate, Achilles was the first to speak. Old Justin, what is the extent of the damage to the farmland? Sir, replied old Justin, over half of the rice paddies in Storm Territory Valley have been destroyed. The dry land on the west side is unaffected. Achilles felt a pang of sadness. They relied on those rice paddies for their food supply. Now, more than half of them were gone, and he didn't know if they would be able to replant this year. He then turned to Clay. What about yesterday's harvest? Have the statistics been compiled? Clay responded with a beaming smile. Sir, the results are in. The harvest exceeded all expectations. We obtained a total of 28 Windwolf corpses, including 1 level 5, 6 level 3, 10 level 2, and 11 level 1 wolves. There were also 36 Naga practitioner corpses, with 1 level 5, 3 level 4, 7 level 3, 10 level 2, and 15 level 1 practitioners. Finally, there were 12 sea monster practitioner corpses, including 1 level 4, 2 level 3, 3 level 2, and 6 level 1 practitioners. After Clay reported the specific figures, everyone in the room gasped. That was an enormous amount. When they were alive, those creatures could have destroyed Storm Territory dozens of times. Achilles stated directly, keep all the flesh, bones, and tendons from the Windwolves. Also, keep the magic cores from the level 5 Windwolf. Everything else should be sold. What is the approximate value? The prices for hides and scales at Grey Fortress are roughly as follows. Level 1, 30 gold coins. Level 2, 80 gold coins. Level 3, 150 gold coins. Level 4, 500 gold coins. Level 4, 500 gold coins. Level 5, 2,000 gold coins. Level 5, 2,000 gold coins. The prices for magic cores are Level 1, 50 gold coins. Level 2, 150 gold coins. Level 3, 500 gold coins. Level 4, 10,000 gold coins. Level 5, 50,000 to 100,000 gold coins. Level 5, 50,000 to 100,000 gold coins. Level 6, 200,000 to 500,000 gold coins. Based on your instructions, the total value of the magic cores and hides that are being sold is approximately 15,100 gold coins. Clay quickly provided the specific figures, clearly having already calculated them. Everyone was astonished by the figure of 15,100 gold coins. For people from their background, they had never seen so much money in their entire lives. Even Roger, who hailed from the prestigious Tulip Order, was just a novice knight before. Achilles finally understood the feeling of suddenly becoming rich. Yesterday, he was a pauper with only a few gold coins. Today, he had become wealthy overnight. It was an exhilarating experience. He immediately issued orders. Park and Jenkins organized the veteran soldiers to quickly skin those beast hides and scales. Then, properly preserve the meat of the swift wolves, including their tendons and bones. Old Justin quickly organized the serfs to replow the damaged farmland. Roger, take a group of men to the coast and closely monitor the movements of the Nagas. Once you confirm they have left, return immediately and report. Yes, sir. Everyone rose and received their orders. Later, Achilles spoke privately with Clay, instructing everyone else to proceed with their tasks. Clay, take your night squad members and transport all the ordinary purification water from the warehouse. Use it to cleanse the area around the castle and the farmland in the river valley of any traces of swift wolf presence. Don't bother cleaning the coastal areas. After you've finished that, continue patrolling westward. As before, report back immediately if you encounter orcs or swift wolves. Ordinary purification water is a necessity in frontier territories. It's specifically used to eliminate various types of lingering energies. Yes, sir? Clay thought about the possibility of swift wolves appearing at any moment, and knowing that the area around the castle was saturated with their scent, he immediately gathered his men to collect the ordinary purification water. Meanwhile, after everyone had left, Achilles began calculating how to spend his newfound wealth. This world is a place where the strong prey on the weak, and simply hoarding gold coins is extremely dangerous. Only by converting those gold coins into military strength can one protect what remains and earn even more. Therefore, strengthening the military was the first priority. Achilles planned to form 2 new units, an infantry unit and a spearman unit. He prepared to purchase 100 sets of leather armor and 100 long swords, which would cost 5,000 gold coins. Then there were 100 spears, requiring another 500 gold coins. Then there were 100 spears, requiring another 500 gold coins. Additionally, he wanted to expand 3 archer squads, needing 30 bows and 1,000 arrows, costing 10 gold coins. Considering that professional combat is the most dangerous and intense, Achilles also planned to purchase a first-tier enchanted armor set for both Clay and Roger, which would cost 400 gold coins each. Achilles himself already possessed a second-tier enchanted armor set he had confiscated from Florian. While expanding the army, it's crucial to have a sufficient population to support it. Otherwise, if everyone is conscripted, Achilles would eventually run out of money for soldier salaries. Therefore, Achilles also plans to purchase 500 young male slaves and 500 young female slaves, totaling 7,500 gold coins. Adding these together amounts to approximately 14,000 gold coins. The remaining gold will be used to buy food and, most importantly, low-quality alcohol. The food is for the new slaves' rations. As for the low-quality alcohol, it's for Achilles' own safety. After all, the 8th rank's black and white giant panda has a particular fondness for it. If he can't satisfy its craving, he might end up being sent to the wilderness mountains to fight alongside wild wolves. Just as Achilles was planning how to use the gold coins, a small panda suddenly flew in through the door. It was the 8th rank's black and white giant panda. Achilles, did you really run out of that alcohol from yesterday? The giant panda plopped down on the table in front of Achilles and immediately demanded more alcohol. This made Achilles both laugh and cry. He had never heard of a magical beast having such a fondness for alcohol. Panda brother, I told you yesterday that there's no more alcohol left in Storm territory, and brewing alcohol takes time, Achilles explained. See, I'm just about to send someone to Grey Fortress to buy some alcohol. This time, I'm planning to buy about 10 tons of ordinary wine for you, and then I should be able to process a ton or so of that good stuff from last night. It will definitely be enough for you. Achilles said this while showing the giant panda his planned purchase list. You're not bad, kid. I didn't misjudge you. The black and white giant panda looked at Achilles' purchase list for a moment, then praised him with satisfaction. Then he asked, "How much is a ton of wine?" "I drink about 2 tons of that good stuff every day." Achilles twitched his lips slightly. "So, you can't read, and you drink 20 kilograms, about 44 pounds of alcohol a day? You're a magical beast, not an alcoholic beast." However, he still answered truthfully, The wine I buy this time should last you about 2 months." After hearing this, the giant panda seemed satisfied. "All right, when your alcohol is ready, have it all delivered to that bamboo forest on the east side. And also bring me some honey. Panda brother, don't you live here?" "I heard the panda is leaving," Achilles quickly asked. "I'm not used to being in this shrunken form, and it's not very convenient for me to return to my original size here. But don't worry, if any 6-stage swift wolves or other 6-stage magical beasts come looking for trouble, I will definitely send stage swift wolves or other 6-stage magical beasts come looking for trouble, I will definitely sense them and come to help you," the panda said, patting its chest. "What about 5-stage creatures? I don't have any powerful individuals at the 5-stage level here," Achilles asked. Hearing Achilles' question, the panda looked up at him and said bluntly, "What do you think I am? Your magical pet? Don't think I don't know that your castle can withstand most 5-stage magical beasts. Of course, if you really want me to come help you, it will cost money. Considering your wine is quite good, I'll give you a discount. For every 5-stage enemy you defeat, bring me 1 6-stage fire elemental core. For every 6-stage enemy you defeat, bring me 1 6-stage fire elemental core. For every 6-stage enemy you defeat, bring me 1 7-stage fire elemental core. How does that sound? Is it worth it?" Achilles was speechless. "So, if you help me kill a 5-stage magical beast, I have to go and kill a 6-stage magical beast for you, and it has to be a fire-based creature? Are you kidding me?" He then said, "I'll just trouble Brother Panda instead. By the way, what if that 7-stage Swift Wolf King comes? Oh, if that despicable wolf comes, I'll wait for you on the small island outside the bay. 7-stage magical beasts can't fly, and it won't be able to get past. If it manages to break through to the 8-stage level, then quickly send all your wine to me." Achilles was puzzled. "Even at the 7-stage level, you're going to run away. What are you doing drinking wine at the 8-stage level? All right, I'm leaving now. You need to get that wine to me soon. If I haven't received it when I wake up, you'll be in trouble." The panda yawned and then flew away directly. Watching the direction in which the panda was leaving, Achilles felt a bit regretful. It would have been great if this bear stayed here permanently. Then storm territory would be much safer. Of course, that's only if this giant panda doesn't go on a rampage. In the following 3 days, Park and Jenkins, along with the other veteran soldiers, processed all the magical beast, naga, and sea monster corpses. Moreover, thanks to the help of the swift wolf meat, the 4-stage Lyman wolf humanoid Mia had recovered ahead of schedule. She was now able to fully display her 4-stage strength. Therefore, Achilles immediately sent Roger to replace Clay's mission and summoned Clay back. Achilles planned to take Clay and Mia, along with a squad of soldiers, to Grey Fortress. He intended to sell the magical cores and beast-hide armor he had collected there and exchange them for what he needed. The day after Achilles had the beast-hide scale armor properly processed, he selected 50 soldiers from both the infantry and spear squads to form a temporary unit. This unit was led by Kyle, the deputy commander of the infantry squad who accompanied Achilles to Grey Fortress. Kyle was one of the most outstanding soldiers among the original 40 elite troops that Archibald had assigned to Achilles. After forming the infantry squad, he quickly distinguished himself and was recommended by Park, who appointed him as the deputy commander. Although Kyle was only 28 years old, his skill level was comparable to that of Park and Jenkins, both already at the peak of their careers as elite soldiers. He was just 1 feed-on potion away from breaking through to the first rank of a professional warrior. After packing all the beast-hide scale armor, Achilles set off with everyone. The magical cores were kept on Achilles himself, as they were the most valuable items. The journey was surprisingly smooth, without any unexpected incidents. Moreover, these soldiers had undergone training for half a month, so it only took them 2 days to reach Grey Fortress. However, Achilles didn't immediately enter the fortress. Instead, he found a suitable hidden location 3 kilometers away from the fortress and left 25 halberdiers and 25 spearmen there, under the command of Mia, a 4th-level Lyman wolf female humanoid. "Mia, going to Grey Fortress might cause unnecessary trouble, so stay here with these soldiers for a few days. When I'm done with my business, we can return together." "Yes, sir," Mia replied obediently. After arranging Mia, Achilles led the 50 soldiers under the command of Kyle and Archibald towards Grey Fortress. At the North Gate, the squad on duty today was the 4th Squad. the same unit that had fought alongside Achilles before. Captain Phelan saw Achilles and immediately came out through a small gate to greet him. "Baron." "Ah, Captain Phelan, what a coincidence!" Achilles recognized Phelan instantly and greeted him warmly. "Indeed, it's quite a coincidence. I wonder what brings the Baron here," Phelan asked politely. "Oh, I'm here to see Commander Archibald about something. Please follow the usual procedures and register us. The supply wagons are filled with beast hides. Also, I have officially become a knight, so please make sure you register it correctly," Achilles explained. Achilles covered the items with ordinary animal hides, concealing the skins of the swift-wind wolf demons and the scales of the Naga sea monsters. The guards at the city gate typically only register the number of people. They have no authority to search cargo. When Captain Pierre heard that Achilles had been promoted to a full knight, he was surprised. Even before achieving the rank of full knight, Achilles was already an exceptionally skilled marksman. Now that he has become a full knight, Pierre probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. He immediately offered his congratulations. "Congratulations, Baron." Meanwhile, Pierre's subordinates had begun registering each member of Achilles' group. A few minutes later, the registration was complete. Pierre then opened the gate and allowed Achilles and his companions to enter the fortress. Achilles stopped Captain Pierre from seeing them off. "Captain Pierre, you are still on duty, so please don't see us off. I will come back to have a drink with you after I finish my business with Captain Archibald." "Very well, Baron, thank you, and safe travels." Achilles then left the north gate and headed directly towards Archibald's residence. The arrival of half a company of soldiers at Grey Fortress caused quite a stir among the higher-ranking officers, including Deputy Commander Bennett. "What is that kid doing coming back to the fortress?" And he went straight to see Archibald. It seems they are really involved with each other. He then instructed his personal guards, "Send some of you to keep an eye on them. I don't care about what happens at Archibald's residence, but I want to know everything else they do within Grey Fortress. Report to me immediately when they leave." "Yes, sir." Several personal guards then left to carry out the orders. As he watched the guards depart, Bennett suddenly coughed violently and muttered through gritted teeth, "Damn Hyenakin, damn Archibald, damn pretty boy." Last time, Archibald had deliberately caused Bennett and his 3 companies to be sidelined from a mission, preventing them from earning any merit. They were actually quite lucky. On their way back, they encountered a severely injured Tier 4 Lyman Wolf female subrace member. If they could capture her alive and present her to someone of importance, they would still make a significant profit. However, unfortunately, while pursuing the Tier 4 Lyman Wolf female subrace member, they also ran into retreating hyena kin. A battle immediately broke out between the two groups. Bennett, in an attempt to capture a wounded Tier 4 Lyman Wolf female beastman, single-handedly confronted a Tier 5 and a Tier 4 hyena beastman. He then dispatched Florian to pursue the injured Tier 4 Lyman Wolf female beastman, and also gave Florian a valuable Tier 4 enslavement magic ring to album controller. However, the result was disastrous. Bennett's unit and the fleeing hyena beastmen suffered heavy losses on both sides, and Bennett himself sustained serious injuries. Although they eventually repelled the retreating hyena beastmen, Florian never returned. Not only did they fail to capture the Tier 4 Lyman Wolf female beastman, but they also lost the Tier 4 enslavement magic ring, and even lost a squad leader who was a Tier 3 senior knight. Furthermore, due to Bennett's unit, 60 soldiers were killed or disabled. Upon returning to the fortress, he was not only questioned by Archibald, but also reported to the headquarters of the Northeast Legion, resulting in him being denied a 6th-grade merit award. He also had to provide financial compensation to those 60 soldiers, otherwise his unit might have disbanded. Later, through his own channels, Bennett learned that the young nobleman had also gained considerable military achievements during the hyena beastman invasion. This made him even more resentful of Archibald and Achilles. "I was planning to deal with you later, but since you've come willingly, don't blame me." After drinking a potion to alleviate his injuries, Bennett went to the slave market in the west of the city. At the same time, Achilles and Clay arrived at Archibald's residence with magic cores and beastman scales. Krill and his soldiers were arranged by Archibald's butler to stay in the personal guard barracks. "Ha ha ha, Achilles, my dear brother, you missed me so much." While waiting in the reception room, Achilles suddenly heard a cheerful voice from outside. It was Archibald who had returned. Achilles quickly got up to greet him. "Forgive me for intruding again. I hope Captain Archibald doesn't mind." After entering, Archibald invited Achilles to sit down again. Please don't stand on ceremony. Last time, you, my dear brother Achilles, did me a great favor. Not only did you help me resolve the crisis, but you also gave Bennett a good scolding. Since that guy Bennett was transferred to Grey Fortress as a deputy captain, he hasn't stopped causing trouble for me. This time, I finally got to teach him a lesson. Oh, what happened to Bennett later? Achilles immediately asked, curiously. He only knew from Mia that Bennett had encountered the fleeing beastman, but he didn't know the specific outcome. That guy was really unlucky. Not only did he encounter retreating hyena beastmen, but Archibald then told Achilles about the disastrous state of Bennett's unit and the punishment he received upon his return. It's truly a terrible situation. After hearing this, Achilles silently expressed sympathy for Bennett. Not only did he suffer losses in personnel and equipment, but he also essentially gave me a Tier 4 Lyman Wolf female demi-human for free. After chatting for a while, Achilles learned about the various events that had transpired in Grey Fortress after his departure. It wasn't just Bennett who suffered. 3 of his companies also faced difficulties. Furthermore, he lost his strongest third company. Due to Florian's disappearance and Archibald's newfound prestige from his recent victories, the position of captain of the third company was ultimately filled by someone appointed by Archibald. The newly appointed captain then proceeded to thoroughly clean up the third company, transferring all those who remained loyal to Bennett to other companies through official channels. The reason Bennett only received a minor punishment, losing a 6th-class merit, was due to strong support from influential figures behind him. Otherwise, he likely wouldn't have been able to stay in Grey Fortress any longer. After their conversation, Archibald suddenly remembered something. Achilles, weren't you just heading to Storm territory? How did you end up back here so quickly? Achilles smiled and shook his head. No, not really. I wanted to sell some things, but I didn't have any connections in Grey Fortress, and going all the way to Frostmoon City was too far. So, I thought I'd trouble Captain Archibald. Archibald was surprised to hear that Achilles was just there to sell something. Oh? Did you find something valuable so quickly in Storm territory? Let me see what you have. If it's suitable, I'll buy it from you. Achilles glanced around nervously. Archibald immediately understood his meaning and said, Don't worry, my servants are gone. These are all my personal guards. They're completely trustworthy. Hearing this, Achilles felt relieved. The items he was selling were quite valuable, and if word got out, they would inevitably attract unwanted attention. After all, Storm territory seemed very weak to outsiders. He then took out 3 packages from his pocket and opened them, explaining, These are 27 Windwolf Demon cores. There are 6 third-tier cores, 10 second-tier cores, and 11 first-tier cores. Archibald's eyes widened as he looked at the Windwolf Demon cores. He was speechless for a moment. This was truly shocking. The problem of the Windwolf packs, which previous barons had failed to resolve, had apparently been solved by this Achilles. While Archibald was still reeling from the shock, Achilles continued to list items. Then there are some beast hides and scales on the supply wagons outside, he said. There are 28 Windwolf Demon Beast hides, along with 1 5th-tier Windwolf Demon Beast hide, in addition to the hides corresponding to the demon cores we just collected. And then there are the scales. 1 5th-tier Naga scale, 3 4th-tier Naga scales, 1 4th-tier Sea Serpent scale, 7 3rd-tier Naga scales, 2 3rd-tier Sea Serpent scales, 10 2nd-tier Naga scales, 3 2nd-tier Sea Serpent scales, 15 1st-tier Naga scales, and 6 1st-tier Sea Serpent scales. Archibald, who was already speechless with astonishment, opened his mouth even wider at Achilles' continued list. All right, that's it, Achilles said, then looked up at Archibald. He noticed that Archibald was staring at him with a look of disbelief. Achilles paused. Captain Archibald, what's wrong? Captain Archibald, what's wrong? Captain Archibald, what's wrong? Achilles called out again. Archibald finally snapped out of his daze. Oh. Brother Achilles, Archibald said quickly, did you eliminate the entire Windwolf pack and the Naga tribe? Achilles nodded, then shook his head. Well, I don't know exactly. These were mostly things I found. Only a few of the 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier items were from creatures we killed ourselves. The rest were just found. Achilles didn't want people to think that his Storm Legion could easily defeat 5th-tier Wind Wolf packs and Naga tribes. If they did, it would be much harder for him later on when dealing with other beast races. Archibald was taken aback by this and looked at Achilles with a strange expression, but said nothing. Achilles sighed inwardly. He knew that people probably wouldn't believe him, and he probably wouldn't believe himself if he were in Archibald's position. So, he continued to explain. "It's true," he said. "Just a few days ago, I was working on cultivating the land when a group of Naga sea creatures came ashore. I organized my troops to intercept them, but then even stronger Nagas appeared. I had no choice but to retreat to storm territory. And while the Nagas were destroying my farmland, a pack of windwolves showed up, and for some reason, they started fighting each other. The Naga, unable to defeat the swift wolves, retreated back into the sea. However, the swift wolves relentlessly pursued them, and a fierce battle erupted between the two groups near the shore. When I arrived later, only some 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier Nagas and swift wolves remained. So, that's what happened. You might not believe it, but it felt like a dream to me." Achilles spread his hands helplessly at the end of his story. Most of what Achilles said was true, except he omitted the 6th-tier Nagas and the 8th-tier black and white giant bears. Seeing how seriously Achilles explained everything, Archibald realized that Achilles wasn't lying. "Wow! Brother Achilles, you must be favored by the Artemis. Such incredible things are happening to you. The swift wolf packs and Naga tribes that previous barons couldn't solve have simply disappeared. You're so lucky." "Lucky?" Achilles muttered to himself. Indeed, he was quite fortunate to encounter both 6th-tier Nagas and 8th-tier black and white giant bears. And there's still a large pack of swift wolves and a 7th-tier wolf king in the mountains. It's as if the goddess of luck has possessed him. However, Achilles didn't want to dwell on this matter any longer, and continued, "I came here not only to sell these items, but also to buy some slaves and expand my army, so I need to purchase quite a few things." He then handed Archibald a list of purchases, which included requirements for slaves, weapons and equipment, food and wine. After reviewing the list, Archibald summoned his butler and asked him to calculate the total cost of Achilles' sales and purchases. Then he turned to Achilles and said, "Brother Achilles, these are all excellent items, so I'll take them all at a good price. But rest assured, I will definitely give you a fair price. And I can also help you acquire the things you need, so you won't have to run around. Thank you, Captain Archibald. You've done me a great favor, and I really don't want to be running around." Achilles finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He wanted this outcome, as selling to Archibald was the safest option. A moment later, Archibald's butler brought over a list with the prices for each item. After reviewing it, Archibald handed the list to Achilles and said, "Brother Achilles, take a look at these prices. What do you think?" Achilles looked at the list and found that the prices were roughly in line with his and Clay's estimates. Moreover, after accounting for the value of the goods being purchased, Clay even gave Achilles a remaining balance of 1,000 gold coins. Therefore, Achilles immediately agreed to the proposal. After agreeing to the price set by Archibald, Achilles made another request. "Captain Archibald, I have a small request. I hope you won't spread news of this transaction. Also, I would appreciate it if you could help me transport the items out of Grey Fortress. We can complete the exchange near the Cane River." Archibald raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, immediately understanding Achilles' intentions. It was likely related to the conflict between the Tulip Baroness and her political rivals. This Achilles was indeed very cautious. However, Archibald didn't dwell on it. He wouldn't directly involve himself in their conflicts, so those people wouldn't dare cause him trouble. After all, the Lincoln Duke family wasn't someone to be trifled with. "No problem. A small matter. But I have a small request of my own. If you come across any other good things in the future, please let me know first. Of course, if I can't afford it, then that's fine." Archibald was hoping to establish a long-term business relationship with Achilles. As a lord, he had more freedom than Archibald, and Storm territory was close to the Savage Mountains, which meant there were likely abundant magical creature resources. Definitely, Achilles readily agreed, as he didn't have any other options at the moment. "Huh, good, we'll become rich together in the future. Let's go, let's drink." Archibald could make some money from this deal, and more importantly, he had obtained a batch of excellent magical materials for the Lincoln family, which would earn him recognition. With both sides benefiting, Everyone was happy. Archibald even treated Achilles to what was considered good wine in this world. It's indescribable. The next day happened to be Sergeant Phelan's day off from his company in Grey Fortress. Achilles invited Phelan for lunch and then asked him to show him around the fortress. Although Grey Fortress was a military stronghold, there were still many merchants present, except during periods of orcish incursions from the south. However, they mainly came to buy goods, not sell them. Achilles learned about the material situation in this world from these merchants, which helped him prepare for his upcoming money-making plans. While Achilles was gathering information on market demand, Bennett had already begun taking action. Not only were people recruited from the slave market, but his own trusted captain was also sent to the depths of the Grey Mountains on the eastern side of the fortress. Let's see how you die this time. After everything was arranged, Bennett continued to recover from his injuries. He had been severely wounded in a previous attack by Knoll raiders and would need at least 2 or 3 months to heal unless he resorted to using expensive, high-level healing potions. On the evening that Bennett sent his captain out, Clear came to report to Achilles. "Sir, this afternoon, Bennett sent his captain outside the fortress. Because the other person was a mid-level Tier 2 warrior, I didn't dare to pursue him after he left the fortress. I only saw that he was heading east, and he hasn't returned yet." Ever since leaving Archibald's estate, Achilles had sensed several hostile presences following him, and he knew it must be people working for Bennett, the deputy captain. Therefore, he also sent Clear and a few elite soldiers to lie in wait near Bennett's residence. The Grey Mountains. It seems things won't be peaceful when I return. Achilles knew that the depths of the Grey Mountains were also home to many bandits and wild men. Most of these wild men were runaway serfs and some ordinary civilians who had run afoul of the law, forced to flee into the mountains to survive. The bandits, on the other hand, were mostly deserters from noble private armies who fled deep into the Grey Mountains and became bandit leaders. These bandit groups were undoubtedly connected to people within the fortress. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive for so long. Bennett sending someone into the Grey Mountains was clearly an attempt to contact those bandits. However, Achilles wasn't too worried, because he knew that the bandits in the Grey Mountains weren't particularly powerful. If they were, the kingdom would hold everyone accountable, from the commanders of the northeastern legions down to the smallest squad leaders. No one would be spared. In the history of the Alpha Kingdom, there had been instances where harboring bandits backfired, leading to devastating consequences for the kingdom. Therefore, the kingdom had very strict regulations regarding banditry and implemented a collective punishment system. Regardless of who was responsible, all stationed troops in that area would be punished. Achilles then waited for 2 more days within the Grey Fortress before Archibald's people informed him that everything he needed had been prepared. The next morning, Achilles went to the Archibald estate to say goodbye and arrange for his supplies to be sent ahead, arriving at the Cane River 2 days later. Afterward, Achilles left Grey Fortress with his subordinates. However, after leaving the fortress, Achilles didn't immediately reunite with Mia. Instead, he quietly changed into different clothes and had a soldier of similar build wear his own uniform to impersonate him, while Achilles himself slipped away unnoticed into the dense forest to find Mia. Meanwhile, Archibald led half a company along the main road, while Achilles led the other half along a smaller path, maintaining a distance of 500 and 800 meters between them. The first day passed without incident, but Achilles remained on high alert, suspecting that Bennett would do something. Sure enough, on the second day at noon, Achilles received a warning. Warning, 1,000 meters ahead, there are 200 bandits ambushing. Among them are 1 Tier 3 advanced warrior, 1 Tier 2 intermediate warrior, 2 Tier 1 novice warriors, and 50 elite soldiers. Perners, actually a Tier 3 professional here? Bennett is really taking a risk. If this is discovered, he wouldn't have enough heads to lose. Tier 3 professionals are considered powerful individuals. Typically, only the commanders of highly elite companies would be Tier 3. Therefore, these bandits with a Tier 3 member were capable of attacking an ordinary company. If such an incident occurred, the Northeastern Legion would definitely send someone to investigate, and Bennett would have a hard time concealing it. At that moment, Achilles was approximately 600 meters away from Archibald, meaning Archibald's group was already quite close to the bandits' ambush. Immediately, a soldier was dispatched to inform Archibald about the situation. Upon receiving the message, Archibald immediately halted his advance and prepared for defense in place. As Archibald formed a defensive formation, the bandits who were ambushing ahead noticed something unusual. "Sir Kent," the bandit leader said urgently to a cloaked, masked figure, "it seems we've been discovered. What should we do now?" The cloaked figure frowned. He hadn't expected that Achilles' subordinate would be so vigilant. They didn't think they had revealed anything, yet they were still detected. However, he wasn't overly concerned. As long as the enemy didn't run away, their strength was more than enough to easily eliminate them. Immediately, he gave the order, "Since they've been discovered, just charge in and kill them." Near the third-tier gray fortress, on the main road leading to Storm territory, Clay stood ready with 50 soldiers. Under the command of a cloaked figure, the bandits emerged from the dense forest lining both sides of the road, charging directly towards Clay and his men. Clay had arranged his soldiers in a formation similar to the one used against the sea monster, alternating shield bearers with spearmen. However, most of these soldiers were new recruits, having only participated in one battle against the sea monster. This was a completely different situation, as they were facing other humans. Many of the recruits were visibly nervous, and some involuntarily took a half-step back when they saw the fierce expressions on the bandits' faces. Seeing this, Clay immediately shouted, "Hold your ground! Don't be afraid! These are just a bunch of disorganized bandits. They won't be our match. You've faced sea monsters before, so dealing with these bandits is nothing compared to that. And think about the Baron's merit system. This is your chance to earn some recognition by defeating this group of rabble." Inspired by Clay's words, the recruits felt a bit more confident. They had fought sea monsters. What were they afraid of? Meanwhile, the veteran soldiers standing beside the recruits smiled reassuringly and explained that bandits were often cowardly and easily intimidated. This helped to calm the recruits, who now stood firm, their eyes fixed on the charging bandits, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to attack. At this moment, Achilles had arrived with Mia and a group of soldiers in the forest south of Clay's position. Achilles immediately gave his orders. "Mia, once you charge forward, go straight for that third-tier elite warrior. Try to capture him alive if possible, but if you can't, just kill him." "Yes, sir!" Kryl, take 50 soldiers and charge in alongside Clay's men to flank and encircle these bandits, but make sure you maintain your formation. "Yes, sir." After issuing the orders, Achilles drew back his bowstring, aiming at a first-tier novice warrior and released an arrow. Whoosh! Ah! The first-level novice thief who was still charging let out a cry and fell to the ground, dead. Achilles immediately shouted, "Attack!" Then all the surrounding soldiers roared in unison, "Attack!" Mia led the charge, followed closely by Kryl and his soldiers. Meanwhile, Achilles knocked another arrow and fired, this time aiming at one of the second-level black-clad figures. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it, but the arrow struck his shoulder. At that moment, the true nature of a disorganized mob was revealed. Under such unexpected circumstances, most of the thieves stopped when they heard the commotion on the flank. Some of the faster ones even collided with the thieves in front, who had suddenly stopped, causing complete chaos in the thief formation. Seeing this, Kryl immediately abandoned his defensive position and shouted, "Attack! Attack!" The veteran soldiers charged forward alongside the new recruits. At this point, even the third-level leader of the thieves was bewildered. They were supposed to be ambushing someone, but how could they end up being ambushed themselves? Without hesitation, he immediately ordered a retreat. However, one of the black-clad figures refused. He clutched his injured shoulder and shouted fiercely, "No retreat! Retreating now will only lead to faster deaths. Don't you see that the enemy isn't numerous? Ignore those around you for now. You must immediately lead the elite troops forward and break through the enemy lines. If we can disrupt their formation, we still have a chance. And don't forget, this is a mission entrusted by our superiors. If we fail to complete it, both of us." Psht! Gurgle. Gurgle. Before he could finish speaking, the black-clad figure was struck by an arrow in the throat and died instantly. Blood gushed from his mouth, neck, and throat as he stumbled a few steps before collapsing. Immediately after, while the third-level thief leader was still contemplating whether to retreat, Mia had already closed in and swung her sword at him. Despite the thief leader's quick reaction and attempt to block the blow with his own sword, he was still knocked back several meters. He landed on the ground, his face filled with shock and fear, and cried out, "Fourth level! Retreat! Retreat quickly!" As the thief leader shouted for a retreat, the already chaotic thief formation became even more disorganized. Furthermore, Kryl had now led his troops to the scene, causing the thieves to scatter in all directions, colliding with each other and being trampled underfoot. After shooting down the last Tier 1 adventurer, Achilles began targeting the elite soldiers among the bandits who were wearing leather armor, aiming to reduce the pressure on the new recruits. While intense battles can often accelerate a soldier's growth, it requires sufficient reinforcements. Achilles had limited manpower and no way to replenish his ranks, so he felt it was acceptable for his soldiers to gradually grow stronger, as long as they were improving. As Achilles continued to eliminate the bandit elites, many of the weaker bandits began dropping their weapons and surrendering. This created a domino effect. Once one started to surrender, others followed suit. Achilles seized the opportunity and shouted, "No killing for those who surrender! No killing for those who surrender!" As a result, more than half of the bandits chose to surrender. Only those who had committed atrocities knew that even if they surrendered, their fate was sealed, so they continued to fight desperately, trying to break through. Meanwhile, the Tier 3 bandit leader, who had been suppressed by Mia, saw the situation and immediately tried to rush towards the forest. However, how could Mia, a Tier 4 warrior, allow him to escape? If it weren't for Achilles' order to capture him alive, she would have likely killed him instantly. Achilles, seeing this from afar, immediately fired several arrows at the Tier 3 bandit leader, each arrow aimed at vulnerable areas like the face, throat, and legs. This forced the bandit leader to constantly defend himself, and eventually, he made a mistake. Mia struck with her sword, severing his right hand that held the sword, effectively neutralizing him. Seeing this, Achilles didn't bother to interrogate anyone. He simply raised his hand and fired another arrow, sending the bandit leader to his death. Then, Achilles saw a large amount of energy essence, far greater than what was typically obtained from a Tier 2 adventurer, fly out and enter his body. At this point, the battlefield had largely subsided. After reuniting with Mia, Achilles immediately opened his character panel to check how much ability essence he had gained from defeating the Tier 3 adventurer. Name: Achilles Louis. Innate talents: Super Precognition. Enhanced Precognition: 0/100. Passively predict danger once a day within a 1-kilometer radius, with a duration of 3 days, and also sense hostility directed towards you from close range. Extreme Speed. Beginner Speed: 0/100. Increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by a factor of 2. Energy Essence: 126, requires increasing base level for the next awakening. It's really 100 points. My favorite talent can finally be upgraded. After reviewing the information on his panel, Achilles immediately chose to upgrade his innate talent, Enhanced Precognition. He realized that his current base level was still too low. Even with an extreme speed boost, the improvement in his overall strength would be limited. The current 2-bike speed increase was already sufficient. However, Enhanced Precognition was a very useful survival skill. Upgrading it would undoubtedly improve his ability to anticipate and avoid danger, further enhancing his chances of survival. With that in mind, Achilles hesitated for only a moment before allocating 101 energy essence points to the Enhanced Precognition talent. This upgrade didn't seem to grant him any new skills or memories, unlike previous upgrades. He simply felt nothing. So, Achilles reopened his panel to check. Name: Achilles Lewis. Innate talent: Enhanced Precognition. Enhanced Precognition. Enhanced Precognition. Passively predicts danger twice a day within a 2-kilometer radius, with an effective duration of 3 days. Also allows you to sense malicious intent from others at close range. Energy Essence: 25. Next awakening requires increasing base level. It's now Enhanced Precognition. The number of uses and the range have increased, but the duration remains the same. Achilles read the description of the upgraded talent. While it only improved the number of uses and the range, these were significant improvements that could potentially save him from danger in critical situations, making the upgrade worthwhile. If possible, Achilles still wanted to continue accumulating energy essence to further upgrade Enhanced Precognition. However, the panel indicated that after reaching Enhanced Precognition, no further values were displayed. Clearly, there was a limit to how much it could be upgraded at this stage. It likely worked similarly to awakening talents, requiring an increase in his base level before he could continue upgrading Enhanced Precognition. The gap between talent level and base level couldn't be too large. Then the priority is to improve my night level. Achilles closed his panel. The battle had ended completely. Aside from a few bandits who managed to escape towards the north, the rest were either killed during the initial charge or captured afterward. Most of the bandits were essentially serfs, and while they could fight well when things went their way, they quickly surrendered once they were outmatched. Clay was now leading a group of soldiers in an orderly manner, cleaning up the battlefield and collecting anything valuable. Clay had divided the soldiers into 4 groups. One group was responsible for patrolling the perimeter, another for gathering useful items from the battlefield, a third for guarding the prisoners, and a small group was helping to care for the wounded on their side. Achilles immediately went to where the wounded were being treated. "What's the casualty situation?" he asked. A seasoned soldier in charge of the area replied promptly. "Sir, only 12 people are injured, but 5 may suffer permanent disabilities. However, we haven't lost a single person. Not a single fatality." "That's incredibly lucky," Achilles exclaimed in surprise. "It's not entirely luck," the soldier explained. "Our formation was very effective and you personally eliminated many of the enemy's best fighters. This is why we haven't suffered any fatalities." He described the situation on the battlefield. However, in a battle fought with close-quarters weapons, casualties are almost inevitable, unless one side has significantly superior equipment. In Achilles' case, even with a well-designed formation and his own archery support, the effect was limited. The fact that they had no fatalities was truly remarkable luck. "I'm glad there were no fatalities. Please take good care of these wounded soldiers and do everything you can to prevent them from suffering permanent disabilities." Achilles instructed the soldier in charge before turning to the injured soldiers. "You all need to rest and recover properly. The territory will cover your medical expenses. If anyone does suffer a disability, don't worry. The territory will provide you with work. As long as the territory exists, you won't go hungry." The wounded soldiers were deeply grateful for Achilles' concern and promises, especially those who might face permanent disabilities. After dealing with the wounded, Achilles went to where Clay was working and asked, "How's it going? Have you finished counting?" Clay replied, "Almost done. We just need to finish tallying the loot. Everything else is accounted for? In total, we killed 67 bandits and captured 109. The rest fled north. Furthermore, you have killed a total of 4 professionals, 2 first-rankers, 1 second-ranker, and 1 third-ranker. The identity of that second-ranked black-clad individual has been confirmed. He is Captain Bennett from the Aeoden Royal Guard, whom Kale previously tracked out of the fortress." He then gestured for the soldiers to bring the body of the second-ranked black-clad individual over. "It's definitely Bennett's doing. Cal, what do you think? Should I send the bodies of the bandit leader and this Royal Guard captain to Archibald? Would that be enough to expose Bennett?" Upon seeing the body of the Aeoden Royal Guard captain, Achilles immediately thought of having it sent to Archibald for disposal. It would be very difficult to completely bring him down. It's not just about the reputation of the 8th Legion. Even the higher-ups in the Northeastern Army are unlikely to expose this matter. However, if Captain Archibald handles it well, he can definitely get Bennett into trouble, and he will certainly be transferred out of Grey Fortress, Kale analyzed. Achilles nodded. "That's about what I expected, but that's enough. Getting him out of Grey Fortress is all that matters. It will save me from his constant troubles." "So, should we send these bodies back to Grey Fortress now?" Kale immediately asked. "No need. Archibald is supposed to be delivering supplies to us soon. We can simply hand over the bodies to those people then, and we won't have to go back ourselves." Achilles thought about the upcoming supply exchange at the Cane River and decided not to send anyone to return the bodies, fearing they might encounter Bennett's men near the fortress gates. "By the way, are there any valuable items on these professionals, especially this black-clad individual and that third-ranked bandit leader?" Achilles suddenly asked. Kale shook his head. "No, nothing except for their iron armor." "That's strange. Does the bandit leader have nothing, or did he leave everything at his hideout?" Achilles wondered. "Let's quickly interrogate those captives. How far is their hideout? And how many people are there?" "Right, I'll go question them now." Kale also thought that a bandit group with a third-rank professional would likely be quite wealthy, especially the third-rank bandit leader, who probably had some personal stash. Soon after, Kale left and returned quickly. "Sir, we have interrogated them. Their hideout is deep in the mountains about a day's walk away. Currently, there is only 1 first-rank novice warrior at the hideout. He is the third-rank bandit leader's younger brother. There are also about 10 elite bandits and 40 to 50 ordinary bandits. And incredibly, they still had over 600 serfs. Achilles was indeed surprised to hear that there were over 600 serfs within the bandit stronghold. How can bandits afford to keep so many serfs? Clay immediately explained. My lord, in these frontier regions, there aren't many travelers or merchants. These bandits usually can't acquire much loot, so they often keep serfs to work the land or mine for them. The fact that this bandit stronghold has over 600 serfs is quite unexpected. So that's how it is, Achilles thought to himself. In essence, most of these people are just those who can't afford taxes and have no way to survive. They're forced to flee into the mountains, only to find they still have to pay taxes to the bandits. It truly is a situation where land abounds, but not a single inch belongs to the poor and vulnerable. Since there are so many serfs, let's go rescue them. Besides, our territory needs more people. Since there are so many serfs, let's go rescue them. Besides, our territory needs more people. Clay, speed up the cleanup of the battlefield, and then. Just as Achilles was ordering Clay to expedite the battlefield cleanup, he suddenly received another danger warning in his mind. A Tier 3 advanced knight, also a skilled archer, is located on the mountaintop 2 kilometers north. Extremely dangerous. Achilles was instantly startled by the danger warning. An archer? With enchanted arrows? Achilles forced himself to remain calm and subtly shifted his position to stand beside Mia, allowing her to shield him from the north. Facing an archer assassin, Achilles couldn't afford to be careless. Although magical crossbows are becoming increasingly popular and gradually replacing archers, magical crossbows prioritize power and ease of use, making them accessible to anyone. However, this makes the sound during firing very noticeable, and for most people, accuracy decreases significantly at longer distances. Therefore, magical crossbows are generally only suitable for close-quarters combat on the battlefield. However, assassins still specialize in archery because enchanted arrows have a large area of effect, and under the control of an archer, their accuracy is extremely high. The range of a Tier 1 enchanted arrow is 200-300 meters, while a Tier 2 enchanted arrow has a range of 500-600 meters. The enchanted bows of the 3rd tier have a range of 1,000-1,200 meters. Those of the 4th tier and above have an even greater range, but they require mid-level professionals who are also master archers to use. Furthermore, enchanted bows are very quiet, making them difficult to detect. This makes them the safest way for assassins to carry out their attacks. If a single shot fails, they can still escape. However, only professionals of the same level or higher can use enchanted bows, and they are significantly more expensive than magical crossbows, making them unaffordable for most people. Fortunately, I improved my precognitive ability, otherwise I might have been caught this time. The high-ranking knight in the warning message is capable of using a 3rd-tier enchanted bow, but its range falls outside the area covered by the precognitive ability. After hiding behind Mia, Achilles whispered to Mia and Clay, "What I'm about to tell you is very serious, but you must not react." Mia and Clay were taken aback. Just a moment ago, their leader was thinking about rescuing the slaves from the bandit stronghold. "What's going on? You have to stay calm," Achilles emphasized. The two nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. Then Achilles said solemnly, "I sense a powerful archer watching me from the north. I'm already an expert-level archer, and I wouldn't be mistaken. The opponent is definitely stronger than me, and their professional level is also higher than mine. Therefore, I suspect that it is an archer of around the 2nd or 3rd tier who has targeted me." When Achilles mentioned an archer of around the 2nd or 3rd tier, Mia was fine. As a member of a primitive tribe, she had no idea what an archer was. However, Clay's face turned pale immediately, and then he quickly recovered, subtly turning his body to face north and whispered, "The Eye Society! It must be an assassin from the Eye Society! That damned Bennett dared to hire assassins from the Eye Society! That damned Bennett dared to hire assassins from the Eye Society!" What is the Eye Society? Achilles had no information about such a group in his memory. Clay immediately explained, "Sir, the Eye Society is a professional assassination organization. This organization possesses a powerful secret technique that allows them to enhance their eyesight. Once mastered, it enables them to see very far, making it ideal for those who specialize in archery. So, most of the assassins in this organization are archers of level 3 or higher, making it a very powerful underground group. In the past, they were very active in the kingdom of Alpha and its surrounding kingdoms. However, 50 years ago, the Eye of God Society became involved in a power struggle within the royal family of Alpha, assassinating several important members of the royal family of Alpha. Assassinating several important members of the royal family. This directly angered the ancient ancestors of the royal family, who were at least level 9. As a result, a large-scale purge operation was launched against the Eye of God Society within the Kingdom of Alpha. Not only were the organization's bases and assassins eliminated, but even nobles who dared to seek help from the Eye of God Society would be severely punished. This purge operation continued until recently, so the Eye of God Society is now rarely seen in the Kingdom of Alpha. Bennett is truly audacious. After hearing this, Achilles' expression became even more serious. He never imagined that Bennett had enlisted the help of such a mysterious and powerful assassin organization, and that they possessed abilities similar to clairvoyance. This is going to be difficult, Achilles thought to himself. The opponent is a level 3 elite knight. At this moment, Mia, who knew nothing about the situation, suddenly spoke up. Since it's an archer with long-range capabilities, let's quickly hide in the forest. That's how we deal with powerful archers in the Lyman wolf tribe, using dense trees and foliage for cover, getting close to the archer, and then engaging them in close combat. Achilles and Clay exchanged a glance. This method might work against ordinary archers, but against the assassins of the Eye of God Society. It's all we can do, Clay said helplessly. If it doesn't work, I will quietly leave the forest and return to Grey Fortress for reinforcements. Achilles could only nod in agreement. Immediately after, Clay began organizing everyone to quickly clean up the battlefield, then loudly announced that they were going to continue clearing out bandits at the bandit stronghold. Then, the group escorted the prisoners and proceeded into the dense forest on the south side. Krill, lead everyone further inside. Don't stop. After entering the forest for 1 kilometer, Achilles immediately began his plan. He instructed the main force to continue moving forward while he, Clay, and Mia prepared to lie in wait, waiting for the Eye of God assassins to approach. Clay, take this level 1 magical crossbow. Your opponent is stronger than both of us. Even in close combat, we probably won't be able to defeat them. Achilles handed a level 1 magical crossbow to Clay, while he himself prepared to continue using ordinary arrows. Next, each of the 3 individuals chose their positions and concealed themselves, maintaining a distance of approximately 50 to 100 meters from one another. This allowed them to quickly provide support and potentially ambush their opponents. Just as Achilles and his companions had settled into their ambush, a man wearing a cloak and hat emerged from the dense forest on the north side of the road. He quickly crossed the road and stopped at the edge of the forest on the south side, not venturing further. Could it be that the Baron Lord was hiding behind those Tier 4 subhumans? Has he discovered me? The assassin from the Eye of God Guild muttered to himself, glancing towards the dense forest on the south side. He then chuckled self-deprecatingly. What am I thinking? Even my Eye of God Guild can only see about 2 kilometers. How could a Tier 1 ordinary knight possibly detect me hiding in the forest 2 kilometers away? I must be suffering from some kind of mental breakdown due to being chased by the Alpha Kingdom. In recent decades, the Eye of God Guild has been constantly on the run, hunted by the Alpha Kingdom. Currently, there are only a few remaining outposts of the Eye of God Guild within the borders of the Alpha Kingdom, and they are all located in these remote areas. The Eye of God Guild assassin, convinced that he was experiencing some kind of mental breakdown, calmed his nerves and then slipped into the dense forest, following the trail left by Achilles' army. A few minutes later, the assassin reached the spot where Achilles and his companions were hiding. He paused briefly before continuing on. At this moment, Achilles and his companions were intently watching the Eye of God Guild assassin. As the assassin approached Clay's position, Clay immediately fired a Tier 1 magic crossbow at him. At such close range, it was impossible to avoid the projectile, no matter how much noise the magic crossbow made. The Eye of God Guild assassin, who had been calm just moments before, instantly unleashed his knightly energy and desperately used his short sword to block the incoming explosive arrow. Boom! The assassin was blasted several meters away by the Tier 1 explosive arrow. Clay immediately retreated behind the trees, using them as cover, preparing to reload his crossbow from a safer distance. The Eye of God Guild assassin, who had been thrown back, was now tense and carefully observing his surroundings. He ignored Clay's retreat. He knew that the Tier 1 knight posed no threat to him. The real threat was the Tier 4 subhuman. Since this Tier 1 knight was present, the Tier 4 subhuman must be nearby. Achilles watched everything unfold, a growing sense of unease washing over him. He's truly cautious. The Eye of God Guild assassin remained motionless, waiting for Mia to appear. Once she did, he would be able to determine his location and escape in the opposite direction from the Tier 4 subhuman. After loading the magical arrows, Clay realized that the assassin from the Eye of God Guild hadn't pursued him. He then understood the assassin's intentions and, gritting his teeth, he held a magical crossbow in his left hand and a longsword in his right, charging towards the assassin again. Seeing Clay's actions, the assassin's eyes turned cold, and he quickly retreated to create distance. He sheathed his short sword and drew back his bowstring, preparing to deal with the suicidal first-level knight. Clay immediately felt a chill run down his spine at this sight, but he didn't falter. He raised his hand and fired another arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Thud! Both sides fired their arrows simultaneously. However, the assassin from the Eye of God Guild lacked Clay's willingness to go down with him. He was too afraid of being injured, so just before firing his arrow, he dodged slightly to avoid Clay's explosive arrow. However, this caused his own arrow to deviate slightly, hitting Clay in the left shoulder and piercing through it. At this moment, the magical crossbow in Clay's left hand fell to the ground, and he stumbled backward. However, the assassin from the Eye of God Guild had no time to worry about Clay, who could be killed with a single arrow. Because, while they were engaged in this exchange, Mia, who had been hiding nearby, had charged forward. When Clay was hit by an arrow, she had already reached the assassin's left side and swung her sword horizontally, aiming for his waist, clearly intending to cut him in half. However, the assassin from the Eye of God Guild had been focusing most of his attention on his surroundings, so Mia's attack failed. He narrowly avoided it by unleashing his knightly spirit. After Mia's missed swing, she wasn't particularly disheartened. The opponent was a third-level advanced knight, and it wouldn't be that easy to defeat him. So, Maya continued to engage in close combat, constantly weakening the assassin's knightly spirit and the defenses of his enchanted armor, while also preventing him from creating distance to use his enchanted bow and arrows. After nearly half an hour of fighting, the assassin from the Eye of God Guild had sustained some non-lethal injuries. If they continued like this, Maya would eventually be able to kill him. Just when Achilles thought he was certain of victory, the assassin's eyes suddenly turned blood red, with blood trickling from the corners. When he looked at Mia, his eyes glowed crimson, momentarily stunning her. The assassin seized the opportunity and swung his short sword towards Mia's throat. However, it was blocked by the slave ring hidden beneath her collar. Damn, a slave collar. Seeing the torn collar, the assassin from the Eye of God Guild immediately recognized the slave collar around Mia's neck. He then lunged forward with another sword strike, cleaving through Mia's iron armor and leaving a gash on her chest. Mia, struck by the blow, instantly snapped out of her dazed state. Seeing the assassin from the Eye of God Guild turn his attention to her again, she gritted her teeth, endured the pain, and parried with a swift counterattack, forcing him back. She then quickly retreated, dropping to one knee, clutching her chest with her left hand while holding her sword with her right. Sweat poured down her forehead. She had narrowly escaped death. This sudden turn of events shocked both Achilles, who was hidden nearby, and Clay, who was also watching from a distance. What the hell was that in his eyes? Is it the Sharingan? Achilles muttered to himself. Seeing the assassin from the Eye of God Guild being repelled by Mia, Achilles immediately prepared to draw his enchanted bow and arrow. He didn't wait any longer. He raised his arm and fired an arrow. Push! Although the arrow didn't hit the assassin from the Eye of God Guild, it disrupted his preparations to attack Mia, giving her a moment to breathe. Meanwhile, Clay, who was injured and watching the fight, dropped his longsword and quickly reloaded his magical crossbow with an arrow, aiming directly at the assassin from the Eye of God Guild, further disrupting him and creating another opportunity for Mia. Mia, gritting her teeth, charged forward again. However, the assassin from the Eye of God Guild noticed Achilles and quickly turned towards him. He was now surrounded by a master archer, a magical crossbow user, and a fourth-tier demi-human, making it difficult for him to find an opportunity to shoot his arrow. So he decided to charge directly at Achilles, hoping to use his third-tier knight strength to kill Achilles. If he succeeded, the fourth-tier demi-human would lose control, and he could turn the tide of the battle. Achilles watched as the assassin from the Eye of God Guild charged towards him, constantly drawing back his bowstring and firing arrows. However, in the dense forest, long-range attacks were largely ineffective. He then drew his own sword, bracing himself for a fight. With his enhanced speed, he had a chance to strike unexpectedly. As the assassin from the Eye of God Guild got closer, Achilles shouted loudly, "Mia, Clay, attack together!" Both Mia and Clay understood immediately and launched their attacks simultaneously. Clay fired a first-tier explosive arrow at the assassin's left side, while Mia suddenly burst into full speed, charging towards his right. The assassin from the Eye of God Guild, seeing this, also accelerated to his maximum speed, heading straight for Achilles. His third-tier enchanted armor was enough to withstand the two attacks coming from behind, but that was exactly what Achilles wanted. As the assassin from the Eye of God Guild charged towards him at full speed, Achilles also unleashed his enhanced speed and charged towards him. Then, in the assassin's astonished gaze, they brushed past each other. Innate talent. The thought flashed through the mind of the assassin from the Eye of God Guild, and then his head rolled to the ground. This time, Achilles was prepared. Even though the opponent had the reaction speed of a third-tier advanced knight, he was still beheaded with a single sword, unlike Florian last time, who only managed to cut half his neck. Immediately after, Mia rushed forward and blocked the attack, while Clay's first-rank explosive arrow flew past Achilles' right side, hitting a large tree behind him, which then exploded violently. After successfully landing the blow that required all of his focus, Achilles immediately leaned on his bow for support, gasping for air. At the same time, a white light appeared on the Shadow Eye assassin and entered Achilles' body. Another 100 energy essence points. The ultimate speed skill can also be upgraded to intermediate level. I can increase my speed again. However, Achilles didn't have time to upgrade his ultimate speed skill at this moment, because Mia seemed to be seriously injured. After retreating a few steps, she collided with a large tree and slowly sat down against it. The long wound on her chest was still bleeding. Seeing this, Achilles immediately got up and walked over, taking out 2 potions. He quickly gave Mia the first-rank healing potion. Then, he reached to pull apart the torn iron armor and clothing on Mia's body. But Mia hurriedly covered her chest and said shyly, "Sir, I can do it myself." Achilles was taken aback and completely forgot about that. He quickly smiled awkwardly and handed Mia the anti-bleeding potion. "Oh, haha, sorry, I forgot. Here you go." Then Achilles turned away, swallowing hard. At this time, Clay also ran over. He had already taken care of the arrow wound on his shoulder. "Sir, are you all right?" Achilles shook his head. "I'm fine. You go check what good things that Shadow Eye assassin has on him." "Understood, sir." Clay immediately ran to the side of the Shadow Eye assassin has on him. "Understood, sir." Clay immediately ran to the side of the Shadow Eye assassin's corpse and began searching. Meanwhile, Mia, who had taken the healing potion and stopped the bleeding, also stood up. "Are you all right?" Achilles asked with concern. "Sir, don't worry, it's just a superficial injury. It will heal in a few days." Mia replied, her face pale. "That's good." Immediately, both of them walked towards the Shadow Eye assassin's corpse. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, Achilles couldn't help but marvel at the opponent's strength. Despite being only a third-tier advanced knight, he had managed to defeat 1 fourth-tier and 2 first-tier fighters. Just then, Achilles suddenly remembered that Mia had been momentarily stunned by the opponent's eyes, which was what led to her injury. "Mia, why did you suddenly lose your focus just now?" After furrowing her brow in thought, Mia replied, "My lord, I can't quite explain it. All I know is that the opponent's eyes suddenly emitted a red glow, and then I felt like I was plunged into hell, overwhelmed by terrifying energy." Hearing Mia's explanation, Achilles thought to himself, "A mental attack? The Eye of God Guild technique actually has this effect. No wonder this organization is so powerful. Even if someone is 1 level higher, without proper preparation, they would only be killed. If it weren't for the enslavement ring around Mia's neck, we might have lost this battle. This world is truly terrifying. Until our strength improves, we should try to stay indoors as much as possible. Staying in storm territory, as long as we stick close to the Black and Lyman Bear clan, no one below a high-level profession should be able to kill me." At that moment, Clay, who had been searching the ground, stood up. "My lord, I finished searching the ground." "Stood up." "My lord, I finished searching." Achilles quickly approached, his voice filled with anticipation. "What did you find? Surely there are some good things." "Indeed," Clay said excitedly. "This guy is quite wealthy. All of his equipment is third-tier enchanted. He has a set of third-tier enchanted armor, a third-tier enchanted short sword, and a bow with 11 arrows, all third-tier enchanted short sword. and a bow with 11 arrows, all 3rd tier enchanted. And he also had 3,000 gold coins. In addition, Clay continued, there's also a secret technique and a potion recipe. The secret technique is called wind-chasing arrow technique, and the potion recipe is for wolf fire potion. But this guy doesn't seem to be a mage or have any knowledge of meditation. I wonder why he has a potion recipe. An arrow technique and a potion recipe. Show them to me. An arrow technique and a potion recipe. Show them to me, Achilles exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. He didn't pay much attention to the enchanted equipment or the gold coins. Those were normal things. Clay immediately handed the secret technique and the recipe to Achilles. Opening them, Achilles read, Wind-chasing arrow technique, a 3rd-tier secret technique. It utilizes wind energy to make arrows swift as the wind, fast as lightning, making it difficult for enemies to dodge. After reading the archery manual, Achilles continued to examine potion recipes. The wolf fire potion and the nightly vigor training potion can increase the training speed of a 1st-level novice knight by 30% and the training speed of a 2nd-level intermediate knight by 10%. The main ingredients are the blood or bone marrow of a 2nd-level magical beast wolf, Mao Jiao fruit, and red mushrooms. After reviewing the manual and potion recipes, Achilles was secretly delighted. These are all great things. I can start practicing archery now, and I won't have to worry about learning new archery techniques until I advance to a 4th-level Grand Knight. Then there's this wolf fire potion. This is exactly the kind of training aid I've been looking for. I must learn how to brew it. No, I need to quickly find meditation techniques and start practicing magic. I hope I have magical aptitude, otherwise I'll just have to ask Archibald for help. Achilles then put away the manual and potion recipes and continued to examine enchanted equipment. However, Archibald explained, Sir, among these pieces of enchanted equipment, besides the enchanted armor, you should use the enchanted bow and enchanted short sword with caution. Because you are currently only a 1st-level novice knight, using this 3rd-level offensive equipment will be very difficult, and it might even exhaust you. This is very dangerous on the battlefield. Achilles nodded, indicating that he understood. He knew that these active attack-type enchanted items require the use of knightly vigor to unleash their power. A 1st-level knight using a 3rd-level item would naturally be very strained. For example, with the 3rd-level enchanted bow, Achilles might only be able to fire 3 arrows before becoming exhausted. Therefore, during normal combat, he should fire 1 or 2 arrows and then immediately use a recovery potion. However, it's sufficient as a last resort. Immediately, Achilles took off his 2nd-level enchanted armor and put on the 3rd-level enchanted armor. His defense increased and he felt much safer. Then, he handed both the 2nd-level enchanted armor and the 3rd-level enchanted short sword to Mia. Mia, you can use these 2 pieces of equipment. Mia didn't refuse and immediately took the enchanted items. Thank you, sir, Achilles then said to Archibald. Archibald, I already ordered a set of 1st-level enchanted armor for you as a reward. Also, for your contribution in this battle, I'm awarding you a merit equivalent to 8 ranks within the territory. You can come to me if you want to redeem anything. Archibald immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sir. He contributed the least in this battle, and he was already very satisfied with receiving a merit of 8 ranks. Besides, Sir had already ordered him a 1st-level enchanted armor, which is more than enough for him. As for Mia, she's essentially a child servant, and anything given to Mia ultimately belongs to the adults. After Archibald Achilles the merchant had collected all the spoils from the assassins of the Eye of God Guild, he ordered Clay to dispose of the assassin's body. Clay was puzzled by this order. Sir, why destroy it? The kingdom has ways of identifying the bodies of assassins from the Eye of God Guild. If we send this assassin's body, along with the bodies of the previous thieves and Captain Bennett's personal guard, to Grey Fortress, Bennett is as good as dead. No one can save him, and we could even receive a 7th rank's merit for doing so. However, Achilles explained gravely, I am aware of that, but the threat posed by the Eye of God Guild is far greater than Bennett's. We are too weak right now. We absolutely cannot provoke the Eye of God Guild directly. If we hand over this assassin to the kingdom to use against Bennett and receive a 7th rank's merit, it will be clear to everyone that we killed this assassin. And we are in this remote frontier region, far from the reach of the kingdom. What do you think the Eye of God Guild would do then? Clay was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. Then the Eye of God Guild will definitely send more assassins to kill us, and they will likely be above the 3rd rank. we would be doomed. Thinking about this, Clay shivered. Yes, compared to taking down Bennett and receiving a 7th rank's merit, our own lives are far more important, Achilles said earnestly. But this assassin came to kill us. If he isn't returned, won't they suspect us anyway? Clay worried. There's nothing we can do about that, Achilles sighed. However, assassins from the Eye of God Guild usually take a long time to complete their missions. They prefer to patiently wait for an opportunity. So, at least in the short term, they won't suspect anything. We still have time to strengthen our territory. Indeed, that's the only option. Clay then quickly packed up the assassin's body and carried it on his shoulder. Disposing of it here is risky. After all, we wiped out a group of thieves outside. It's safer to take this body directly and throw it into the Cane River later. Yes, very thoughtful. Achilles silently praised Clay in his mind. The three of them immediately set off to catch up with Kirill's troop. Once they caught up, they had Kirill divide his forces, assigning half to Clay for guarding prisoners, while Achilles and Mia led the other half to quickly reach the thieves' stronghold. They easily dealt with the remaining thieves, and eventually captured 31 of them, along with 682 serfs, about 200 tons of grain, and a total of less than 500 gold coins in silver and copper. It was likely that most of it had been sent to Bennett. However, Achilles still obtained quite a few valuable items from this group of bandits. Besides providing the much-needed workforce, the equipment on just over 200 bandits included 50 longswords, 100 spears, 20 sets of leather armor, and 6 sets of iron armor. Additionally, there were some damaged iron weapons that could be taken back to the blacksmith for recycling, potentially yielding at least another 50 longswords. This equipment would allow Achilles to form 2 more squads. Later, Achilles returned with all the spoils, but he didn't burn down the bandit camp. There was valuable farmland in the area that could be left for those who had nowhere else to go. Furthermore, it might prove useful when fighting against the orcs later on. 2 days later, Achilles and his men waited by the Cairn River. At noon, Archibald's team finally arrived. After a handover, Achilles gave the corpses of the bandit leader and captain of the Bennett Guard to the captain of Archibald's guard detachment. This guard captain recognized the deceased captain of the Bennett Guard, so he was surprised to see his body. He immediately told Achilles that he would ensure the bodies were delivered to Captain Archibald. Then, he led his team back. Captain Archibald had wanted to deal with Bennett for a long time, and now, with these 2 corpses, even if Bennett didn't die, he would be in serious trouble. Achilles then returned to Storm Territory with everyone else. This trip was undoubtedly a success. Back in Storm Territory, Achilles immediately added 101 energy essence points to his basic speed skill. He then opened the character panel. Name: Achilles Louis. Innate talent: enhanced precognition. Extreme speed: intermediate speed. Increases attack speed. Represents attack speed. Represents attack speed. Represents attack speed. Requescent speed. Reaction speed. And agility by a factor of 3. Energy essence 25 requires increasing base level for next awakening. Intermediate speed has increased my speed 3-fold. That means I'm already faster than a Tier 3 Elite Knight. A Tier 4 Grand Knight is generally twice as fast as a Tier 3 Elite Knight, so my current speed is already 75% of that of a Tier 4 Grand Knight. If I can also upgrade Flame Triple Slash and combine it with my Tier 3 Enchanted Armor, I should be able to stand toe-to-toe with a Tier 3 Elite Knight. Achilles felt a surge of excitement at this thought. The next day, Achilles summoned the deputy commanders of the infantry squad, Kirill, and the spear squad, Razel. He instructed them to each take 10 people from their original squads and select individuals from among the existing serfs to form new infantry and spear squads. Kirill was appointed commander of the newly formed infantry squad, and Razel was appointed commander of the newly formed spear squad, and Razel was appointed commander of the newly formed spear squad. Later, he summoned the captains of the 2 archery squads, Will and Lori, and instructed them to select 30 individuals with a talent for archery within the entire territory. He then ordered them to form an archery company. Although this included a reserve force of 30 people, it was still only half a company. However, Achilles received 3,000 gold coins from the Shadow Assassin Guild and immediately planned to purchase bows to complete the formation of the archery company. The newly formed archery company would be led by Will as captain, with Lori serving as his deputy. In less than a month since Achilles arrived in Storm Territory, the territory had already amassed nearly half a battalion's worth of troops. The equipment seized from the infantry and spear companies captured from the bandits was stored away for later use. When the population grew, he would continue to expand the military. For now, the focus remained on developing the territory, cultivating farmland, expanding the castle, and finding a source of income. All the gold coins currently used for territorial expenses were from unexpected gains. Just as Achilles was considering how to generate some revenue, old Justin suddenly approached him. "Sir," he reported, "one of the serfs you brought back yesterday claims to be a merchant and requests an audience with you." "A merchant? One of the serfs captured from the bandit camp?" Achilles asked, puzzled. "Yes," old Justin confirmed. "He says he was kidnapped by bandits and taken to their hideout. Bring him here, and ask Clay to come as well," Achilles instructed immediately. About 10 minutes later, old Justin and Clay arrived together, accompanied by a middle-aged man with dark skin. "My lord." "Sir," Achilles nodded and then turned his attention to the middle-aged man. "You claim to be a merchant kidnapped by bandits, but what trading caravans operate in this area? Tell me the truth." At Achilles' words, Clay and old Justin glared at the middle-aged man. The man instinctively flinched, then quickly regained his composure. "Esteemed Baron," he said, "I am not lying. I am indeed a merchant, but not from the kingdom of Alpha, nor from any neighboring kingdom. I am a merchant from the kingdom of Gelert in southern continent." Achilles and the others were surprised by this revelation. Southern continent? The kingdom of Gelert? That was incredibly far away. They had never even heard of it. "Are you joking?" Achilles said sternly. "The southern continent? Did you fly here to do business?" The middle-aged man bowed again and smiled wryly. "Esteemed Baron, I wouldn't dare joke with you. Everything I've said is true. My name is Archibald Woods, and I am indeed a merchant from the kingdom of Gelert in southern continent. However, I am a maritime trader. I ended up here because my ship encountered an accident and drifted ashore. Later, when I was trying to reach a human settlement for help, I was unfortunately captured by those bandits." "Maritime traders?" Achilles and the other two exclaimed in surprise, their eyes wide. The 3 potion masters, Achilles, were indeed surprised by the words of the middle-aged man, who claimed to be a merchant from overseas. This was an impossible situation in the kingdom of Alpha, and even in the southern kingdom of Philo and the various coastal principalities. The sea belonged to the Naga race, and humans rarely ventured into it. Even the powerful kingdoms of Alpha and Philo only maintained nearshore navies to compete with the Naga for important resources. But these nearshore navies were built with national effort. How could a merchant possibly establish maritime trade ships? This is impossible. How could a merchant have the power to travel to the open sea? Even if you're lying, you should at least make it believable. After being shocked, Clay immediately refuted the middle-aged man's claim. The Tulip Marquisate also had access to the sea, and the Tulip family was a magical lineage with many mid to high-level mages. Even so, the Tulip family lacked the ability to independently develop marine resources, which showed how dangerous the ocean could be. Achilles and old Justin were less sophisticated, so their reactions weren't as strong as Clay's. However, they still felt that what Clay said made sense. Then, Achilles quickly asked a question. "If you say you came from the kingdom of Gelert in the southern continent, then how far is it from your kingdom to our kingdom of Alpha, and how long have you been adrift at sea?" Achilles' question stunned the middle-aged man, Archibald. He saw Achilles' gaze gradually turn cold. Immediately, he replied, "I don't know exactly how far it is. I only heard from some nobles that there is a race of orcs on the continent, which are excellent materials for magical experiments. However, they are tens of thousands of kilometers away from the kingdom of Gelert. Also, there seems to be something hindering communication between our region and your northern lands, making it difficult for us to interact. Therefore, orcs are very expensive slaves in our land. As for how long I've been adrift at sea, it's probably been over 3 years. Because the calendar system is different here, I can't accurately determine the exact time. Tens of thousands of kilometers? Wow! The distance from China to Gaul is only a little over 10,000 kilometers. How vast is this continent?" Achilles was deeply shocked. He then asked, with a hint of surprise, "How did you survive 3 years adrift at sea? If you were captured by those pirates and forced into slavery, it means you weren't particularly strong." "Esteemed Baron," the man replied, "I wasn't alone. We started with over 100 people, including one level 7 Earth Knight, 2 level 6 golden knights, and 1 level 6 archmage, along with many other knights and mages of levels 4 and 5. However, we encountered a natural disaster which severely damaged the merchant ship. We were forced to drift at sea. We used the magical cannons on the long-distance trading vessel, combined with sheer luck, to successfully navigate from the open ocean to these coastal waters. Unfortunately, many people died along the way. By the time we reached here, only 20 of us remained. Moreover, the magical cannons were completely useless by then. Then, while still in the coastal area, we suddenly encountered a powerful level 8 sea serpent. The surviving level 7 Earth Knight and level 6 Archmage immediately engaged it in a fierce battle. This resulted in more than 10 of our remaining 20 people being killed instantly. Finally, the long-distance trading vessel, which was already severely damaged, was completely destroyed. I, being only a level 2 alchemist, had been hiding in the cargo hold from the beginning. Therefore, I didn't die immediately at the hands of the level 8 sea serpent. Later, after the ship broke apart, I clung to the wreckage and drifted towards land, eventually washing ashore near the mouth of the river on the west side. At that time, I didn't know there was a castle here, so I walked westward, and then the middle-aged man, Archibald, recounted his harrowing experience at sea. This left both Clay and old Justin stunned. Even Clay, who initially doubted him, began to have his reservations. When Achilles heard that there were many people with him, including level 7 and level 6 individuals, he became immediately cautious. After hearing that Archibald was a level 2 alchemist, Achilles had Mia stand beside him. Although his precognitive ability didn't trigger any warnings, remembering the lesson learned from Florian, the magic apprentice who failed to foresee a danger, Achilles took precautionary measures. After Archibald finished speaking, Achilles pondered for a moment and continued to question him. Tell me more about your specific identity in detail. This will help me determine how to treat you next. So, please don't withhold any information. I understand, esteemed Baron. My name is Archibald Woods. I'm a free merchant from the Kingdom of Gellert, or more accurately, a second-tier alchemist who also dabbles in potion trading. I have a wife and 2 children. My eldest son is already grown, while my youngest daughter is only 12 years old. As he said this, tears welled up in Archibald's eyes. He quickly composed himself and continued. I set out on this voyage to acquire some alchemical ingredients from the Sapphire Islands, but things went wrong. While I am a second-tier alchemist with corresponding magical abilities, I'm not skilled in combat. The environment in Gellert allows me to thrive as an alchemist. There's no need to waste my limited energy on meaningless combat spells. That's why I only know a few zero circle and one circle spells. I haven't learned any second circle combat spells. When the pirates discovered me, I didn't resist, hoping they would mistake me for an ordinary merchant so I could escape. However, before I could even begin my escape, I was rescued by Baron. Archibald recounted everything truthfully. The 3 of them, including Achilles, chuckled upon hearing this. A second-tier mage who hasn't learned any second circle combat spells. A comfortable environment truly breeds a comfortable life. Having heard this, Achilles had already decided to keep Archibald the alchemist with him. This man was incredibly valuable to him right now. He needed basic knowledge of magic and alchemy, and having someone to help him brew potions that he could then sell as common magical remedies would be a significant source of income. Furthermore, he desperately needed Wolfsbane potion, and Archibald could help him create it. With that in mind, Achilles asked the final question. Archibald, how many of your companions were still alive when you were drifting towards land, and what happened to that 8th-tier sea serpent? The middle-aged man, Archibald, shook his head. I don't know. After the ship broke apart, I only saw a 7th-tier Earth Knight and a 6th-tier Archmage still fighting the 8th-tier sea serpent. The 6th-tier Archmage used a flying scroll to escape with the 7th-tier Earth Knight towards another landmass, and the sea serpent pursued them. As for the others, I didn't see anyone surface. They were likely all dead. There's also a level 7 and a level 6 mage, but they probably wouldn't care about this little level 2 potion maker. Achilles thought to himself. After confirming that the second-tier alchemist named Archibald was temporarily useful to him and posed no threat, Achilles decided to keep him around. As for whether Archibald had been deliberately planted there by someone else, that was simply overthinking things. After all, Achilles Lewis was still just a minor figure, not important enough for someone to expend so much energy and resources to try and harm him. Later, Achilles assigned some tasks to old Justin and Clay. sending them off to get started. Old Justin's main task was to distill all the low-quality alcohol purchased from Grey Fortress using Achilles' previously developed distillation method. Achilles and Old Justin had already experimented to find the optimal temperature, so Old Justin could easily handle it without Achilles having to personally supervise. However, this would be quite a burden for Old Justin, as distilling alcohol is relatively simple. Achilles didn't want to assign such tasks to unreliable individuals. Therefore, the task of clearing and cultivating land was temporarily assigned to Jenkins and his spear squad. Then there was Clay. Achilles sent him to investigate the southern bay, where the Naga had already left. Achilles needed to know what resources were available in that area so he could prepare for future development. The patrol of the northwestern wilderness mountains remained under Roger's responsibility. After assigning tasks to the two men, Achilles specifically emphasized the matter of Archibald. You two listen carefully. Regarding Archibald, you must keep it absolutely confidential, especially the fact that he came from overseas. No one is allowed to speak about it. Old Justin and Clay immediately acknowledged and went off to carry out their respective duties. At this time, Achilles turned his attention to Archibald and said, "And you, Archibald, since you've decided to stay in Storm territory, you must serve me. If other nobles find out about your situation, I will have no choice but to silence you. Do you understand?" "Yes, my Lord Baron. However, I can guarantee that you only need to serve me for 10 years. In a while, I'll arrange for a contract magic scroll to be brought here. Then we can sign a contract which will give both of us peace of mind. 10 years from now, I will definitely find a way to get you back to the kingdom of Geralt," Achilles continued. "If I can't do it, I will compensate you with 50,000 gold coins, which should be enough for you to pursue your own goals." Although Achilles proposed entering into a contract that would make Archibald a contracted servant, Archibald didn't mind. In fact, he felt even more reassured. Archibald had no gold to redeem himself, so signing a contract was perfectly normal. Achilles then began asking about Archibald's meditation techniques. "Sir Baron," Achilles said, "you are already a knight, and you are still so young. You will undoubtedly achieve great things on the path of knighthood. If you start training as a mage now, it might hinder your progress as a knight, which would be counterproductive. Generally, people only pursue other professions after they feel they have reached their limit in their primary profession, in order to further enhance their abilities." When Archibald heard Achilles asking about meditation techniques, he realized that Archibald wanted to become a mage, so he kindly advised him. "I know," Archibald replied. "I just have it as an option. I might not actually practice it. If you're willing to share your meditation techniques with me, I would be happy to exchange them. Just let me know what you need later," Achilles explained. "Since Sir Baron has made up his mind, I won't say any more. My meditation technique can only take you to the 3rd level. I will write it down for you later. Then, let me explain some things about becoming a mage." After Archibald agreed to exchange meditation techniques, he began explaining the prerequisites and preparations for becoming a mage. To become a mage, one must first have magical aptitude. Magical aptitude includes 2 aspects. The first is mental strength. A mage's mental strength must be higher than average, and it will continue to increase as they practice meditation. Without this innate condition of exceeding normal mental strength, it is very difficult to enter a meditative state, which means you cannot learn meditation techniques and therefore cannot become a mage. The second aspect is elemental affinity. Elemental affinity determines the upper limit of a mage's training. Even if your mental strength meets the requirements, but your elemental affinity is very low, you will not be able to train as a mage. Someone else might advance to a magic apprentice in just 1 year, while you would need decades of training. In that case, it wouldn't be worth pursuing. Of course, if you are a rich 2nd generation, you can always pay to speed up the process. Furthermore, everyone has a different affinity for each element. For example, some people have a strong affinity for the fire element, making them well suited to practicing fire-based meditation techniques and spells. However, attempting to learn meditation techniques of other elements might not be effective. After listening, Achilles immediately asked, "How can I determine if my mental strength is sufficient? And how do I know which element I'm most compatible with?" To measure the specific values, you would need specialized magical instruments or arrays, which I don't have, Archibald replied. Just as Achilles seemed disappointed, Archibald added, However, I can determine whether you are suitable for learning magic, or specifically fire-based magic. My own elemental affinity is strongest with fire, so the meditation technique I practice is primarily focused on fire, called the magma meditation. This technique combines fire and earth elements, making it suitable for those with an affinity for either element, although fire is optimal. I can set up a simple magical array for you. If you can withstand the mental pressure within the array and resonate with the fire element, then you can practice my meditation technique. If you can only withstand the mental pressure but don't resonate with the fire element, it means you have mental aptitude but lack fire affinity, so you should look for meditation techniques of other elements. However, if you cannot withstand the mental pressure, it means you do not possess the talent to become a mage and should give up. Can I learn magic that combines multiple elements? Achilles wondered. It would be quite monotonous to only know one type of magic. Archibald nodded, then shook his head. It is possible, but generally people don't do it because a person's energy and lifespan are limited. Spreading yourself too thin often leads to diminishing returns. Achilles didn't think so. As long as it was possible, he wanted to try, especially since he could use enhancement potions. However, the prerequisite was that he had to be able to learn magic in the first place. If he couldn't, then it would all be for nothing. He then asked, "What do you need to set up a magical array? Can you do it now?" "I just need a piece of enchanted equipment," Archibald replied. "I also have a Tier 1 fire element core here. Those thieves thought it was just a rock and didn't take it." Without hesitation, Achilles told Mia to remove her Tier 2 enchanted armor. I gave it to Archibald. As for the bow and arrow and the short sword, I decided against it. You can't just easily give offensive weapons to someone else. After receiving the second-tier enchanted armor, Archibald, the potion master, immediately began setting up a magic circle. First, Archibald used some magical materials that Achilles didn't recognize to draw intricate patterns on the ground. He then placed the second-tier enchanted armor within these patterns. Finally, after chanting several incantations, the magical patterns on the ground lit up, and Archibald added a first-level fire elemental core. Immediately, the entire magic circle glowed with intense red light, and one could sense the heat emanating from it. Achilles watched from the sidelines, bewildered, but he cautiously stayed behind Mia. Next, Archibald chanted the incantations again, and the fiery red color of the magic circle subsided somewhat, along with a reduction in the heat. Then, Archibald turned to Achilles and said, "Esteemed Baron, the magic circle is now ready. You only need to stay inside for more than 10 minutes. If you can endure it, it will indicate that you possess the inherent talent for magical practice. If you can resonate with the fire element within, it will prove that you have an affinity for fire elements. However, this magic circle can only provide a rough assessment. It can determine whether you have any magical aptitude at all. To determine the specific level of your aptitude, specialized magical instruments are required." "What happens if I don't have any inherent talent?" Achilles asked, looking at the magic circle. Archibald understood what Achilles was worried about, so he replied respectfully, "You might experience a severe headache and feel like you're going to collapse. However, I have reduced the power of this magic circle to the level of a high-level magical apprentice. Since you are already a first-class knight, it will not cause you any harm." After hearing this, Achilles didn't immediately step into the magic circle. Instead, he gestured for Mia to go in first. Archibald didn't object but cautioned, "Please be careful, 4th-level warrior. Do not unleash power greater than a first-class level inside the magic circle, or it will overload and be destroyed. And if the Baron does not have any inherent talent, you can unleash your first-class knight power to destroy this magic circle." Maya immediately looked at Achilles, who nodded. She then stepped into the magic circle. 10 minutes later, Mia emerged safely and reported to Achilles that the mental pressure inside was indeed below a first level and posed no danger. Seeing this, Achilles prepared to step into the magic circle. However, he suddenly thought, "If I destroy the magic circle, won't the second-tier enchanted armor inside be damaged? That's valuable." Archibald immediately replied, "No, it won't. I'm only using the magical energy within the enchanted equipment because I don't have any mana crystals. Destroying the magic circle won't damage this piece of enchanted armor." Hearing this, Achilles finally felt relieved and stepped into the magic circle. Mia immediately became alert, staring intently at Archibald. As soon as Achilles entered the magic circle, he felt uncomfortable. It seemed like an invisible force was stimulating his brain, making him feel very uneasy. He felt dizzy and nauseous, but Achilles managed to endure it. After about 10 minutes, Achilles was gritting his teeth, enduring the discomfort. He was already sweating profusely on his forehead, clearly suffering immense pain. Inside the magic circle, Achilles had no sense of how much time had passed. Archibald wanted to stop the magic circle, as it wasn't a professionally designed testing array, and staying inside for too long wouldn't be beneficial. However, Mia thought he was up to something nefarious and immediately stopped him. Archibald then said, "It's been 10 minutes. We can let Baron Achilles out now." Hearing this, Mia immediately stepped forward and pulled Achilles out of the magic circle. Once outside the magic circle, Achilles felt a sense of relief. He knelt down, supporting himself with his hands, and gasped for air before gradually recovering. Then he asked, "How was it? Do I have the aptitude to become a mage?" "Congratulations, Baron," Archibald said with a smile. "You indeed possess the mental aptitude for magic." He then asked, "While under that intense mental pressure, did you feel any fluctuations of the fire element in your mind? Those red energy points?" Achilles nodded. "Yes, I felt it, and there was also a sensation of heat." Archibald was surprised. He had only been testing him randomly, as everyone has different elemental affinities, but he never expected that this young baron would actually have the same affinity for fire as he did. "Then you possess an affinity for the fire element," Archibald said. "If you want to become a mage in the future, you can indeed learn my lava meditation technique." Achilles was overjoyed to hear this. He had finally sorted out the matter of becoming a magic user. He wasn't concerned about his innate abilities. After all, he possessed a character panel. As long as he could gain entry into that path, the rest would just be about leveling up. Oh, and now not only did he have a connection to the lineage of mages, but he also had an alchemist at his disposal. He could finally start experimenting with potions. Achilles then made a deal with Archibald. Achilles offered Archibald guarantees of safety, along with his 4th-tier knight skill, Flaming Breath, his 3rd-tier warrior skill, Silver Wolf Breathing Technique, and the skills Flaming Triple Slash and Holy Light Cross Slash. He also included the 3rd-tier archery technique, Chasing Wind Arrow, the 0-level spell, Round Collapse, a 1st-tier night potion recipe for Wolf Fire Powder, and all of these were offered to Archibald without any conditions. If Archibald couldn't find his way back after 10 years, he could consider using these items to establish his own family and continue his lineage in the Alpha Kingdom. In return, Archibald gave Achilles his 3rd-tier meditation technique, Magma Meditation, 3 0-level spells, Illumination, Minor Healing, and Stimulation, 1 1st-level spell, Small Fireball, and his knowledge of alchemy, including recipes for 1st-tier healing potions, restoration potions, purification potions, a 1st-tier warrior potion recipe for fortifying potion, a 1st-tier meditation potion recipe for water lily elixir, and a 2nd-tier warrior potion recipe for amethyst potion. All of these were offered to Achilles without any conditions. After the exchange, Archibald took the recipe for Wolf Fire Powder to study. Although it was only a 1st-tier potion, it was a knight's potion, something he had never encountered before. So Archibald was very interested in researching it. Knight potions are much more valuable than warrior potions, second only to meditation potions. Achilles, on the other hand, looked at the various potion recipes that Archibald had provided and was incredibly excited because among them was a recipe for fortifying potion. The recipe for fortifying potion was something that only the most powerful nobles in the Alpha Kingdom possessed. Although it was just a 1st-tier potion recipe, it was more valuable than some 3rd-tier or even 4th-tier potion recipes. Because warrior advancement classes required fortifying potions, mastering their creation would allow one to have countless warrior apprentices. However, according to Archibald, the southern part of the continent primarily consisted of mages and knights, while warriors were something that slaves or lower-class commoners practiced. Therefore, most warrior potions were considered commonplace and not very valuable. Of course, those potion recipes for warriors of level 5 or higher are still very valuable. After reviewing the ingredients required for the whitened potion, Achilles discovered that all the auxiliary materials were common and inexpensive, costing no more than 5 gold coins in total. The only unique ingredient was the whitened fruit, which Achilles had never heard of in the Alpha Kingdom. According to Archibald, the whitened fruit wasn't particularly rare even in the southern continent. A single Hoyton tree could produce approximately 50 to 100 fruits each year. Archibald also described some characteristics of the Hoyton tree, but Achilles still couldn't recall having seen it before. Since the formula was likely monopolized by wealthy nobles, Achilles suspected that the Hoyton fruit wouldn't be available for purchase on the open market. Therefore, obtaining the Hoyton potion would have to wait until he could find a Hoyton tree. Regarding the other two types of potions, the first-grade meditation potion required a first-grade magical herb called narcissus. This herb was found in the ocean. Archibald mentioned that he had spotted traces of narcissus near the mouth of the Cane River on the western coast, but he was too preoccupied with escaping and reaching land at the time to investigate further. The second-grade warrior potion, the red crystal potion, primarily required two ingredients, second-grade saffron and second-grade crystal. Achilles knew these were readily available for purchase in the market at their standard prices, and he could afford them. However, this potion was only suitable for mid-level second-grade warriors, so crafting it now would likely just be a way to earn some money. However, the most frustrating aspect of what Archibald provided was the knowledge required to create potions. Besides some basic crafting techniques, everything else involved purchasing books on fundamental magical knowledge that Achilles needed to acquire himself. This included subjects like magical material science, biology, mathematics, and more. Furthermore, potion makers also needed to understand how to draw magic circles, which in turn required learning advanced concepts such as geometry, spatial reasoning, and the study of matter. Hearing that he was expected to learn all this fundamental knowledge, Achilles felt a strong urge to give up. I've already crossed over into another world. I'm a landowner, and I even have a cheat, referring to his special ability. Why am I still destined to decipher the Huanggong secret scroll? This is like crossing over for nothing, he thought bitterly. However, Achilles knew that if he wanted to master potion making, he would likely have to force himself to learn these things, at least enough to get started. Otherwise, his character panel wouldn't even be able to record the recipes. Regarding the other first-level healing potions and recovery agents, their formulas are quite common. Achilles could easily acquire them himself, and the materials needed to create them are readily available. Once mass production is established, they can be provided to the entire army, reducing casualties and increasing combat effectiveness. After considering these things, Achilles began trying to meditate using the lava meditation technique, hoping to enter a meditative state. However, it seemed quite difficult. He made no progress after an entire day. According to Archibald's experience, he took almost 3 months to achieve his first meditative state. Achilles wasn't worried about this. He didn't need to be a genius. He just needed to gradually learn the technique. After all, attribute points require time to accumulate. The next day, Achilles first inspected the castle, making his presence known to the soldiers in each unit and checking on the progress of the new recruit selection process. He then went outside the city walls to inspect the farmland, ensuring everything was normal. Finally, Achilles found old Justin and checked on the production of distilled liquor. Everything was going smoothly, but it had completely exhausted old Justin. So, Achilles suggested that old Justin select a few reliable serfs and train them to become servants of his family. This would allow these people to help with old Justin's workload. Achilles also planned to send someone to Grey Fortress to purchase contract scrolls so he could buy a few extra copies at the same time. Hearing Achilles' plan, old Justin sighed in relief. He had been managing all the supplies and farmland for the territory on his own, which was already taking its toll on his aging body. Now, with the added responsibility of producing distilled liquor, old Justin was completely overwhelmed. He hadn't even been able to properly manage the farming operations lately. Furthermore, he suspected there were problems with the territory's supplies, so he told Achilles, "Sir, why didn't you buy any salt when you last went to Grey Fortress? The current supply of salt is only enough for 1,000 people to use for 3 months. Now that the territory has gained so many new people in a single afternoon, there definitely isn't enough salt." Achilles was surprised by this. Salt? Is the territory running out of salt? There's an ocean right outside. Do we really have to buy salt? He then asked curiously, where does the kingdom get its salt from? From salt mines. Salt mines are a treasure trove of resources, providing endless amounts of salt. Unfortunately, our storm territory doesn't have any salt mines. And I heard that there are no salt mines in the entire Frost Moon province, so it has to be purchased from the neighboring province of Raffi, which makes the price quite expensive, old Justin said slowly. Achilles was even more bewildered after hearing this, but then he immediately became excited. Old Justin, what's the price of salt at Grey Fortress? Coarse salt is 3 copper coins for 100 grams, and refined white salt costs 10 copper coins for 100 grams. It's much more expensive than in the mainland, and the kingdom doesn't regulate the price of salt, old Justin said matter-of-factly. We're going to get rich! We're going to get rich! Achilles suddenly shouted loudly, which startled old Justin. But before he could ask anything, Achilles instructed him, Old Justin, bring this large iron pot with you, and also grab some cotton cloth and wooden buckets. Achilles couldn't believe that people in this world didn't even know about sea salt. Those mages were truly just living off of nothing. But this was a great opportunity for him. Since Frostmoon Province had no salt mines, it would be almost impossible for him not to get rich. Ah, master, what are you going to do with all this? Old Justin asked, puzzled. Don't ask questions, just follow me. Achilles then rushed out eagerly. Soon, Achilles and old Justin arrived at the seaside. This wasn't the same bay they had been to before, so they didn't see anyone like Clay. According to basic knowledge from his previous life, sea salt could be obtained by evaporating and filtering seawater. So today, Achilles was going to try making salt. Under Achilles' instructions, old Justin set up a stove, placed the large iron pot on it, gathered some firewood, and filled the pot with seawater using wooden buckets. Then he lit the fire and started the evaporation process. Master, what are we cooking? Old Justin was increasingly confused. Were they really going to come all the way to the seaside just to boil water? Just watch. This is something you'll be responsible for in the future. It's as important as distilling alcohol, Achilles said while adding more firewood. Aha! Hearing that it was as important as distilling alcohol, old Justin immediately paid close attention. When about a third of the seawater remained in the pot, Achilles used cotton cloth to filter the water several times, removing most of the impurities. Then he continued to evaporate the filtered water. When white crystalline formations began to appear around the edges of the pot, Achilles' eyes lit up. He scraped off some of the crystals with a wooden stick and tasted them. It worked. Old Justin, try it. Old Justin immediately took a taste of the substance, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He exclaimed, Sir, this is coarse salt. Good heavens, there's actually coarse salt in seawater. Old Justin, the ogre, tasted the red and white crystalline substances. They were bitter, astringent, and salty, tasting somewhat like coarse salt. However, Achilles shook his head and explained, This coarse salt isn't good enough. It's poisonous, and long-term consumption would be very harmful to people. Besides, it wouldn't have much market value, it would be difficult to sell. We need to continue filtering and distilling it. There's no fresh water here, so let's take it back and continue the process. Achilles then instructed old Justin to scrape all the coarse salt from the iron pot into a wooden basin. The two of them then carried the pot and basin back to the distillery kitchen, where they dissolved the coarse salt in fresh water, filtered it again, and continued the distillation process. After repeated cycles, Achilles was frustrated to discover that the resulting salt was still bitter and astringent, and it lacked the clear, translucent appearance of the salt from his previous life on Earth. Clearly, something was wrong. This left Achilles feeling perplexed and annoyed. What's going wrong at which stage? I remember reading about this in 100,000 Whys when I was a kid. However, old Justin remained optimistic. Master, this is already quite good. It's much better than ordinary coarse salt. If we take it to Grey Fortress to sell, we could at least get 5 copper coins for 100 grams, if not 10. No, it's still poisonous. Long-term consumption would cause problems. We definitely can't use it in our territory. And if we try to sell it and something goes wrong, we'll be in trouble. Given our current strength, it's best to avoid causing any issues. Achilles disagreed with old Justin's assessment. It wasn't entirely about a guilty conscience. He was primarily concerned about getting into trouble. The way nobles resolve problems is simple. Either pay compensation or engage in duels, neither of which were Achilles' strengths at the moment. Furthermore, Achilles had a strong sense of perfectionism, and he felt uncomfortable until he understood the reason for the failure. After thinking for a moment, Achilles said to old Justin, Old Justin, go get Archibald, the alchemist. Ah, this. Master. Old Justin clearly didn't want outsiders to know about the coarse salt in the seawater. It's okay, go ahead. He's a mage. Maybe he can help us. Achilles reassured him. After hearing this, old Justin reluctantly went to fetch Archibald. More than half an hour later, old Justin brought Archibald the mage to the distillery kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Archibald respectfully bowed to Achilles and then glanced at the items in the room. Sir Baron, are you talking about refining sea salt? Old Justin was surprised to hear Archibald's question. He hadn't expected this foreign mage to know that there was coarse salt in the sea. Achilles, on the other hand, was excited. He knew he had found the right person. This foreign mage actually knew how to refine sea salt. Yes, Archibald, but I seem to have failed. After repeated filtering and boiling, the salt I produced is still bitter and astringent, which clearly indicates that there are still many toxic substances in it. Archibald was very surprised by Achilles' explanation. I never thought Sir Baron would be someone who seeks truth. He's not even a mage, yet he already knows about boiling, filtering, and toxic substances. I think Sir Baron might consider temporarily abandoning the path of knighthood and focusing on becoming a mage. Your future achievements might be even greater. I will consider it, but let's talk about refining sea salt first. Achilles nodded. After hearing this, Archibald smiled slightly and carefully examined Achilles' manufacturing process and results. Actually, Sir Baron has almost succeeded. The only problem is that your filtering method is too rudimentary and cannot effectively remove the toxic elements from the sea salt. You can add some white stones to it. This will allow for more thorough filtration. Then, when dissolving and boiling, you need to control the temperature. The solubility point and boiling point of refined white salt and toxic substances are different. Also, Achilles was speechless after hearing this. He knew about solubility points and boiling points, but he didn't understand the rest. He thought to himself, I really regret not studying hard enough. I've heard all of this from Archibald, but I don't really understand it. Ah, there's a saying, mastering math, physics, and chemistry will allow you to go anywhere in the world. Now it seems that it's not just about going anywhere in the world. It's even enough to travel between different dimensions. Next, Achilles discussed the details of refining sea salt with Archibald for a while. Achilles also learned that the white stones were actually limestone. Achilles had already found this material when he was preparing to make adobe. There was plenty of it in his territory. Subsequently, Achilles and Archibald worked together for 3 days and successfully refined high-quality white salt. Moreover, Achilles simplified the manufacturing process considerably. After solving the problem of refining sea salt, Achilles urgently needed many absolutely loyal subordinates. He also needed to stabilize Archibald's loyalty. So Clay was summoned back, and the 3,000 gold coins seized from the assassins of the Eye of God Guild, along with his own Tier 1 magic crossbow, were all given to him. He was instructed to take half a squad of knights and quickly travel to Grey Fortress to purchase a batch of voluntary contract scrolls from Archibald. These contracts require complete consent from both parties. Otherwise, they will fail. The prices, as Achilles had learned while browsing the slave market previously, were 10 gold coins for ordinary grade scrolls, 100 gold coins for Tier 1 scrolls, 300 gold coins for Tier 2 scrolls, and 800 gold coins for Tier 3 scrolls. He didn't even bother to ask about Tier 4 or higher. Achilles told Clay to use all 3,000 gold coins to purchase 3 Tier 2 contract scrolls, 11 Tier 1 contract scrolls, and 100 ordinary grade contract scrolls. In the 2 days following Clay's departure, Achilles continued to dedicate time each day to practicing the magma meditation technique and the wind-chasing arrow skill. Although he hadn't yet mastered the magma meditation, he had indeed grasped the basics of the wind-chasing arrow skill. Immediately after, Achilles opened his character panel, name, Achilles Basic Skills. Basic Archery, Tier 2, Maximum, Wind-chasing Arrow, Beginner, 0/10, Attribute Points, 20. I've mastered the basics of wind-chasing arrow, but there's no need to waste attribute points on upgrading it yet. I've already mastered Tier 2 Basic Archery, and soon I'll be able to train myself to reach the peak of Tier 1 Wind-chasing Arrow. In martial arts skills of a similar type, if you master one skill to its highest level, learning other related skills will be much faster in the early stages. Just as Achilles had just grasped the basics of wind-chasing arrow, Roger suddenly returned with important news. Could it be another pack of swift wolves? Achilles was worried and immediately went out to ask Roger, "What's wrong? Is it another pack of swift wolves?" "No, it's a group of ogres." A large group of ogres is heading towards storm territory, numbering 11 in total. Based on their size, there's 1 Tier 4 ogre, 2 Tier 3 ogres, 3 Tier 2 ogres, 3 Tier 2 ogres, and 5 Tier 1 ogres. Ogres. Everyone was shocked. Ogres are considered a relatively powerful race within the Savage Mountains. Moreover, almost every winter, they would raid human territories to capture slaves for food. But now it's spring. Why are these ogres here at this time? There's plenty of food in the Savage Mountains right now. Mia suddenly reminded them. Perhaps they accidentally wandered into the territory of the swift wolves and were driven out. When the black and liman giant bears ruled the easternmost part of the Savage Mountains, many ogres would come to that area to hunt during this time of year. Achilles thought it was quite possible. Regardless of how this group of cannibals managed to arrive, the remaining farmland absolutely could not be destroyed again. Therefore, Li Weil immediately summoned the troops and prepared to leave the city to confront the cannibal horde. Cannibal demons are large, humanoid creatures. They reach a level 1 power level as adults, and their raw strength is greater than that of human level 2 professionals. Furthermore, these powerful beings have exceptional survival abilities. They can survive in any environment thanks to their diverse diet. They eat everything from weeds and vegetables to meat. If the environment is harsh and there's nothing else to eat, they will resort to cannibalism. However, their favorite food is the flesh of other humanoid creatures, especially their brains. It is said that eating the brains of intelligent beings makes cannibal demons even more intelligent. In addition to their physical strength, some cannibal demons are born with magical abilities, making them formidable opponents. These cannibal mages are naturally skilled in both magic and combat. However, the group of cannibal demons that had arrived at Storm Territory Peninsula did not include any cannibal mages because Roger hadn't seen any two-headed cannibal demons, which is a defining characteristic of cannibal mages. To deal with these cannibal demons, Achilles deployed Storm Territory's strongest forces, Roger's veteran Knight Squad, Parker's Infantry Company, Jenkins' Spear Company, 2 veteran archer squads led by Will and Lori, Achilles himself, and Mia. Even Archibald, the newly recruited alchemist, volunteered to join the fight after hearing about the cannibal demons. Although Archibald is only a level 2 mage who can't cast second-level spells, he can still use first-level fireball magic, making him effectively a level 1 mage. Archibald was eager to participate because he had heard that cannibal demons, which were thought to be extinct in the southern continent, had reappeared. Cannibal demons possess many valuable ingredients for potions, such as their brains, which are excellent potion components. Furthermore, capturing a live cannibal demon would be extremely valuable for research purposes. Archibald hoped that Achilles could capture a level 1 cannibal demon so he could study it. Achilles simply chuckled. He didn't have time for that. When everyone reached a point 8 kilometers northwest of Storm Territory, Achilles received a danger warning from his intermediate precognitive ability. Warning: detected 11 cannibal demons ahead, 1 level 4, 2 level 3, 2 level 3, 3 level 2, and 5 level 1. Danger. Achilles noticed that the warning indicated a danger level, not the previously mentioned extreme danger. It seems that even danger warnings have different levels. Given Achilles' current strength as a level 1 novice knight, combined with his intermediate level speed talent, this group of ogres was only a minor threat to them. Achilles then surveyed the terrain. High, wooded areas on either side provided excellent cover, while a low-lying valley in the middle would be an ideal ambush location. He instructed Roger to lead half a squad of knights to lure the ogre group into the valley. Then, he positioned 2 squads of infantry and 2 archery teams in the wooded areas on both sides, using purification potions to mask their scent. Once everything was prepared, everyone waited anxiously. About half an hour later, Roger's half-squad of knights charged towards Achilles' ambush zone. Noticing the movement, Achilles immediately instructed Mia and Archibald. "Mia, your target is that 4-level ogre. Ogres don't have any special equipment. They rely solely on brute strength. While you engage it, I will provide support with my bow. Then, seize the opportunity to use that 3-level enchanted short sword to kill the 4-level ogre." After that, immediately go after the other 3-level ogres. Yes, sir. Archibald, your job is to support the regular soldiers. If you see any ogres trying to break through the infantry line, use a small fireball spell on them. Yes, my Lord Baron. As Roger's half-squad of knights charged past Achilles, they immediately stopped and turned their horses, preparing to charge back at the ogre group. The pursuing ogre group became even more excited. They loved direct confrontations, and despite being cavalry, the ogres weren't intimidated by their size. They roared and charged into the valley. Seeing this, Achilles shouted, "Attack!" Immediately, the archery teams hidden on both sides launched their attack, firing arrows at the ogre group in the valley. Due to their elevated position and close proximity, just 2 volleys of arrows inflicted injuries on all the ogres except for the 4-level one. 2 unfortunate 1st-level ogres were shot in the head and killed instantly. Achilles fired 3 arrows, killing 1 1st-level ogre and 1 2nd-level ogre, then switched to a 3-level enchanted arrow, aiming at the 4-level ogre, then switched to a 3-level enchanted arrow. As the archery teams continued their barrage, the ogre group, led by the 4-level ogre, tried to retreat and escape the ambush zone. However, this movement caused the ogre formation to break apart based on their individual levels of power. Mia immediately charged forward, directly confronting the 4-level ogre. As the ogres at the rear attempted to move forward for support, they were pushed back by spear squads on both flanks. Archers continued their barrage from behind, preventing them from advancing. Roger quickly led half a squad of knights to surround the 2 lower-level ogres that had fallen behind. The 2 3rd-tier and 2 2nd-tier ogres in the center, realizing they were surrounded, immediately swung their bone clubs wildly at the front ranks of soldiers. The shield-bearers tried to block the attacks, but their wooden shields were shattered instantly, sending them flying. Their fate was unknown. Seeing this, the surrounding spearmen charged forward, pushing the ogres back again. Shortly after, Archibald's fireballs arrived as reinforcements, forcing the ogres to focus on defense. Meanwhile, Achilles had drawn back his 3rd-tier enchanted bow and aimed at the 4th-tier ogre in the distance, firing a single arrow. Although he was still learning the chase wind archery technique, Achilles possessed a solid foundation in 2nd-tier archery skills. Combined with the powerful enchantment of the 3rd-tier arrow, it posed a significant threat. The 4th-tier ogre immediately sensed the danger. It tried to use all its strength to dodge the arrow, but Mia was waiting for this opportunity. Just as the 4th-tier ogre narrowly avoided Achilles' enchanted arrow, Mia unleashed her warrior's bloodlust and activated her 3rd-tier enchanted short sword, aiming a direct blow at the ogre's neck. The 4th-tier ogre, sensing the danger too late, tried to block with its bone club. However, Mia's 3rd-tier enchanted short sword was designed for assassination, making it incredibly sharp. It instantly severed both the ogre's bone club and its head. The 4th-tier ogre stared in disbelief before collapsing. At this point, some of the ordinary soldiers had already sustained injuries. Seeing that the 4th-tier ogre was dead, Achilles immediately called out to Archibald, "Archibald, attack the 3rd-tier ogres." Upon hearing this, Archibald quickly conjured another fireball and launched it at one of the 3rd-tier ogres. Although the ogre blocked the fireball with its bone club, its vision was obscured by the flames. Achilles then drew back his 3rd-tier enchanted bow and fired an arrow directly at the 3rd-tier ogre whose vision had been disrupted. Whoosh! Thud! The head of the 3rd-tier ogre was pierced clean through by the 3rd-tier enchanted arrow, killing it instantly. Immediately after, Achilles quickly drank 2 1st-tier healing potions to recover some of his stamina. Using a 3rd-tier enchanted bow is truly quite taxing. At this time, Mia had already engaged the last remaining 3rd-tier ogre. Before Achilles could draw his bow and finish off this ogre, Mia struck it down. Achilles felt a pang of regret for the 100 energy essence points he would have gained. He then picked up a regular bow and continued firing at the 2 remaining 2nd-tier ogres within the encirclement. A moment later, Achilles shot and killed one of the creatures, while another was cut down by Roger, who had arrived to assist. This also consumed 10 energy essence points. With this, all 11 cannibal demons were completely eliminated. After the battle at the Hall of English Spirits, Achilles immediately ordered his soldiers to clean up the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Just then, Park rushed over to report, "Sir, we suffered heavy casualties this time. 7 infantrymen and 8 spearmen were injured, 3 of whom are unlikely to survive, and 2 more may lose an arm." Hearing about the 3 deaths and 2 potential disabilities, Achilles sighed inwardly. However, he couldn't dwell on it for too long. This was a harsh reality, and he needed to adapt. In the future, even more people would die fighting for him. His responsibility was to fulfill his promises, give these people hope, and ensure that as many of them as possible lived good lives. "Take me to see them," Achilles said, "and bring Archibald with you." Achilles knew that Archibald possessed a 0-level spell, minor healing. Although Archibald had mentioned that this spell could only treat minor injuries, it was worth trying, as there was always a chance of success. When Achilles arrived at the bedside of the 3 soldiers who were on the verge of death, he saw that they had all been struck in the chest by the bone clubs of the ogres. Their ribs and internal organs were likely shattered. Such injuries were probably beyond the scope of minor healing. Sure enough, when Archibald arrived and examined the soldiers' wounds, he shook his head. "I'm sorry, Baron," Archibald said. "These injuries are too severe. It would require a 6th-level spell, major healing, to save them. I am truly powerless." Achilles sighed but didn't blame Archibald. Instead, he pointed to the other wounded soldiers and said, "Go help treat the others, especially those 2 who may be permanently disabled. Do your best to heal them. If you can fully restore even one of them, I will consider it a 9th-level achievement." Archibald was slightly taken aback. From what he knew, these soldiers had only been following this baron for a little over a month, and most of them were conscripted peasants, not elite troops. He also understood how much Storm Territory and the entire Alpha Kingdom valued military achievements. A 9th-level achievement was equivalent to killing a 1st-level adventurer. How could 2 soldiers possibly be worth more than that? "It seems this is a very benevolent lord," Archibald thought to himself. "As you command, Baron," he replied respectfully. "I will do my best to heal them." Achilles nodded and then looked at the 3 soldiers lying on the ground, who were close to death. 2 of these soldiers were elite troops assigned to him by Archibald, while the other was a serf soldier. "What are their names? Do they have families?" Achilles suddenly asked. Parker was taken aback for a moment, then immediately replied, "The 2 elite soldiers are named Octavius and Wilbur. Both have families. Octavius has his mother, wife, and a son and daughter. Wilbur has only his wife and a son. They all live in Grey Fortress now. The serf soldier is named Kurt, and he has no family." Achilles was silent for a moment after hearing this, then spoke loudly to the 2 elite soldiers who were on the verge of death. "Octavius, Wilbur, your families will receive the best care in Storm Territory. You will not be shortchanged on any compensation. And when Storm Territory is safe enough, I will bring your families here to live. Your children will have priority access to join the military. Your children will have priority access to join the military." Then he turned to the dying serf soldier and said, "Kurt, although you have no family, you died fighting for Storm Territory. For me, Achilles Louis. Therefore, I will give you the respect you deserve. I now declare that Kurt is no longer a serf. He is a legal citizen of Storm Territory. This valley will be named Kurt Valley, and it will serve as a memorial ground for all soldiers who died fighting for this territory. Storm Territory will also build a Hall of Heroes, where the names and spirits of all soldiers who died defending this land will be enshrined, to be honored by generations to come." After saying this, Achilles was silent for a moment, then whispered, "Octavius, Wilbur, Kurt, I hope we can fight side by side again in our next lives. Farewell." It's as if they heard Achilles' promise. At the same moment, a faint smile appeared on the faces of all 3 men, and then they passed away peacefully. The soldiers who had heard Achilles' promises were deeply moved, their eyes filled with tears. They felt an immense sense of pride in being soldiers of Storm Territory, and they also felt an overwhelming sense of honor, especially for the serf soldiers who previously felt like they were nothing. All they wanted was a full meal. Since becoming soldiers of Storm Territory, they were initially excited by the various benefits offered by the military, feeling a glimmer of hope in their lives. This fueled their desire for material comforts. Then, Park and Jenkins immediately knelt down and shouted, "We pledge our loyalty to you." Immediately after, the other soldiers followed suit, kneeling and shouting, "We pledge our loyalty to you." Immediately after, the other soldiers followed suit, kneeling and shouting, "We pledge our loyalty to you. We pledge our loyalty to you." If before these soldiers were willing to fight and be loyal to Achilles for the money, this time it was different. It seemed they had truly developed a sense of belonging. Of course, not everyone felt the same way. Only they themselves knew how many among them genuinely experienced that feeling. However, Achilles' sudden announcement was a spur-of-the-moment decision made after seeing the three soldiers about to die. It wasn't a pre-planned attempt to win people over. Therefore, he immediately announced again, "Today is April 18th. Please remember this day. Every year on April 18th will be Storm Territory's Day of Heroes, when we must honor those soldiers who died defending our territory, such as Octavius, Wilbur, and Kurt." "Yes, sir." Then, Achilles had everyone stand up and continue clearing the battlefield. Achilles' sudden actions left Archibald speechless. He had never seen a noble lord like Achilles before. If it was simply to win people over, then what Achilles did was excessive, completely pointless in terms of energy and resources. This didn't align with the principle of prioritizing profit that nobles typically followed. This could only mean that these actions were genuinely something Achilles wanted to do, but this also made him seem less like a typical noble lord. Following such a benevolent yet unconventional noble lord. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing, Archibald thought to himself. After everyone had cleaned the battlefield, Achilles solemnly buried the three fallen soldiers, Octavius, Wilbur, and Kurt, in this Kurt Valley. At that moment, Achilles finally had time to open his interface. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: Chasing Wind Archery. Beginner, 1/10. Attribute points, 20. Innate talents: Super Precognition, Intermediate Precognition. Extreme Speed, Intermediate Speed, Intermediate Speed, Intermediate Speed. Energy: Essence, 146, requires increasing base level for the next awakening. Not bad, I've added 121 energy points. Achilles was quite satisfied to see that the panel now showed over 100 additional energy essence points. However, he lamented that there was nowhere to use them currently. He knew he needed to instruct Archibald to start refining the Howling Wolf Flame potion as soon as possible. At the same time, Achilles noticed that a skill point had been added to the Swift Arrow technique. This seemed to confirm that practical experience was the most effective way to improve martial skills. After dealing with the matter at the Kurt Valley tomb, Achilles first tallied up the results of this operation. The hides of the ogres, like those of scaled creatures, were excellent materials for crafting enchanted armor, so their prices were comparable. The hides from 11 ogres were worth over 1,000 gold coins, which was a decent profit. Then there were the ogre hearts, stomachs, and other organs, all valuable magical ingredients. In particular, the ogre brains were key components in many potions. Achilles didn't know the exact prices of these items, but Archibald had some knowledge, although those prices likely applied to the kingdom of Geralt and might be completely different in the kingdom of Alpha. Furthermore, at Archibald's request, and because he knew how to preserve them properly, Achilles decided to keep all the magical materials from the ogres for later use or trade. After dealing with all the ogre corpses, Achilles immediately announced the merits and rewards for everyone involved in the operation. First, since this was a significant victory, Achilles awarded the entire group a collective 8th ranks merit, worth 500 gold coins. All soldiers present received a share, based on their contributions in rank. Mia received the most with 100 gold coins. Roger received 50 gold coins. Archibald received 20 gold coins. And Parker, Jenkins, Will, and Laurie each received 10 gold coins. The rest of the individuals received at least 50 silver coins. Next, Achilles publicly announced all the individual and team merits. Everyone present had no objections. Achilles was being very fair. The soldiers were overjoyed to receive their rewards, especially the serf soldiers from the archery squads. Thanks to their contributions in this operation, they successfully shed their serf status and became legitimate citizens of Storm Territory. After announcing the merits, Achilles instructed Roger to lead half a night squad back to patrol the northwestern wilderness mountain range. Then, Achilles led his troops back to Storm Territory. However, not long after they set off, Achilles made a sudden decision. He instructed Jenkins and his spearman squad to return to Storm Territory ahead of the main force, carrying the corpses of the ogres. Achilles himself, along with a company of infantry and an archery unit, took a detour north. The Knightly Order had been busy recently and hadn't patrolled the northern border for quite some time, so this was a good opportunity to do so. In this way, Achilles led his troops around Storm Territory, traveling about 5 kilometers north before turning back south. There was no need to patrol the eastern region, as there was a level 8 black and white giant bear residing there. As everyone returned, They passed through a small grove of trees. Suddenly, Archibald stopped. He ran over to one of the small trees and examined it closely. "My Lord Baron," Archibald said excitedly, "these are arrowwood trees." He pointed to the grove, which was filled with small trees, each no thicker than a thumb. "Arrowwood?" Achilles asked, looking confused. He stared at the slender trees, some as thick as a child's arm, others barely thicker than a pinky finger. He had no idea what they were. Seeing Achilles' confusion, Archibald quickly explained, "My Lord Baron, arrowwood is a second-tier magical material." "Second tier?" Achilles exclaimed in surprise. He interrupted Archibald's explanation. "A second-tier magical material? What is it used for?" Archibald continued, "My Lord Baron, arrowwood is indeed a second-tier magical material. Its primary use is in the creation of magic arrows. Most first- and second-tier magic arrows are made from this type of wood. In our kingdom of Sicily, they typically cost around 30 to 50 silver coins per tree." Hearing that it was used to make first- and second-tier magic arrows, Achilles became very excited. "Ha ha ha, so it's this kind of magical material. We're going to be rich." Although Achilles didn't know what arrowwood was, he knew that materials used to create first- and second-tier magic arrows were extremely valuable. He knew they were worth far more than the few dozen silver coins per tree in the kingdom of Geralt. In Greyfort, the price ranged from 1 to 3 gold coins per tree. And there were at least 1,000 arrowwood trees here, which would be worth around 2,000 gold coins. "Archibald," Achilles asked quickly, "can these arrowwood trees regenerate? What is their growth cycle?" To Baron Achilles, the arrow trees are renewable. As long as the root system is not disturbed, they can regrow repeatedly, and their growth cycle is quite short, only taking about a year to harvest. Archibald replied. Achilles was even more excited upon hearing this. Renewable, with a 1-year cycle, that meant just this patch of arrow trees could bring him around 2,000 gold coins in income each year, an unexpected windfall. Immediately, Achilles ordered, "Parker, you and your men should harvest these arrow trees now, but be careful not to damage the roots." "But sir, how do we harvest them? Do we just chop them down?" Parker asked hesitantly. Parker clearly understood that these small trees were valuable, so he was hesitant to act rashly. Achilles then turned to Archibald. "Archibald, please guide everyone on how to properly collect these arrow trees." Archibald nodded and immediately led Parker and the others to harvest the arrow trees, instructing them on the proper techniques and how to identify different grades of arrow trees. After a while, Archibald returned to Achilles' side. The process was quite simple, and Parker and his men quickly understood it after seeing it a few times. Achilles watched as everyone harvested the arrow trees, then glanced at Archibald and said, "Archibald, once Clay and the others return, I will have them protect you while you survey the area around Storm Territory. You can see if there are any other important resources in the vicinity. After all, we don't have your extensive knowledge of magic." "Yes, Baron Achilles," Archibald agreed. Half an hour later, Parker and his men had harvested all the arrow trees that were large enough from the grove. In total, they collected 862 trees, categorized as follows: 523 first-grade trees and 339 second-grade trees. Archibald explained that some of the first-grade trees wouldn't grow into second-grade trees due to inherent limitations and nutritional deficiencies. If Achilles wanted to cultivate the entire grove to a second-grade level, he would need to invest a significant amount of magic crystals in the soil. Achilles considered it for a moment, but decided against it. He thought that the current situation was good enough, as even the first-grade trees were quite valuable. Later, Achilles instructed Parker, "Parker, there must be 2 squads of soldiers stationed here every day to protect this arrow tree grove from wild beasts or unsuspecting peasants who might damage it. You should arrange for this immediately. Also, since this place is only 2 kilometers from Storm Territory, the risk should be minimal. However, if you encounter any danger, run back to Storm Territory and ask for help." "Understood, sir." Subsequently, Parker and his men left 2 squads of soldiers to guard the area. The rest followed Achilles' Vey back to Storm Territory. Introduction to Magic. After returning to Storm Territory, Achilles immediately had old Justin distribute rewards to all the soldiers who participated in the battle. He then quickly selected a suitable location between the outer city and the inner fortress and arranged for stonemasons, carpenters, and bricklayers to build a hall of heroes there. He entrusted this task to Kyle, the newly appointed captain of the infantry company. The next morning, Kyle and his small squad of knights returned safely to Storm territory. Achilles then found old Justin with the contract scrolls that Kyle had brought back. He used 50 ordinary-level contract scrolls to enter into agreements with 50 serfs carefully selected by old Justin. From that point on, these serfs became servants of the Storm Baron family, essentially becoming vassals of the family. This is how it usually starts for newly established noble families. However, other nobles typically choose people from the commoner class. Achilles had no commoners to choose from, so he could only use serfs. After all, they would only be needed to help old Justin refine sea salt and distill high-proof alcohol. As long as their loyalty was sufficient, there wasn't much need to be overly picky about other qualities. With enough manpower secured, the construction of the salt works and distillery could begin. Achilles entrusted these tasks directly to old Justin. After arranging for the salt and alcohol production, Achilles found the mage Archibald. He then took out a second-level contract scroll and, after writing down the terms and conditions, entered into an agreement with Archibald. These contract scrolls are made by the Church of the Dawn, so the power contained within them comes from the Artemis. If either party violates the terms of the contract, they will be severely punished by the Artemis. After signing the contract with Archibald, the remaining tension between them finally dissipated. Now, Achilles could confidently and boldly assign tasks to Archibald, such as refining the Howling Wolf fire potion. This time, Kyle not only brought back the contract scrolls from Grey Fortress, but also purchased some auxiliary materials for refining the Howling Wolf fire potion. These materials were very cheap. The truly expensive part was the main ingredient, the marrow of magical wolves, which is plentiful in this territory. After giving all the magical ingredients needed to refine the Howling Wolf fire potion to Archibald, Achilles returned to his Baron's manor and began reading some books on basic magic that Kyle had brought back. Although these books weren't particularly valuable, they weren't available for purchase anywhere else. Fortunately, Kyle had a few of them and, knowing that Achilles needed them, he simply gave them to him. As Achilles read through the contents of these books, he felt a headache coming on, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he had a dream of becoming a mage, so he had to force himself to learn. 3 days later, Achilles finally finished reading the book on basic magical principles. After reading it, Achilles gained a better understanding of what being a mage entails. He no longer viewed magic as simply extraordinary power, but rather as a science based on mastering deeper knowledge. Every spell requires complex calculations and structures to create. To cultivate magic, one needs to meditate and strengthen their mental energy, learning how to structure their mind and build magical models within their own consciousness. It's no wonder that when Achilles asked Archibald about his experience with meditation techniques, Archibald couldn't really explain it. Without a basic education of at least 9 years, it's difficult to synthesize useful information from these fundamental concepts. After all, Archibald was just a second-tier mage who had learned everything through self-study. It was quite challenging for him to articulate a systematic explanation. Achilles then used the information he had gathered and began trying the lava meditation technique again. When Achilles completely opened his mind and accepted the mental energy that he considered stable, he entered a state of deep concentration. Unknowingly, another day passed. Achilles was awakened by a strong feeling of hunger. Gurgle. Upon waking up, Achilles' stomach growled loudly. "Wow, I'm so hungry." He immediately asked Mia, who was guarding him. "Mia, how long have I been meditating?" Mia replied respectfully, "Sir, you've been meditating for over a day." Achilles was surprised. "Over a day? I didn't even realize it. So, I must have entered the meditative state just now." Being able to enter a meditative state means that Achilles has begun his journey as a mage and meets the standards of a magical apprentice. Thinking this, Achilles immediately opened his character panel. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: Flame breathing technique. Tier 1 Novice Knight, 10 Swan 1000. Lava meditation. Apprentice mage, 2/100. Triple flame slash. Tier 1 1/20. Riding beginner, 4/10. Basic archery. Tier 2 maxed out. Wind chasing arrow technique. Beginner, 1/10. Attribute points, 25 unique talents. Enhanced precognition. Enhanced precognition passively predicts danger twice a day within a range of 2 kilometers, with an effect lasting 3 days. also able to sense malicious intent from others at close range. Extreme speed, intermediate speed, increases attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by a factor of 3. Energy Essence 146 requires increasing base level for the next awakening. Haha, the mage has actually mastered the technique. Haha, the mage has actually mastered the technique. It seems my magical aptitude isn't bad at all. At least it's much better than Archibald's. Seeing that the lava meditation technique was now recorded on the panel, Achilles felt a surge of excitement. After confirming that his mage had made progress, Achilles also noticed that the experience points for lava meditation had already reached 2. It seemed to be the result of him being in a meditative state for an entire day. Then, when Achilles tried meditating again, his stomach suddenly protested. At that moment, Achilles tried meditating again, his stomach suddenly protested. At that moment, Achilles realized he hadn't eaten anything all day. So, as he prepared to find something to eat, Mia had already respectfully brought over some bread, meat, and milk. It turned out that the servants had delivered food to him several times while he was in a meditative state, but Mia had collected it all, knowing that this was a crucial time for his training and he shouldn't be disturbed. "Master," Mia said, "I didn't dare wake you because I was afraid of interrupting your practice." Seeing the food, Achilles immediately started eating ravenously. He mumbled through a mouthful of food, "It's okay, Mia, you did well. You should continue like this in the future." After finishing his meal, Achilles focused on enjoying the food. In less than 10 minutes, he had devoured all the bread and meat in front of him. Then, he let out a satisfied burp and comfortably finished the last bit of milk. Unfortunately, there was no sugar in it, which Achilles wasn't used to. He would need to figure out how to get some sugar later. Seeing that Achilles had eaten and drunk his fill, Mia immediately spoke up. "Master, Captain Clay came to see you earlier, and he seemed to have something urgent. Would you like to go see him?" "Clay came to see me about something urgent?" Achilles was surprised by this news. He then put aside his magical training. Since Clay had returned and suddenly come looking for him, it must be something related to the Southern Bay. Immediately, Achilles went out with Mia to find Clay. When they asked, they learned that Clay had been waiting for him for 2 hours before returning to the bay. So Achilles and Mia rode their war horses towards the bay. However, when they arrived at the seaside, the soldiers there told Achilles that Captain Clay had already taken a small boat to the largest island east of them. "An island? What was he doing there?" Achilles asked, puzzled. A junior knight who had remained on the shore replied respectfully, "Sir, Captain Clay investigated this bay and then systematically explored the 5 small islands located off the coast, moving from west to east. Today, he finished investigating the last one, which is also the largest island. He discovered exspeciate iron ore there. To confirm the authenticity of the iron ore, Captain Clay returned to Storm territory and brought in Wizard Archibald. They are currently on the island, investigating the situation." "Iron ore?" Achilles was instantly startled and then urgently asked, "How much iron ore is there? Has it been confirmed?" Sir, we don't know yet. Let's go. We need to see for ourselves." Seeing that the soldiers didn't have a clear understanding of what was happening on the island, Achilles couldn't wait any longer. He immediately took Mia onto one of the small boats and instructed the soldiers to row towards the island. There were 5 such small boats in this bay, each capable of carrying about 10 people. These boats were built based on information from the Black and Lyman Bear, who said that a 7th-level Swift Wolf King wouldn't fly. If they encountered the Wolf King, everyone should quickly go to the islands for refuge. Furthermore, knowing that the Naga tribe in the bay would retreat, Achilles planned to develop the bay afterward. Therefore, when Achilles went to Grey Fortress last time to buy slaves from Archibald, he specifically emphasized that he needed some slaves who knew how to fish and build boats. After these slaves arrived at Storm territory, Achilles immediately ordered them to start building boats. However, these fishermen and the slaves who knew how to build boats only had experience with large lakes or small rivers. Their skills weren't very useful in the sea. Fortunately, Achilles had seen images of the small fishing boats used by the Blue Star monkeys, and with Archibald's help, they finally managed to create these boats that were just barely usable in this bay. After they were built, they were given to Captain Clay for use in exploring the bay. When Achilles arrived at the nearest island, he found that it was larger than he had imagined, and there was a dense forest in the center of the island. Achilles followed the footprints left by Clay and the others, and eventually found them on the southern side of the island. Upon seeing Achilles' sudden arrival, Captain Clay, Wizard Archibald, and the soldiers immediately bowed respectfully. My lord, what brings you here? I heard there was iron ore discovered on this island, so I came to take a look. Is that right? Is there iron ore here? Achilles asked eagerly. Ha ha ha, my lord, yes, there is iron ore. And Master Archibald the mage said it's a very large deposit with excellent quality, exclaimed Clay excitedly. Really? Archibald, tell me what you found. Once he had confirmation, Achilles could barely contain his excitement. My lord Baron, said the mage Archibald, as a fire magic user, I'm not particularly skilled at prospecting for minerals. However, since this island is relatively small, I was able to get a general idea of what's here. The entire southern part of the island appears to be one large iron ore deposit. Based on the quality of the ore I observed, this island likely contains a medium-sized iron mine. However, I suspect there may be an even larger iron deposit beneath the seabed south of the island. This island might just be an extension of that larger deposit. A medium-sized iron mine. And there's potentially an even larger one underwater. Large or gigantic? Achilles was astonished. He had expected a small, decent-quality iron mine, but this was far beyond his expectations. Achilles then looked towards the southern part of the island, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is money, he thought. Archibald continued. My lord Baron, the initial mining operations on this island shouldn't be too difficult because much of the ore is exposed on the surface. However, later stages might pose challenges. Once the surface ore is exhausted, digging deeper will bring seawater into play, which would make it very difficult to mine using the current technology available in the Kingdom of Alpha. Achilles didn't dwell on those concerns. He focused on the positive aspects. The abundance of exposed ore was more than enough to meet his initial needs for developing his territory. After learning about the iron ore on the island, Achilles returned to his domain and immediately summoned Old Justin and Captain Russell from the newly formed Spear Squad. He ordered Old Justin to assemble 300 young and strong serfs to go to Iron Ore Island to begin mining operations. He also instructed Captain Russell and his Spear Squad to divide into 2 groups of 50, alternating shifts to guard Iron Ore Island. After arranging the mining and security operations on Iron Ore Island, Achilles instructed the shipbuilders and carpenters to work overtime and expedite the construction of 20 small boats. Now that iron ore has been discovered within the territory, the smelting process must be addressed immediately. These iron mines can initially meet the territory's weapon needs and then be sold for profit. It's important to remember that in this world, arms dealers and slave traders are the most lucrative businesses, and the demand in the market is endless. Therefore, Achilles would never foolishly sell raw iron ore. The cost of transporting it from this remote region, storm territory, is exorbitant, making it impossible to make any real profit. Achilles then prepared to visit the blacksmith shop within the castle to see if he could expand or improve it. In this world, blacksmiths are not just about forging metal. A qualified blacksmith must also know how to extract refined iron from ore. So Achilles wasn't worried about a lack of talent in this area within his territory. As Achilles was on his way to the blacksmith shop, he coincidentally encountered Captain Jenkins of the Spearman Squad guarding the area. He then asked Jenkins to accompany him to the blacksmith shop. When they arrived at the blacksmith shop, Achilles was speechless when he saw these simple thatched roof buildings. Isn't the blacksmith shop an important department within the castle? It should be located near the inner keep, so why is the environment so similar to that of a serf's dwelling? Blacksmiths are extremely valuable technical personnel. In this territory, not only must people work hard in agriculture, but there are also countless wars. Therefore, whether it's agricultural tools or weapons, the rate of damage is very high. Without blacksmiths to repair them promptly, the territory would be difficult to sustain. Given its importance, according to Achilles' logic, shouldn't this place be a little more respectable? Why is it so run down? Just as Achilles was pondering these thoughts, a clanging sound of metal being hammered suddenly came from inside one of the thatched roof buildings, confirming that it was indeed a blacksmith shop. Achilles then walked into the courtyard of the building where the noise was coming from. At that moment, a young man with his bare chest exposed was grunting as he hammered a glowing red piece of iron. Even though they had already entered, the blacksmith didn't notice and remained focused on his work. Seeing this, Jenkins immediately spoke up. Angus the blacksmith, Lord Baron, is here. Angus the blacksmith, who was concentrating on his work, was startled by Jenkins' voice. He turned around and saw that it was indeed Lord Baron. He immediately dropped what he was working on and rushed to Achilles, bowing respectfully. Angus, a humble servant, greets the great Lord Baron. Angus was so excited, rather than fearful, because Lord Baron had freed him from slavery. Now, he was a respected civilian blacksmith. All he needed to do was work hard for Lord Baron, earn his wages, and then he could marry a wife and have children. One son could inherit his craft, while the others could join the army and serve Lord Baron, or find even better opportunities. The thought of it all thrilled him. "Rise," Achilles said, waving his hand. "Thank you, Lord Baron. Did you make these?" Achilles asked, pointing to the long swords and spearheads hanging in the courtyard. Angus the blacksmith shook his head and then pointed to the farm tools behind him. "No, Lord Baron. These were sent here for maintenance and repair. Those are the tools I made. Can you also make swords or spears?" Achilles continued. "I can," Angus replied. "Both I and Zach the blacksmith can make basic swords and spears. Blacksmiths have different levels of skill. Most blacksmiths only make farm tools or simply repair things. Only those with more advanced skills create weapons like long swords and spearheads. And then there are even more skilled blacksmiths who can forge iron armor. Such blacksmiths are considered masters and would never be found in the slave market. They are highly sought after by nobles and the military. Even Angus and Zach, who could make basic weapons, should have been valuable commodities. It's unclear why they weren't sold, and how they ended up being mixed with other blacksmiths and sold to Achilles. Ha ha ha. As long as you can make them, there will be an endless supply of iron ore coming your way. You'll be busy enough. I came here today just to see your equipment. If it's not up to par, we'll need to replace it immediately." When Angus the blacksmith heard there were abundant iron ore deposits, he immediately realized that his territory had discovered an iron mine, and he was overjoyed. With an iron mine in their territory, the status of blacksmiths like himself would certainly improve. More importantly, he could make a lot of money. Angus then led Achilles on a tour of the rudimentary iron smelting equipment. Looking at the extremely primitive furnace, which lacked even something as basic as bellows, Achilles found it hard to imagine how they managed to melt the iron ore. It must take an incredibly long time just to get it red hot. He immediately asked, "Angus, your equipment is so outdated. Are all the other blacksmiths' facilities like this?" Angus was taken aback by the question. "Outdated? I suppose the equipment at Grey Fortress is similar." "My Lord Baron," Angus replied nervously, "yes, they are all like this. We only know how to use equipment like this." Achilles realized that this wouldn't work. With such rudimentary furnaces, there was no way he could achieve his desired progress. He immediately turned to Jenkins and said, "Go get the stonemasons, bricklayers, and carpenters." "Wait, just one carpenter will do," Achilles added, suddenly remembering that the carpenters were likely still working overtime on shipbuilding. "Yes, my lord." Jenkins immediately went to find them. Then, Achilles turned to Angus and said, "Angus, you need to upgrade your furnace equipment. Gather the other blacksmiths. I'll explain everything to all of you." Angus was instantly relieved and excited. He knew that Baron Achilles was extraordinary. The agricultural tools he designed last time had already amazed them. He imagined that the new furnace designs would be incredibly useful. So, he immediately went to gather the other blacksmiths. Before the craftsmen arrived, Achilles found some animal hides and began sketching a model of a forging furnace based on what he had seen in videos from his previous life. He also outlined the concept for bellows, but he couldn't draw it himself. He would have to describe it verbally to the carpenter, hoping that the carpenter would understand. In fact, Achilles wanted to create a simple water wheel to automate some tasks, but storm territory lacked rivers or streams. There were only deep wells. Therefore, this matter can only be addressed when the castle is expanded in the future. When Achilles had finished sketching out his designs, the blacksmiths had all arrived. Achilles then explained how to use these new inventions to the blacksmiths. The blacksmiths were clearly knowledgeable, and their eyes lit up as they listened to Achilles' ideas. They were even more impressed with their baron. After explaining the instructions to the blacksmiths, the stonemasons, bricklayers, and carpenters also arrived. Achilles showed the furnace designs to the stonemasons and bricklayers, encouraging them to ask questions if anything was unclear. It was crucial that they understood everything today. He then explained his design for the bellows and wind turbine to the carpenters, asking them to study it carefully and create their own drawings for him. Achilles worked tirelessly until evening. Once all the craftsmen had a clear understanding of his plans, he returned home with Mia. Before leaving, Achilles instructed the craftsmen that these new components must be installed on all equipment within 7 days. If they were short-handed, they should contact Captain Jenkins to help coordinate. After returning to the Baron's estate, Achilles rested. He had just become a magic apprentice and hadn't even had time to properly celebrate before he was already busy with matters related to Iron Ore Island. It truly was a demanding task. This made Achilles realize that his territory was severely lacking in skilled personnel. He still had 50 ordinary contract scrolls and 11 first-level contract scrolls, and he needed to find some useful people quickly. If necessary, he would have to start training them himself and eventually organize a literacy program. Only through education could he cultivate talent. In the following days, Achilles spent his time learning about the principles of zero-ring magic and practicing archery with wind arrows. As for the work in the territory, he didn't need to personally oversee things for the next few days. The production of sea salt and the distillation of alcohol were being handled by old Justin and the 50 contract slaves. As long as there were no problems, Achilles just needed to monitor their progress. The new infantry company, specifically Captain Cyril, in charge of the 2nd Infantry Company at the Hall of Heroes, had already made significant progress, and Achilles was very pleased with what he saw. Preparations have begun for the establishment of a new spearman unit, specifically for the iron ore mining on Iron Island, which will be led by Captain Russell. This includes tasks such as transporting food to the island, building accommodations for miners, slaves, and guards, and constructing small boats. These preparations are estimated to take at least half a month. 7 days later, the blacksmith shop renovation, overseen by Jenkins, was completed. Jenkins arrived to report that the stonemasons and bricklayers had made some progress in developing a method for producing bricks. However, Achilles didn't have time to investigate this yet. While learning how to construct zero-cycle spells, Achilles occasionally meditated using the lava meditation technique. One day, Achilles intended to examine the different structures of fire illumination spells and earth collapse spells. During his meditation, he unexpectedly sensed fluctuations in the earth element within his spiritual realm. This startled Achilles. Could it be that he also has an affinity for the earth element? He immediately summoned Archibald to inquire about this. Upon learning that Achilles might also have an affinity for the earth element, Archibald was quite surprised. "Archibald, is it a good thing or a bad thing for me to have an affinity for 2 elements?" Achilles asked. "Well, it's difficult to say whether it's good or bad. It depends on the degree of your elemental affinity. The higher the affinity, the better. However, generally speaking, the fewer types of elemental affinities one has, the higher the affinity tends to be. For example, people with a single element affinity often have very high elemental talents. Conversely, the more elements one is attuned to, the lower their elemental talent tends to be. I, for instance, have an affinity for fire, wind, and earth, but only my fire affinity is decent. My wind and earth affinities are quite poor and not worth pursuing." Archibald explained. Achilles immediately understood that having fewer types of elemental affinities was preferable. Since he didn't have any specialized magical tools to measure his affinity, he couldn't determine exactly how many elements he was attuned to, but he knew he already had 2. Then Achilles asked, "For mages with multiple elemental affinities, is it better to train them all together or focus on one at a time?" Naturally, the best element to cultivate is the one you have the strongest affinity for. This is because a person's energy is limited. It would be more efficient to spend your time cultivating the element you are most attuned to, rather than wasting it on an element you have little connection with. Archibald answered matter-of-factly. After listening, Achilles pondered for a moment before saying, "I understand." Then Archibald tentatively asked, "Lord Achilles, have you already entered the realm of meditation?" "Oh yes, I entered it just a few days ago. That's all. Nothing to worry about. You can go back to your work now," Achilles said. Archibald immediately excused himself, but he was inwardly quite surprised. He hadn't expected Lord Achilles to become a magic apprentice so quickly. He thought to himself that the environment for cultivating magic here was much worse than in southern lands. If Lord Achilles were in the kingdom of Gellert, he might have entered the realm even faster. After Archibald left, Achilles began to think things over and ultimately decided to cultivate all elements. Even though he only had 1 attribute point per day currently, Who knew if that would change in the future? And even if it didn't change, those attribute points could be used later to break through bottlenecks. Besides, with the data displayed on his interface, the difficulty wasn't high and he could even use potions to accelerate his training. Most importantly, cultivating all elements would give him more options in the early stages, making him stronger and allowing him to gain more things. It was a direct correlation. After careful consideration, Achilles continued meditating, this time focusing specifically on sensing the element of earth. He planned to learn the earth-based zero-circle spell, Earth Collapse, which could be used as a support ability in critical moments during battles. Just like how one Earth Collapse spell almost cost Clay his life when Florian fought against Clay's Night Squad before. 5 days later, while meditating, Achilles successfully constructed the magical structure of Earth Collapse within his spiritual realm. At this point, Achilles had finally mastered his first zero-circle spell. He immediately checked his interface, name, Achilles Lewis Basic Skills. Earth Collapse, Zero-Circle Spell, Beginner, Maximum, Attribute Points, 37 Innate Talents, Enhanced Precognition, Intermediate Precognition, Extreme Speed, Intermediate Speed. Energy, Essence, 146, requires a higher base level to awaken next time. Achilles saw the information on the panel and was somewhat bewildered. Was this the limit for introductory zero-circle spells? What was there to record about it? Achilles couldn't help but criticize the panel. Next, he took Mia and ran to the east side of Storm Territory, preparing to experiment with the zero-circle spell he had just learned. Earth Tremor. Ever since encountering the assassins from the Eyes Guild last time, Achilles always takes Mia with him wherever he goes. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel safe. Later, Achilles arrived at an empty area and began, as instructed in the basic magic knowledge, to construct a spell model using mental energy within his mind. Once the spell was formed, Achilles followed Florian's example, gathering magical energy beneath his feet and then releasing the spell. Boom! Suddenly, a large pit with a diameter of 3 meters and a depth of about 40-50 centimeters appeared 5 meters in front of Achilles. This pit is quite impressive, Achilles thought to himself. Used unexpectedly, it's truly difficult to defend against. Let's see how far I can cast it. Then, Achilles constructed the spell model again and gathered more magical energy, trying to release the spell as far as possible. Boom! Another sound of ground collapse echoed. A large pit appeared 15 meters away, but this time it was only about 2 meters in diameter and 30 centimeters deep. Not bad! Next, Achilles continued with some experiments such as the number of consecutive uses and the speed at which he could cast the spell. Finally, he learned his current magical level. When using Earth Tremor, he could probably only use it consecutively about 5 or 6 times. After that, his magical energy would be depleted. To continue using magic, he would need to use a mana restoration potion. However, Achilles currently doesn't have any such potions, and Archibald also doesn't have the recipe for them. He would need to find a way to obtain it later, otherwise, his magical combat abilities would be too limited. As for the speed at which he could cast spells, this is closely related to talent and proficiency. Achilles' current casting speed is about 4-5 seconds per spell. He wondered how much he could improve that. Achilles was very dissatisfied with this speed. Ideally, it should be instantaneous so that he could fight more effectively. After completing the ground collapse spell, Achilles went to the nearby brickmaking experimental site. Previously, Jenkins had mentioned that the craftsmen working on the experiments had made some progress. Achilles wanted to see for himself how things were going. If they could successfully produce high-quality bricks, he could begin large-scale infrastructure projects within his territory. He found the current buildings in the castle quite unsatisfactory. When Achilles arrived at the brickmaking experimental site, several kilns were billowing thick black smoke. These experimental kilns had been built based on Achilles' designs, combined with the bricklayer's experience in building charcoal kilns. There were a total of 5 or 6 kilns, each slightly different, to see which one produced the best results. Upon arriving at the site, Achilles immediately found the stonemason, Toby, who was in charge of the area. "Toby, how's it going? Show me what kind of bricks you've managed to produce." Hearing his lord's voice, Toby, who had been busy inside one of the kilns, excitedly ran out. He bowed respectfully. "My lord." Then, he led Achilles to where some finished bricks were located and began explaining. "My lord, these are the best bricks we've managed to produce so far. Because they turn red during firing, we call them red bricks." Achilles examined the red bricks, picked one up, and broke it in half. He found that the hardness was insufficient. These red bricks would likely only be suitable for building houses. They were clearly not strong enough for constructing docks or castles. He shook his head. Toby, these red bricks are sufficient for building houses. But if we want to use them as a substitute for stone in repairing the dock and castle, they're definitely not strong enough. We need to continue experimenting. Toby looked dejected. My lord, is it really possible to make something out of clay that can be as hard as stone? Don't lose heart, Achilles encouraged him. Bricks will naturally never be as hard as stone, but if we can achieve a certain level of hardness, they can still be used to build castles. Also, you're still experimenting with the air cooling method, right? If that continues to fail, try water cooling instead. However, that will make things even more difficult. You need to think carefully. Actually, Achilles' original intention for making bricks was to improve housing, so he only allowed the craftsmen to use the simplest air cooling method. This made production simpler and more cost-effective. Now, the idea of using water-cooled blue bricks to build a castle came about because the territory now has an iron mine. With an iron mine, it's certainly possible to produce steel bars. Then Achilles would work with Archibald to develop cement. With steel bars, cement, and sufficiently strong water-cooled blue bricks, the resulting structure could be even more durable than a stone castle. And the speed of construction would definitely be much faster. Hearing Achilles' encouragement, the stonemason Toby reluctantly nodded his agreement. At this time, Achilles also provided some estimates. However, you have all done well in producing these red bricks, which deserves recognition. Therefore, I now announce that stonemason Toby is officially a legal commoner of Storm territory. You can start receiving wages from now on. Next, go and find old Justin. He will arrange for you to assemble a team to build a dedicated kiln for producing these red bricks, and then begin mass production. Hearing that he was now a legal commoner and could receive a salary, stonemason Toby was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He stammered out his thanks to Achilles. Achilles helped Toby up and encouraged the others. Anyone who is willing to work hard has the opportunity to become a commoner. Later, Achilles went to the adobe factory next door, which is currently managed by Mario, a newly promoted commoner. Now that red bricks are being produced, Achilles ordered Mario to completely renovate all the houses within the castle, replacing all wooden and earthen structures with red brick buildings. After inspecting the brick kiln and the adobe factory, Achilles returned to the castle and continued his meditation practice and wind arrow archery training. After meditating for 3 days, Achilles planned to visit Iron Mine Island to check on the progress. Just then, Archibald came over and said that the knight's potion, Wolf Fire, had been successfully formulated. So Achilles immediately abandoned his plans to visit Iron Mine Island. Archibald, how much did you manage to produce? Achilles asked, looking at the Wolf Fire potion that Archibald brought. Previously, Achilles had instructed Clay to bring back 100 units of auxiliary materials for the Wolf Fire potion from Grey Fortress. Sir, because this is the first time we've made a knight's potion, I wasted almost 20 units of materials before successfully formulating it. Now that I've mastered the technique, I can achieve a success rate of about 30–40%, and in the end, I successfully refined a total of 28 doses of Dolu fire powder. Archibald reported truthfully. Archibald finished speaking and handed the remaining dueling wolf fire potions to Achilles. Looking at so many potions, Achilles was incredibly excited. He could finally upgrade his knight level. He had been focusing on other training methods recently, which had caused his knight breathing technique to stagnate for quite some time. Seeing Achilles' excited expression, Archibald added a reminder. Sir, normally, a first-level enhancement potion only increases stats by about 20%, and it won't be effective for the next level. However, this Dueling Wolf Fire potion can increase your stats by 30% at the first level, and even provides a 10% boost to the second level. Therefore, its effect is very potent, so you shouldn't take too much, otherwise it will make the transformation of your fighting chi seed more difficult. Achilles was taken aback. What do you mean? It means that with normal enhancement potions, a person can usually use them about 10 times before they start to hinder future breakthroughs. This potion, however, can probably only be used 5 times, and absolutely no more, Archibald explained. So, this potion isn't even as good as those that increase stats by 20%. Yes, sir, Archibald confirmed. Achilles picked up a potion and looked at it curiously. All right, I understand. He told Archibald to leave, and Achilles rushed back to take the potions and begin his training. Regarding Archibald's warning about the limited number of uses and its potential impact on breakthroughs, Achilles didn't think it would affect him much. When Achilles broke through to the first level, he discovered that he needed 1,000 attribute points to break through to the second level. He knew his attribute points were likely insufficient, so he planned to use the potions for the most difficult breakthrough. Therefore, Achilles wasn't worried about the potions affecting the transformation of his fighting chi seed. After all, attribute points could even replace life essence liquid, so a mere potion wouldn't be a significant issue. This potion, which might not be considered friendly to others, was actually perfect for him. Perhaps he could collect recipes for similar potions in the future. They were probably much cheaper than normal enhancement potion recipes. After returning to his training courtyard, Achilles immediately took a bottle of wolf-subduing fire potion and consumed it. Almost instantly, Achilles felt as if his heart was burning and his internal energy began to circulate rapidly throughout his body. He then started practicing the blazing breath technique and focused on cultivating it within the courtyard. Unknowingly, a whole day passed before the effects of the potion gradually subsided. This was the first time Achilles had continuously practiced the blazing breath technique for such an extended period. It's important to remember that practicing breathing techniques is incredibly tiring. Each improvement requires a struggle against one's own body. Normally, without any assistance from potions, people typically practice for about 0.5 to 5 hours each day. The higher the talent level, the longer the potential training time, but it's impossible to train every day. Otherwise, one might become a mad knight. Therefore, the primary benefit of potions isn't just increasing training speed, but also extending the amount of time someone can actually train. Achilles' talent is relatively weak, and he can only train for a maximum of 1 hour each day, gaining only 2 experience points. After finishing his practice, Achilles immediately opened his character panel to check his progress. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic skills: Blazing Breath, Novice Knight, 41 1000. Wind Chasing Archery, Beginner, 10/10 attributes, 41/10 attributes, 40. The Blazing Breath technique increased by 31 points. It seems that 28 potions aren't enough to reach the second tier. I need to wait for Clay to thoroughly explore the surrounding area of the bay, and for old Justin to produce some salt. Then, I'll have Clay take the salt and arrowwood to Grey Fortress to sell, and also buy all the necessary potion ingredients. After verifying the effects of the wolf-subduing fire potion, Achilles continued using potions to practice for 3 more days. This brought his experience points in the blazing breath technique up to 134. Considering a balance between rest and managing his territory, Achilles plans to spend 2 months advancing to the intermediate knight level, and then focus on mastering the magma meditation technique. Achilles was already feeling the pain that the system brought. It made him too greedy, wanting to learn everything. This made him feel more tired than his previous job on Earth. After 4 days of continuous training, Achilles wanted to rest. But then, Archibald showed up again. "Sir, I want to go to the western mouth of the Cane River where it meets the sea." "What are you going there for? To check on the Narcissus potion?" Achilles asked, puzzled. The Narcissus potion is a first-level meditation potion, which Archibald shouldn't be able to use anymore. And Achilles isn't even a first-level mage yet, so he shouldn't need to worry about it. Checking on the Narcissus is one thing, but mainly I want to go there to see if I can find my magic wand. I was worried about being chased by an 8th-level sea serpent, and when my magic wand fell into the sea, I didn't dare to retrieve it, so I just ran away. Archibald explained sheepishly. Apparently, Archibald had a magic wand. These are very difficult to obtain in the Alpha Kingdom, and they probably wouldn't be cheap even in the Sicily Kingdom. It seems like this guy is doing pretty well in business. A magic wand can speed up a mage's spellcasting and increase the power of their spells. It's arguably the most desired equipment for mages. And I heard that magic wands are extremely difficult to craft, so they are very rare in the Alpha Kingdom. Achilles doesn't even know where to buy one. All right, it's still early anyway. Go find Parker and have him gather half of the 1st Infantry Company at the castle gate. I'll go with you. Since he was going to look for a magic wand, and could also check on the Narcissus potion, Achilles decided to go himself. He figured it would be good for clearing his head. Next, Achilles handed over matters in the castle to Jenkins and then led half of Parker's 1st Infantry Company towards the mouth of the Cane River. The main task of the infantry company was to carry 2 small boats, although it was unclear if they would even be useful at the river's mouth. Half a day later, when everyone arrived at the mouth of the Cane River, the scene that greeted them left everyone speechless. Then, one by one, they were frightened and quickly hid in the trees. The seawater had turned a blood-red color, and giant creatures were occasionally bursting out of the water. The sight was terrifying. Clearly, a brutal and bloody battle is currently taking place in the coastal area, with bodies and debris scattered across the surface of the water. After discovering the disturbance on the surface of the water, Achilles and his companions quickly hid in the trees. Achilles and Archibald then simultaneously took out their binoculars and carefully observed the situation at sea. Achilles had originally planned to create a telescope later, but he didn't have the necessary concave mirrors. However, Archibald directly used magic to create several binoculars, and these magical telescopes were even better than what Achilles had envisioned. The magic imbued in them almost made Achilles think that Archibald could also create magical artifacts. Archibald explained that this was a basic skill for a maritime merchant. According to him, if you couldn't instantly create a telescope or navigational compass, then you shouldn't be working as a maritime merchant. When Achilles clearly saw what was happening on the surface of the water, he exclaimed in surprise, "What is going on here? How did these guys end up fighting near the shore?" He saw large groups of sharks and whales engaged in a fierce battle. Achilles then asked Archibald, "Archibald, have you seen this kind of thing before during your years of maritime trade?" Archibald didn't immediately answer Achilles' question. He was intently focused on the surface of the water, seemingly lost in thought. Achilles waited for a while, but didn't receive an answer from Archibald. He turned to him, "Archibald?" At that moment, it seemed as if Archibald finally snapped out of his reverie, and he sighed regretfully. "Sir, there must be some treasure down there, which is why these groups of whale sharks are fighting each other. Moreover, the unicorn whales and sawfish down there are almost all extraordinary beasts, mostly 2nd and 3rd-tier creatures, with some 4th-tier ones. There might even be 5th-tier creatures underwater. I've encountered similar battles between marine beasts before. At that time, there was a 6th-tier water soul coral there, which is the main ingredient used in coral potions for breaking through to become a high-level mage." Sigh. "If we'd arrived earlier, maybe we could have found the treasure here." "Oh? Is that so?" Achilles' spirits immediately rose. "Then what about us?" Before he could finish speaking, 2 huge sawfish and a unicorn whale suddenly burst out of the water. The unicorn whale was fighting 2 sawfish at once, knocking them both away. 7th tier! 3 7th-tier creatures! Seeing this terrifying scene, Achilles swallowed the words he was about to say and lowered his head further, afraid of being discovered by those 7th-level creatures. Although they couldn't come ashore, their presence was incredibly intimidating. "Archibald, what kind of treasure do you think is at stake in a battle between beasts of this level?" Achilles asked involuntarily as he watched the 7th-level beasts retreat back into the depths of the sea. I don't know," Archibald stammered. He hadn't seen anything like it before. In fact, he hadn't even heard of such a thing in the kingdom of Sicily. Achilles noticed that Archibald seemed equally stunned, so he didn't ask any more questions. The group then spent an entire day and night lying near the forest edge, taking turns watching. During this time, Achilles ordered the soldiers from the infantry unit to retreat deep into the forest, where they set up a makeshift camp. He also sent someone back to inform the castle, so that the people there wouldn't worry. At the same time, he instructed them to prepare all the carriages, draft horses, and oxen in the castle, ready for deployment at any moment. Achilles was putting in so much effort to simply observe this spectacle because he was very interested in what was in the sea. He didn't have the courage to challenge high-level beasts directly, but he was very keen on the corpses of the giant sharks and narwhals that were likely down there. Those carcasses could provide a wealth of beast meat, as well as magical cores and beast hides, all valuable commodities. The next day at noon, Achilles, who had been awake for most of the night, was still resting when Archibald suddenly ran up shouting, "Sir, quick, come see! The surface of the water seems to have calmed down." Achilles immediately got up and rushed towards the sea. Sure enough, the surface of the water was now calm. Besides the pungent smell of blood and the floating remains of over 100 creatures, there was nothing else to be seen. "Do you think they're still fighting underwater?" Achilles asked anxiously. "Probably not," Archibald replied. "The water isn't that deep here. Even if they were fighting on the seabed, it would cause some disturbance on the surface. The question is, who won, and has the victor left?" Archibald analyzed. Achilles nodded in agreement. "So, what do we do now? Should we send someone down to investigate?" "We could," Archibald suggested readily. He then realized his slip of the tongue and looked around nervously. He noticed that there were only 3 individuals present: Achilles, a first-level mage, himself, a second-level mage, and Mia, a 4th-level mage who was technically Achilles' slave, although it didn't seem like it. "So, who are we sending?" he asked cautiously. Then Achilles turned to look at Archibald, which made Archibald even more on edge. The 2 men stared at each other for a while. "Forget it," Achilles finally said. "Let's just wait." He had given up on the idea of sending someone to investigate. There was simply no one available. As for the danger warnings, they were useless. A 2-kilometer warning distance meant nothing in the vast ocean. "Yes, let's wait," Archibald agreed. "After all, we can't possibly collect all these corpses. We can go back and pick them up later when the ordinary sea creatures return." While waiting, Achilles sent another group back to fetch reinforcements. He instructed Clay to bring over a company of infantry led by Kyle, along with vehicles, horses, and cattle. As evening approached, Clay arrived with his men. Seeing the scene on the surface of the water in the fading light, they were all stunned into silence. However, the sea remained calm, with no sign of any sea creatures. They could only continue to wait. The night passed without much rest for anyone. Everyone was too tense to sleep. As dawn broke, Achilles finally saw some activity on the surface of the water through his telescope. He immediately called everyone together. At this point, schools of fish were already feeding on the whale and shark carcasses floating on the surface, and some seabirds had also returned. Archibald immediately volunteered. "Sir, I'll go take a look," he said. Without waiting for Achilles' approval, he had a small boat brought to the shore and set out to sea. "Archibald is really brave," Clay exclaimed admiringly. Achilles twitched his lips slightly. He then instructed, "Let's go too. We can have the soldiers start bringing those corpses aboard, prioritizing higher-level creatures." "But shouldn't we wait?" Clay worried. "What if there's danger?" "Don't worry," Achilles said. "Archibald has been sailing in the ocean for years. He knows what to look out for." Just as Achilles and Clay were still arguing, Archibald suddenly shouted something from the sea and waved frantically, urging them to come quickly. Although it was too far away to hear clearly, his urgency suggested that he had discovered something important. Thinking it might be a treasure, Achilles immediately ordered Clay to prepare, and then boarded another small boat with Mia, heading towards Archibald's location. "What happened, Archibald?" "Sir, please look. This narwhal calf is still alive." Archibald, his face filled with excitement, pointed at a small narwhal calf approximately 2 meters in length. Achilles suddenly heard that a unicorn whale was still alive and almost kicked Archibald out of the way. "What the hell? Why did you call me here if there's a living unicorn whale? Are we going on an adventure together?" Fortunately, he looked in the direction Archibald was pointing and saw that it was just a small, ordinary unicorn whale. He managed to restrain himself. The little unicorn whale was less than 2 meters long and had a row of large tooth marks on its body, indicating severe injuries. It was a miracle that it hadn't died. "Archibald, do you want to revive this little unicorn whale and keep it as a pet?" Achilles asked calmly. "It's just a dying unicorn whale. Why are you so excited?" "Sir, you don't know that unicorn whales can reach level 5 adulthood, with a length of over 15 meters. They are the best mounts in the ocean, essentially small magical warships," Archibald explained earnestly. However, Achilles remained unimpressed. The sea was too dangerous, and he didn't have any plans to expand into the ocean yet. Besides, the Alpha Kingdom's nautical technology was terrible. Even with someone like Archibald at level 2, it wouldn't change much. Of course, Achilles wouldn't say that out loud. After all, Archibald still wanted to go home, so he didn't want to discourage him. He said generously, "Archibald, since you like it so much, I'll give this little unicorn whale to you. By the way, I heard you know contract magic. How are you planning to tame it? Give it to me? Really?" "Thank you so much, sir. You are the most generous lord I have ever met." Archibald was overjoyed that Achilles had given him the little unicorn whale and praised him enthusiastically. Then he continued explaining about contracts. "Sir, mages can also form contracts with magical beasts without using contract magic. This involves imprinting a mark of mental energy in the creature's mind, creating a spirit contract. However, it requires the consent of both parties, so this method usually involves both sides imprinting on each other and forming an equal spirit contract. I think there should be information about this in the biology textbook you mentioned." "Oh, that. I forgot," Achilles replied awkwardly. He hadn't even had a chance to read that book yet. "Then hurry up and try it," Achilles urged, trying to alleviate his own embarrassment. At that moment, Archibald was completely focused on the little unicorn whale and didn't notice Achilles' awkwardness. After hearing Achilles' urging, he carefully steered the boat closer and towed the little unicorn whale to a shallow area. Then, he turned to Mia for help. "Ms. Mia, please keep an eye on this little unicorn whale. If it suddenly wakes up and does anything suspicious, please intervene immediately." Mia turned to Achilles after hearing this. Achilles nodded, indicating his agreement. Seeing this, Archibald confidently approached the head of Odrin and placed his hand on its forehead. He then closed his eyes, focusing intently on channeling his psychic energy. Achilles watched Archibald's actions carefully, trying to learn from his experience. After a while, Archibald stopped moving. It seems he was communicating with it telepathically, but getting the other party to agree must be quite difficult. After waiting for a while and seeing no movement from Archibald, Achilles asked Mia to keep an eye on him and went to check on Clay. At that moment, Clay was directing over 100 soldiers who were constantly cutting and moving meat. Achilles thought to himself, "Fortunately, we managed to develop the sea salt production process. Otherwise, all this fish would likely go to waste." "Clay, how's it going? How many magic cores have you found?" Hearing the voice of his superior, Clay was taken aback. He then stammered, Sir, I think you might be disappointed." "What? Not much? Although there don't seem to be any above Tier 3. I saw quite a few corpses of Tier 1 and 2 megalodons and narwhals," Achilles asked in confusion. "Yes, sir. We are currently moving the meat of Tier 1 and 2 magical beasts, but the heads of these corpses have been bitten, so there are no magic cores inside," Clay explained. Achilles' face darkened upon hearing this. He wondered which side had won and how greedy they were to take even the Tier 1 and 2 magic cores. "Then let's gather more magical beast meat and hides. With so much meat from Tier 1 and 2 megalodons and narwhals, it should speed up the soldiers' training," Achilles said. "And don't waste these shark and whale hides either. They are excellent materials. Even without any enchantment, they make very good armor." "Yes, sir." Seeing that there were no magic cores, Achilles lost interest in staying with Clay and returned to Archibald. He waited for nearly 2 hours. During this time, Archibald rested several times to recover his psychic energy before continuing. He didn't even have time to talk. Finally, Archibald opened his eyes and shook his head regretfully. "It doesn't work. This young narwhal refuses to acknowledge me." "What? It's about to die. You saved it, and it still won't cooperate with you." Achilles was very puzzled. "Yes, I offered countless tempting conditions, but it's strange," Archibald said, sounding frustrated. "Then what should we do?" "If it doesn't work, just kill it," Achilles suggested. "Oh, this doesn't seem right. This is a rare opportunity. How about you try, Master? Maybe you can do it after all. Your talent is better than mine," Archibald suggested finally. A solitary narwhal separated from its pod is truly precious, and Archibald still didn't want to give up. Achilles heard this and twitched his lips, speechless. How could I, a magic apprentice just beginning to understand magic, possibly succeed where even a second-tier mage failed? So he directly refused. "Master, please try. It would be a good opportunity for me to teach you how to use mental imprints and how to establish a mental contract. You'll likely need those skills in the future," Archibald urged again. Okay, I'll give it a shot." Since Archibald insisted, he might as well try. It would be practical experience. Under Archibald's guidance, Achilles learned how to use his mental energy, how to enter another being's mindscape, and how to communicate through mental power. Following Archibald's instructions, Achilles tried several times and finally managed to enter the narwhal's mindscape. As soon as he entered, Achilles heard a child's voice. "Go away! I won't go with you. I'm waiting for my parents. If you don't leave, they'll come back and kill you." Achilles chuckled. "You're quite the little brat," he said, trying to coax it. "But your parents are temporarily unavailable and can't return right now. How about Uncle takes you to find them? And I have lots of delicious small fish and shrimp here." "No, go away. I don't want to go with you. When my parents come back, they'll definitely make them kill you, you liar," the narwhal said angrily, clearly realizing that Achilles was trying to deceive it. Damn it, nothing worked. Achilles' patience was wearing thin. He thought, whatever, I just need to learn how to use a mental contract. Since you're being difficult, don't blame me. I happen to be missing a whale skin for a cushion, and yours looks quite good. You dare. My parents. The narwhal seemed frightened and was about to continue threatening Achilles. But Achilles interrupted him. "Forget about your parents. I am human, living on land. Once I peel your skin, use it as a cushion, pluck out your eyeballs for marbles, and then dig out your heart to make soup, cut off some meat for grilling, and eat my fill. I'll go back to the land. Do you think your parents will be able to find me?" You. The narwhal was speechless, clearly terrified. "Now open up your mindscape so I can leave a mental imprint on it, or I'll cook you alive." Achilles continued threateningly. I. Finally, the narwhal, overwhelmed by Achilles' intimidation, opened its mindscape and allowed Achilles to leave a mental imprint. I'm not sure if he was frightened or something else, but he signed the unfair mental contract without even discussing any conditions. This situation left Achilles feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. It felt like he was being manipulated by some kind of evil uncle. After Achilles successfully established a mental contract with Odran, it became friendly again. "Little whale, do you have a name?" "No," the little narwhal said pitifully. "I just recently emerged, and I was attacked by a shark and bitten before I even swam into the deep sea. I feel like I'm going to die." "Wow, giving birth on the battlefield. That's amazing," Achilles exclaimed in amazement. He then comforted Audran. "Don't worry, you won't die. I have many potions here that can definitely save you. Since you don't have a name yet, let me give you one. You can be called Audran from now on. And my name is Achilles. Just call me Lord Achilles." "Really? Thank you so much." The young narwhal was overjoyed to hear that it wouldn't die and thanked Achilles profusely, completely forgetting that Achilles had almost skinned it earlier. After comforting Audran, Achilles withdrew from its mental realm. Now, Achilles' mark remained there. In the future, communication between Achilles and the narwhal would be much easier. They could communicate mentally over short distances. Furthermore, if Achilles wished, he could use this mental imprint to attack the narwhal's mental realm at any time, causing it immense pain or even shattering its mind, leading to death. Therefore, Achilles now essentially controlled the life and death of Audran, completely eliminating any concerns about it rebelling against him. Outside, after Achilles withdrew from Audran's mental realm, he opened his eyes and sighed with relief. He hadn't expected it to be so easy to establish a contract with such a promising fifth-tier creature. Once it grew up, it could protect Storm Bay. "Lord," Archibald said quickly, "please rest for a while. Establishing a mental contract with a magical beast requires careful communication. You can't rush things." Seeing that Achilles had withdrawn from the mental realm so quickly, Archibald assumed he was impatient and immediately explained. Achilles glanced at Archibald strangely. He didn't know how to explain it. This guy probably just fawned over Audran, which is why it completely ignored him. Achilles simply gave it a little scare, and Audran obediently complied, signing an unequal treaty where Achilles had complete control over its life and death. However, to avoid discouraging Archibald, Achilles slightly modified his explanation. "No need to rest, I've succeeded. This little guy seems to be quite compatible with me." After a brief conversation, it agreed to sign the contract. Archibald was stunned by what he heard. He remained silent for a moment, unable to process the information. Is that really how it happened? Compatibility? A spiritual contract? I didn't know there were such things. Suddenly, Archibald realized something and quickly asked, "Sir, did you promise the young unicorn whale any harsh conditions? Signing a spiritual contract shouldn't put yourself at a disadvantage. Otherwise, you could easily be controlled by the other party." No, don't worry," By the way, this little guy is quite injured. You should treat it first. Also, this young unicorn whale just recently gave birth. How are we going to transport it back to Storm Bay? Achilles suddenly remembered that Storm Bay was still about 10 kilometers away. So he asked Archibald. Knowing that Achilles hadn't promised the young unicorn whale any unfavorable conditions, Archibald felt much relieved. He then began treating the young unicorn whale while answering Achilles' questions. Sir, it's not a problem. Although this young unicorn whale hasn't reached the professional level, it's still a powerful magical beast in the ocean. Ordinary sea creatures or low-level sea beasts wouldn't dare provoke it. Once it recovers a bit, we can simply follow the coastline back to Storm Bay with it. Achilles nodded. It seemed that was the only option. He certainly couldn't carry it back himself. He didn't have a fish tank big enough. The next day, Clay and his team had already hauled nearly 50 tons of unicorn whale and megalodon meat onto the shore for loading into trucks. They also removed the hides from almost 20 unicorn whales and megalodons, both first and second-tier creatures. These hides were much larger than those of windwolves and nagas, and after being cut, they would be enough to make over 100 pieces of leather armor. Achilles planned to have Archibald process them slightly before giving them to the soldiers in Storm territory. Although Archibald couldn't craft enchanted armor, the inherent defensive capabilities of these first and second-tier magical beast hides were already very high, far superior to ordinary leather armor. In addition, they collected many megalodon teeth and unicorn horns from the top of the unicorn whales, all of which could be used as magic materials. At this time, although there were still many corpses of first and second-tier unicorn whales and megalodons on the surface of the sea, those bodies were too far from the shore. Achilles and his team's small boats couldn't venture that far out, and the sea was also quite turbulent at the moment. Many ferocious sea creatures, drawn by the smell of blood, had already entered this area, and there were frequent battles breaking out as they fought over the remains. Seeing this, Achilles ordered Clay and his team to stop salvaging. He then instructed Kyle to lead the 2nd Infantry Squad in a caravan to quickly transport all the cut meat back to old Justin, who would preserve it. Achilles, along with Clay and the remaining half squad, escorted Archibald, who was still treating Odrin, eastward along the coast for 2 kilometers. They stopped when they found a suitable location. Later that evening, Odran finally woke up. Upon waking, Odran saw so many people with knives and swords looking at him that he almost fainted again. Fortunately, Achilles calmed him down, which reassured Odrin. At the same time, Odrin was impressed by how powerful Achilles was, having so many subordinates just like his parents. After Odrin regained consciousness, Achilles ordered Clay to stay with 20 men to watch over Odrin. They were instructed to administer 1 dose of healing potion and recovery potion every 4 hours. Then, Achilles and Archibald, along with the remaining 30 people, set off westward again towards Cain and the western entrance to the sea, searching for Archibald's magic wand and the water lily potion. 3 days later, Achilles and Archibald had searched nearly 3 kilometers of the ocean without finding Archibald's magical array. This disheartened Archibald, as it seemed his magic wand was lost forever. However, they did find the water lily potions, a total of 13 plants. Archibald carefully dug them up from the seabed, along with their roots, and soaked them in a special solution before storing them away. He planned to replant them in Storm Bay later. These water lilies can also be cultivated artificially, and they have a relatively short growth cycle, only about 6 months. After securing the water lily potions, Archibald glanced at the area one last time. "Should we search again?" Achilles asked. Archibald shook his head. "No, it's probably not here anymore. We searched very carefully." "Let's go back," he said. Achilles didn't say anything more. He would have to find a way to get a magic wand for Archibald and himself later. Just as everyone was preparing to cross the river and return, a soldier suddenly spotted a flock of ducks unlike any he had ever seen about 100 meters upstream. These ducks had incredibly vibrant feathers on their tails, a bright red that was very beautiful. Achilles and Archibald heard the soldiers' discussion and glanced in that direction. They were immediately surprised. What was going on? Was this trip being followed by the Artemis? How incredibly lucky! Just as I was about to head back, I encountered a flock of fire-tailed ducks. I absolutely have to catch some. I've heard that this type of duck tastes amazing. The fire-tailed duck is a common magical beast, with some individuals reaching level 1. Its tail feathers are strikingly beautiful, resembling flames. In the memories of the previous owner, these fire-tailed feathers were very popular in the mainland, selling for 5 silver coins each. They were often used as decorations on elegant evening gowns favored by wealthy ladies. The meat of the fire-tailed duck is also delicious and nutritious, making it valuable for children who have not yet begun their cultivation journey. It's also quite expensive in the mainland, costing 1 silver coin per bird. However, catching them proved to be a challenge for Achilles. Although Achilles was skilled with his bow and arrow, the fire-tailed ducks could fly and swim. He could only shoot 2 arrows before the others would dive underwater and escape. Seeing Achilles' troubled expression, Archibald asked curiously, "Sir, what's wrong? Are these ducks particularly beautiful? Duck meat is tough. Duck eggs are fishy, and they aren't very useful." Achilles shook his head and explained to Archibald about the fire-tailed ducks and his desire to capture them alive. Fire-tailed ducks? Delicious meat? Archibald's eyes lit up. He immediately said, "Sir, I have a way to catch these fire-tailed ducks." "Oh? Tell me." Archibald then took out a vial of liquid and said, "Sir, this is a sleeping potion that I developed myself. It's not yet perfect, and its effects on level 1 magical beasts are still unclear. However, it should be very effective on common magical beasts, like the fire-tailed duck. You just need to attach this potion to an arrow and shoot it towards the flock. It will definitely knock some of them unconscious." "You have such a good thing. What level are you planning to develop it to?" Achilles asked after taking the sleeping potion. "Naturally, level 2. My goal is to make level 2 magical beasts fall asleep within half an hour," Archibald said confidently. "Very good. Keep up the good work," Achilles encouraged him. He then attached the sleeping potion to an arrow. "How do I trigger the explosion of the potion? I can't shoot a volley of arrows from this distance." "Don't worry, sir. Just aim and shoot. I've infused it with my mental energy. I'll detonate it when the time is right," Archibald replied. Seeing that Archibald had a solution, Achilles aimed at the densest part of the flock and fired an arrow. Whoosh! Bang! As the arrow entered the flock, Archibald successfully used his mental energy to trigger the explosion of the sleeping potion. The loud noise caused all the fire-tailed ducks to dive underwater. "It's okay, just a few more minutes," Archibald immediately explained, seeing all the fire-tailed ducks disappear beneath the water. Achilles nodded and then instructed the soldiers to paddle back in the makeshift raft they had built earlier towards the area where the fire-tailed ducks were. Sure enough, when Achilles and his group reached the spot where the sleeping agent had been deployed, they saw one after another fire-tailed ducks surfacing. Achilles immediately ordered the soldiers to carefully scoop them up and tie them securely. Half an hour later, Achilles and his team managed to catch a total of 16 fire-tailed ducks. At that moment, Archibald said, "Let's go." Half an hour has passed, and no more fire-tailed ducks should surface. Achilles and his group then crossed the Cane River and arrived at the resting place of Odron. They were joined by Clay and others, and they returned to Storm territory along the coastline. Audron also swam safely to Storm Bay, where Achilles arranged for a few soldiers to specifically look after the little creature and provide it with plenty of food. Upon returning to Storm territory, Achilles was immediately greeted by the sight of whale meat and shark meat hanging everywhere to dry. He then summoned Old Justin and inquired about the salting process for the fish. "Sir," Old Justin replied, "the amount of fish you brought back is simply too much. I've used all the salt we have, but it's still not enough." Fortunately, some serfs suggested using a smoking method followed by air drying, which would help preserve the fish for a long time. So, most of the fish has been taken to a forest on the east side for smoking. Achilles was pleased to hear that even the serfs were offering suggestions. He rewarded the serf with 20 pounds of ordinary shark meat as a token of appreciation and encouragement for them to continue thinking creatively. Knowing that the fish would be properly handled, Achilles entrusted the fire-tailed ducks to Old Justin, who arranged for them to be kept in enclosures. After taking care of these matters, Achilles rested for one night. The next day, he instructed Clay to make another trip to Grey Fortress. The salt they had previously intended to sell was now all used up. As for the ogre hides and materials, Archibald didn't want them sold. Achilles told Clay to use the gold coins earned from selling the arrow trees to purchase 100 doses of wolf-fire gunpowder and 100 doses of nymph's grace potions, along with the necessary ingredients for 1,000 doses of first-level healing, restoration, and purification potions. These items would cost approximately 2,000 gold coins, In addition, Achilles gave Clay another 500 gold coins to purchase some skilled slaves, such as blacksmiths and carpenters. After that, Achilles resumed his training by taking the Wolf Fire gunpowder. This time, Achilles had planned to train for a full 7 days, but he only managed 5 days before receiving a distress signal from Clay. They encountered goblins on their way back, and all the skilled slaves they had purchased were stolen. Clay, leading half of the nightly squad, initially fled to avoid encountering the main force of the pig-headed creatures. Once they were clear, they began tracking the pig-headed beings. At the same time, Clay sent someone back to find Achilles and request reinforcements. Just as Achilles finished his training with the Wolf Fire potion, he received news that a group of orcs had stolen something from him. He immediately went to the war room. At this time, only Captain Russell of the 2nd Spear Squad was on duty at the mining island, and Captain Roger of the 2nd Night Squad was on duty at the mining island, and Captain Roger of the 2nd Night Squad was patrolling the Northwest Wasteland Mountains. All other company-level officers were already present, waiting for instructions. The 1st Infantry Company, Captain Parker, Lieutenant Owen. The 2nd Infantry Company, Captain Cyril, Lieutenant Judd. The 1st Spear Company, Captain Jenkins, Lieutenant Ives. The 2nd Spear Company, Lieutenant Yun. The 1st Archer Company, Captain Will, Lieutenant Laurie. Except for Laurie, who was a disabled veteran, all the other lieutenants were elite soldiers originally assigned from Grey Fortress. They had distinguished themselves through rigorous training in combat, eventually being promoted to lieutenant. When Achilles arrived, everyone rose to their feet in salute. "Please, sit down," Achilles said, gesturing for them to be seated. "Tell me what's going on." Then Eric, the apprentice knight sent back by Captain Clay, immediately stood up and reported, "Sir, 2 days ago, when we were returning from Grey Fortress, we encountered a group of orcs about 20 kilometers west of the Cane River. There were approximately 300 of them. Because they outnumbered us significantly, we had to abandon the 20 or so skilled slaves we had just purchased. The orcs didn't pursue us because they saw that we were cavalry. However, after capturing those slaves, instead of returning to the Wasteland Mountains, they headed south into the Grey Mountains. Captain Clay suspects that these orcs may be planning to attack a bandit stronghold. He decided to track them and sent me back to seek your instructions on how to proceed." 300? Achilles murmured to himself, then immediately asked, "How many of them are skilled workers? What is the highest level of skill among them?" "I'm sorry, sir," Eric replied, lowering his head. "We didn't engage in combat with them, so we don't have that information. However, the captain of the Orcish vanguard was a 2nd-tier orc. The leader of the vanguard is likely a tier 3, at most tier 4. We should plan accordingly." Achilles thought for a moment before deciding. He then began assigning tasks. "Sean, since half of your 2nd Spear Battalion is stationed on the mining island, the rest of you will remain in Storm territory. Also, you will take over the Arrowwood Forest to the north. Before I return, you are the highest-ranking military officer in Storm territory. I'm entrusting the city to you. If you encounter any difficulties, please seek help from Master Archibald." "Yes, sir," Sean replied, rising to accept the orders. "Will and Laurie, your mobility is limited, so you will remain in Storm territory with the 3 newly formed archer squads to assist Sean in defending the city." "Yes, sir." The 2 men also rose to acknowledge the commands. "By the way, are there any talented individuals among those 2 veteran squads? I need 2 of them to lead those veteran archer teams on this campaign with me." Will and Laurie exchanged glances, then Will stood up and replied, "Sir, we can recommend Ron and Yuri. Although they were originally serfs, their archery skills are quite good. They are now qualified archers in the military. Their archery skills are quite good. They are now qualified archers in the military. All right, let them show what they can do this time. The 1st and 2nd Infantry Battalions and the 1st Spear Battalion, assemble immediately. Gather at the city gates 1 hour from now." "Dismissed." "Yes, sir." Everyone immediately went to prepare. Meanwhile, Achilles opened his character panel to check his stats and see if there was anything he could do to improve them quickly. Name: Achilles Louis. Basic Skills: Flame Breath Technique, Tier 1 Novice Knight, 289 1000. Magma Meditation, Apprentice Mage, 11/100. Triple Flame Slash, Tier 1 3/20. Sinkhole Spell, Ring 0, Beginner, Maximum. Horsemanship, Beginner, 4/10. Bassi. Sea Archery, Tier 2, Maximum. Wind Following Archery, Beginner, 10/10. Attribute points, 55 innate talents, enhanced precognition, passively predict danger twice a day within a range of 2 kilometers, with an effect lasting 3 days. Also able to sense hostility directed towards you from close range. Extreme speed, intermediate speed, increases attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by a factor of 3. Energy essence, 146, requires a higher base level for the next awakening. Let's raise Swift Arrow Technique to level 1 first. This will improve both shooting speed and arrow velocity. As for Blazing Triple Slash, let's upgrade that when we need to. After checking his stats, Achilles used an attribute point to increase Swift Arrow Technique to level 1, but he didn't use any points on Blazing Triple Slash. Achilles wasn't a fan of close combat, and he had Mia, a level 4 unit, with him. She usually handled the melee engagements. An hour later, Achilles led 2 infantry squads, a spear squad, and 2 archer squads under the command of Eric to reinforce Clay. That evening, Achilles' troops arrived at the location where Clay had been ambushed. Eric then ventured into a dense forest alone and returned shortly with 6 warhorses and 2 apprentice knights, presumably left behind by Clay, as horseback combat wasn't suitable in the Grey Mountains. "Sir," Eric reported upon his return, "Captain Clay entered with 2 others, but they haven't returned yet. However, he left markers along the way." Achilles glanced at the sky and said, "Let's set up camp for the night and leave again in the morning. Creel, leave 10 people from your squad to watch over the horses tomorrow." Upon hearing Achilles' orders, everyone immediately began setting up camp. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Achilles led his troops into the depths of the Grey Mountains, following Clay's markers. Around noon, they encountered Clay returning. "Sir, you finally arrived. It's perfect timing," Clay said excitedly upon seeing Achilles' unit. "What happened? What's the situation with those pig-headed creatures?" Achilles asked, puzzled. "Sir, those pig-headed creatures are on their way back. They should arrive here in about 3 hours. Yesterday, they attacked a bandit stronghold, stole some supplies, and captured over 300 slaves," Clay explained. "On their way back? Have you assessed the strength of the pig-headed creatures?" Achilles quickly asked. If the pig-headed creatures weren't too strong, Achilles would immediately set up traps to ambush them. "We have assessed them. The leader is level 3, with 1 level 2 vanguard captain and 2 level 1 pig-headed creatures. They aren't very powerful. We can handle them. Also, there was a level 2 warrior and 2 level 1 bandits in the bandit stronghold they attacked. The level 2 warrior and 2 level 1 bandits in the bandit stronghold they attacked. The level 2 warrior has been killed, and the 2 level 1 bandits have been captured," Clay replied. "All right, let's set up some traps and prepare an ambush. This will definitely earn us some merit." Lai Weisheng excitedly issued the combat orders. After giving the orders, the entire group immediately sprang into action. Clay led a squad of knights to scout ahead for the Pigman army. Kyle and the 2nd Infantry Company remained in place to dig traps. Parker and Jenkins reorganized the troops and each took half of them, flanking the path used by the Pigmen, searching for suitable ambush locations on either side of the road. Ron and Yuri led their respective groups as well. After briefing Kyle, Achilles followed the main force to set up the ambush. Once everyone found suitable positions about 200 meters from the trap that Kyle had dug, they concealed themselves. 2.5 hours later, Clay returned with news. The Pigmen were expected to arrive within half an hour, and they would be following the same route. "Where are the captured serfs in their formation?" Achilles asked. These serfs were essentially his property, so Achilles didn't want them to get hurt. They're in the middle of the group. If a fight breaks out and the serfs panic and run around, it could be problematic, Clay replied. "All right, we'll do our best. When the fighting starts, shout loudly and tell all the serfs to lie down on either side of the road. If they don't listen, then that's their problem." That was all Achilles could do. After all, the fate of these serfs who were captured by the Pigmen was likely to be used as food. After about 15 minutes, Achilles, standing behind a large tree and using binoculars, could already see the Pigman formation. He immediately signaled everyone to prepare. As the Pigmen completely entered the ambush zone, Achilles drew his enchanted bow, pulled it back fully, aimed at the 2nd-tier vanguard leader of the Pigmen, and fired an arrow. Whoosh! Thud! The 2nd-tier Pigman vanguard leader fell to the ground. Immediately after, Achilles ordered the archer squads to fire. Both archer squads simultaneously fired at the rear of the pigman formation. Because Achilles had killed the pigman vanguard leader and the archer squads were attacking the rear of the pigmen, the entire pigman formation was thrown into chaos in an instant. Clay immediately ordered the troops on both flanks to attack. Attack! Hearing the sounds of fighting, Parker and Jenkins immediately led their troops forward. Attack! Attack! Meanwhile, Mia had already targeted the three-tier pighead leader. The already chaotic pighead ranks became even more disorganized when they suddenly heard shouts from both sides. The pighead leader tried to maintain formation, but was interrupted by a regular arrow fired by Achilles. At this point, Parker and Jenkins were engaged in close combat with the pigheads. Meanwhile, Clay issued commands for the human slaves to lie down on both sides, then led his night squad towards the two first-tier pighead workers. This time, Achilles didn't try to claim any kills himself, as he needed to keep the pighead leader occupied until Mia engaged him. As long as the pighead leader was contained, the pighead ranks would become increasingly chaotic, which would ease the pressure on Parker and Jenkins. Without being shot at, the pighead leader angrily charged out of his main force, attempting to kill Achilles, the skilled archer. However, just as he broke away from the main group, Mia confronted him. Upon realizing that his opponent was a four-tier professional, the pighead leader turned to flee, but was struck in the chest by an arrow fired by Achilles, who had switched back to his enchanted bow. He was then dismembered at the knees by Mia, rendering him completely unable to fight. Achilles immediately followed up with another arrow, successfully claiming 100 energy essence. He would soon be promoted to a mid-level second-tier knight, so he needed to accumulate more energy essence. With the pighead leader defeated, Clay successfully killed the two first-tier pigheads. This completely broke the control of the pighead army, and they began to scatter in panic. Their escape routes were blocked by archer squads. With human armies and powerful individuals on both sides, the pigheads swarmed forward. A few minutes later, almost all of the pigheads who had fled forward fell into the traps dug by Cyril. Cyril immediately led his team to charge in, killing any remaining pigheads that hadn't fallen into the traps, then surrounded the traps to prevent them from escaping. At this point, Achilles and his group had dealt with the pigheads behind them and caught up. Seeing that everything was going well with Cyril, they were relieved. Next came the task of cleaning up the battlefield, which Achilles didn't need to worry about. Achilles stood before the bodies of two fallen soldiers, silently mourning their loss. There are no survivors in war, so everyone has to accept these things as a matter of course. After arranging the necessary matters, Clay brought the two men to Achilles. "My lord." Have you tallied up the number of rescued serfs?" Achilles asked. "Yes, my lord. There were a total of 312 people, with 32 fatalities, leaving 280 survivors." Clay replied. "Such low casualties, it seems someone was directing those serfs. Were they controlled by those bandits?" Achilles was surprised that so many serfs had survived. In such a chaotic battlefield, it would be difficult for these timid serfs to follow orders unless there was someone constantly supervising them, and that someone was likely the bandits. "My lord is wise. It was indeed those bandits from the former mountain stronghold who were desperately directing the serfs to find cover." Desperately? Achilles was curious. "My lord, these bandits seem different from some we've encountered before. According to them, they have never robbed anyone. They have always lived in the mountains by farming and gathering." Clay explained. "Oh, is that so?" Achilles became immediately interested. "Bandits who don't rob people?" He then whispered something into Clay's ear, and after Clay left, Achilles approached the two bound bandits. "What are your names?" "My lord, I am Horus. I am Chorus. I am George." The two men answered truthfully. "I heard that you were desperately trying to save those serfs, and yet you didn't rob anyone." Achilles continued. "My lord, we weren't bandits in the first place, so naturally we wouldn't rob anyone. As for saving those serfs, it was our promise." The man named Horus replied, "Ha, you say you aren't bandits, but what are you then? Ha, you say you aren't bandits, but what are you then? With your skills, you could have done well anywhere, so why hide in the mountains? Surely you must have been doing something illegal," Achilles said with a smile. While some people genuinely ended up in the mountains due to circumstances and hadn't done anything wrong, once they were outside the law, those with power often found it difficult to remain virtuous. "My lord, there's nothing funny about this. We were framed by our superiors and forced to hide in the Grey Mountains. To this day, we haven't done anything that violates the heavens or harms others," the two bandits insisted. At this moment, Clay returned and whispered something to Achilles. "Sir, they are telling the truth. These people have been in the mountains for less than 2 years, and it is indeed true that they haven't gone out to rob anyone. Furthermore, they have consistently been protecting the safety of those serfs." Earlier, Achilles had sent Clay to investigate the situation of these bandits among some former slaves. Under separate questioning, the accounts given by the slaves were completely consistent. Therefore, unless these bandits were part of a cult that brainwashed all the slaves, their statements could only prove that they were telling the truth and genuinely held true to their principles. This gave Achilles some ideas. He then asked, "Tell me about your origins. If you truly have nothing to hide, I can consider not causing you any trouble." Horace and George exchanged glances before sighing and recounting their experiences. It turned out they were originally members of the 3rd Squad of Grey Fortress. Their squad leader, Forrest, was a second-tier bandit leader who had been killed by an orc. Horace and George were both captains of elite squads. 2 years ago, Bennett was suddenly transferred to the 8th Battalion, and he brought along Florian, a 3rd-tier senior knight. Later, it's unclear how Bennett managed it, but Florian became the captain of the 3rd Squad, while Forrest was demoted to deputy squad leader. After that, Florian constantly tried to win over Forrest, hoping he would serve Bennett. However, Forrest refused to get involved in the internal power struggles within the military. This angered Florian, who then began causing trouble for Forrest and his subordinates. Despite this, Forrest remained steadfast. He believed that as a second-tier warrior from a humble background, getting involved in such large-scale factional conflicts would only make him a pawn to be discarded. So, he planned to request a transfer from Captain Clay. However, Florian saw this as a serious provocation. During an off-duty mission, he set up a trap for Forrest and the 2 elite squads he led. In the end, although Forrest narrowly escaped death at the hands of 3rd-tier bandits, he was falsely accused of colluding with them and could no longer return to Grey Fortress. Finally, he had to take Horace, George, and the remaining 10 elite soldiers to a bandit hideout in the Grey Mountains. After learning about Horace and George's experiences, Achilles and Clay were astonished. It was an incredible coincidence that Florian, who framed them, was killed by Achilles and his group. The 3rd-tier bandit who had been chasing them must also have been killed by Achilles and his team. "Since you haven't done anything wrong, I won't trouble you." "Thank you, Lord." Horace and George immediately expressed their gratitude. Achilles then waved his hand, signaling Clay to untie the 2 men. He then invited them. "Since you can't return to Grey Fortress and your bandit hideout is no longer an option, I would like to invite you to join Storm Territory. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Achilles Louis, Baron of Storm Territory. Of course, if you join, you'll have to sign a 10-year contract with me, but your military pay will be the same as everyone else. What do you say? Are you willing?" Horace and George had long suspected that Achilles was someone important, but they knew he couldn't be an officer at Grey Fortress. Military officers were not allowed to own slaves, yet Achilles had a Tier 4 subhuman slave with him. They just hadn't expected him to be the Baron of Storm Territory. So, they said, "Storm Territory is dangerous, but it's still safer than being in a bandit camp, so we are willing." However, Grey Fortress is too close to Storm Territory. What if Bennett and Florian? Hearing their concerns, Achilles chuckled softly. "Don't worry about that. Florian is already dead, and as for Bennett, he won't be around for long either." "My lord, I forgot to report this," Clay interjected immediately when he heard about Bennett. "Bennett has been transferred. He's no longer at Grey Fortress." "Oh, really? That was quick," Achilles said, surprised. Then he turned to the 2 men and said, "So, are there any more questions?" At that moment, Horace and George were completely stunned. Florian was dead? Bennett had been transferred? After a moment, they snapped out of it and immediately knelt down. "Horace is willing to pledge allegiance to you. George is willing to pledge allegiance to you." This Baron Achilles had shown concern for the safety of the serfs even during the battle with the pig-headed creatures. He must be a benevolent lord, and being in his service would definitely be better than staying in the bandit camp. Seeing their willingness, Achilles was very pleased and asked, "How many people are left in your unit?" Horace and George were silent for a moment before saying, choked with emotion, "Only 2 of us remain from the original 3rd Squad. Captain Forrest and the other members died during that battle against the pig-headed creatures. We now have 8 new recruits under our command." Achilles was also silent for a moment after hearing this, then sighed. What a pity. They were all brave warriors. He then told them to go and reassure their subordinates and serfs. An hour later, Park and Jenkins returned after cleaning up the battlefield to report, "My lord, we killed a total of 206 pig-headed creatures, including 1 Tier 3, 1 Tier 2, and 2 Tier 1. The battle records have been compiled and are ready for your review." Achilles took the report and glanced at it, finding no issues. He then said, "Everything seems correct. Go ahead and announce the results. Also, this collective achievement will be awarded as 5 Grade 9 commendations, and the rewards will be distributed accordingly." "Yes, my lord," they replied. Then, Jenkins reported, "My lord, we have collected a total of 65 long swords, 124 spears, 53 leather armors, 3 iron armors, and about 100 other damaged weapons. We also recovered over 50 tons of food." Achilles nodded after hearing this, then turned to Clear. "Sir, we have apprehended a total of 71 members of the Pighead Gang," Creel reported immediately. "Good, very good. You've all worked hard." Achilles then ordered them to return. As everyone exited the Grey Mountains, it was already dark. They could only continue resting for the night at their previous makeshift camp. After a night of rest, the elite guard led by Achilles prepared to depart at dawn. This time they would split into 2 groups. Clay needed to return to Grey Fortress to deliver the heads of the pigmen and claim his merits. A second company of infantry under KL would accompany Clay, as they were responsible for escorting the prisoners. The 206 pigmen killed and the 71 captured could earn a total of 15.6 9th-tier merits, 1 8th-tier merit, and 1 7th-tier merit. Of these, 2.5 9th-tier merits. Of these, 2.5 9th-tier merits would go to Clay and his Knight Squad. Including collective merits, this meant they would receive a total of 3 9th-tier merits, as Achilles had promised. The remaining 12.6 9th-tier merits, 1 8th-tier merit, and 1 7th-tier merit were intended for other purposes. Achilles planned to exchange the 12 9th-tier merits for 12 vials of fortification potion. The remaining 0.6 would be saved. The 8th-tier and 7th-tier merits needed to be registered under Clay's Knight Squad. Specifically with Eric and 7th-tier merits needed to be registered under Clay's Knight Squad. Specifically with Eric and his team, in order to redeem 11 vials of life essence. Fortification potions and life essences were strategic resources produced within the territory, and Achilles naturally wanted as many as possible. Achilles wasn't interested in accumulating century-long merits at this point. He didn't have any offspring to pass them on to, so there was no real benefit in saving them. It was better to focus on strengthening himself first. As for the 71 pigmen prisoners, they should be worth a few hundred gold coins. Achilles instructed Clay to use all of it to purchase common-grade contract scrolls. After seeing Clay and his group depart, Achilles ordered the remaining soldiers, along with the captured supplies and people, to return to Storm territory. They were also transporting alchemical ingredients and artisan slaves that Clay had purchased. Fortunately, none of the slaves had died during transport. That evening, upon arriving in Storm territory, Achilles immediately signed contracts with Horus, George, and their 8 elite soldiers. The contract term was 10 years. This contract primarily served to guarantee their loyalty and did not restrict any other aspects of their lives. They would receive all the benefits they were entitled to. After signing the contracts, Achilles appointed Horus as captain of his elite guard and George as his second-in-command. Achilles had planned this arrangement long ago, after confirming that neither man had a criminal record and was ready to recruit them into his service. Then, he instructed them to select the best 42 individuals from all the serfs in Storm territory and use the remaining 42 ordinary-grade contracts. These selected individuals would form a personal guard unit consisting of 2 Tier 1 novice warriors, 8 elite soldiers, and 42 recruits. These 52 people would subsequently follow Achilles closely and reside in the Baron's mansion, constantly guarding his safety. Next, Achilles gave Horus and George their first order to quickly improve the combat effectiveness of the personal guard unit, which he would personally inspect in 2 months. After resolving the matter of the personal guard unit, Achilles handed over the 100 doses of wolf fire powder and 100 doses of Naiad's grace potion ingredients that Clay had acquired to Archibald, instructing him to begin refining them immediately. He then began inspecting the territory and assigning tasks. First, regarding agriculture, this task was once again entrusted to Old Justin. According to Old Justin's report, in addition to the 1,000 acres of irrigated land and 1,000 acres of dry land that have already been planted, another 1,000 acres of dry land that have already been planted, another 1,500 acres of irrigated land has been newly cultivated. The plan is to cultivate an additional 1,500 acres of irrigated land this year, which would complete the task. However, there are not many serfs currently responsible for cultivating farmland. A significant portion of them are assigned to the adobe factory, brick kiln, storm territory construction projects, and mining on the island, leaving a shortage of manpower in agriculture. Furthermore, once the island's mining operations begin normal operation, the blacksmith shop will also require additional staff. This has resulted in another shortage of serfs in the territory. Achilles plans to increase the population after the fishing industry becomes more productive. After inspecting the agricultural areas, Achilles inspected the Arrowwood Forest, adobe factory, brick kiln, outer city construction projects, and fishing operations in the bay. He made improvements to any shortcomings he found and then encouraged all the workers, making his presence known. While inspecting the fishing operation, he also spent some time with Odran, bonding with it. He couldn't completely ignore it just because he was using a mental contract to control it. After all, it was still a very young creature that needed companionship. The young narwhal's injuries have almost healed. It truly is a beast cub with excellent resilience. After spending some time playing with Audran, Achilles went to the island and, accompanied by Russell, began touring the entire mining area. The simple dwellings for the laborers, guards, and soldiers have been completed. They are basic wooden structures with rudimentary conditions. Therefore, Achilles implemented a rotation system to prevent people from becoming too accustomed to living on the island. Mining operations have begun on the island, focusing initially on clearing obstacles from the surface of the iron ore deposits. A road is also being constructed to connect the mining area to a simple dock on the island. Seeing that all the laborers were carrying things by hand, Achilles immediately thought of something: the wooden ox and horse invented by Kongming, which later evolved into small carts, rickshaws, and other forms of transportation. This device is simple in design and relatively easy to manufacture. After completing his inspection of the island, Achilles quickly found two carpenters. He sketched a rough diagram of a rickshaw and explained it to them. The carpenters immediately understood how to build it. The most challenging part was the wheels, but the carpenters suggested they could simply adapt designs from existing horse-drawn carriages. This round of inspections took 3 days. At this time, Clay and his team had returned with 12 vials of whiten potion and 11 vials of life source liquid. Clay's next task was to alternate with Roger. One would patrol the northwestern wilderness mountains, while the other would train the second squadron of knights. Achilles, having received the potions, first summoned Parker, Jenkins, Will, and Laurie. You four are all at the peak of your elite soldier status. I just obtained a batch of whiten potions. You have all shown great bravery in the Sea Monster War, the Orc War, and the Goblin War. You have also accumulated enough merit points to redeem these potions. Of course, you don't have to redeem them if you don't want to. You can keep your merit points. However, I recommend that you do redeem them because it will be much easier to earn merit points once you become a professional. The former Rainbow were incredibly excited. They would definitely choose to redeem the potions, as this would elevate their status. Within the commoner class, professionals hold a significantly higher position than ordinary people. Furthermore, according to the territory's policies, their descendants are likely to become professionals, which is what they aspire to. The four of them happily took their whiting potions and went into seclusion to advance in rank. Next, Achilles summoned Eric and Thomas. They had also reached the peak of their apprentice knight status, but they didn't have enough merit points to redeem the life source liquid. So, Achilles offered them the same choice as he did Roger: lend them the equipment initially, and they could earn back their combat credits later. After exchanging 4 vials of fortifying elixir and 2 vials of life essence, the number of professionals in the territory should be able to increase by a few. I hope they all succeed on their first try. Taking the fortifying elixir and life essence doesn't guarantee that someone will definitely advance in profession. Failures do happen sometimes. It could be due to unforeseen complications during the breakthrough, insufficient foundation, or simply bad luck. There are always unexpected events. However, Each person can use 3 vials of both elixirs, and the probability of failing all 3 attempts is still very low. So, even if Parker and others fail, they just need to continue earning battle merits in exchange for more elixirs. There's still a chance for them to advance in profession. After taking care of everything, Achilles began his drug-enhanced training journey again. After taking a vial of wolf fire elixir, he started practicing the blazing breath technique and continued his night training. During this period of intense training, Achilles would occasionally listen to old Justin's reports about the territory. For example, just 3 days into his training, Achilles learned that out of the 6 people who used elixirs to attempt a breakthrough, 5 had succeeded. Only Lori was slightly unlucky and didn't succeed in her attempt. However, he heard that Lori wasn't discouraged. He felt confident that with 1 more vial of fortifying elixir, he would have a 100% chance of succeeding. Moreover, as the deputy captain of the archer squad, he was already a qualified and experienced archer. He should be able to earn enough battle merits for a 9th rank advancement in future wars. The other 5 successfully advanced to the ranks of 1st-level novice warriors and 1st-level novice knights. As a result, the number of professionals in the territory reached as many as 12. It's worth noting that when Achilles first arrived, there was only 1 knight professional, Clay, by his side. After training for another 7 days, Achilles decided to take a day off because he felt that his nerves were already at their limit, and continuing to train could be dangerous. So, Achilles went to Storm Bay to rest and spend some time with the little unicorn whale, Odran. At this time, the fishing industry in the bay had begun operations. 10 small fishing boats were crisscrossing the bay, towing large homemade nets. Fortunately, the bay was quite spacious, and Archibald had personally investigated it. Because the bay had once been inhabited by the Naga people, it had undergone their modifications. This resulted in a greater abundance of coral and seaweed, which contributed to a relatively rich fish population. Achilles only needed to fish responsibly to avoid damaging the local ecosystem. After resting, Achilles continued his cultivation. After another month of intermittent practice, he felt that the blazing breath technique had likely reached its limit. He opened his character panel, name, Achilles Luyu. Basic skills, blazing breath, level 1, novice knight, 1000/1000, blazing // level 1, 11/20. Attribute points, 99. Finally, it's reached its limit. Even the last potion didn't grant enough experience to break through. It seems that relying solely on potions won't allow one to transcend their current level. Achilles had consumed a total of 23 wolf fire potions during this training session. Adding the previous 9, he had used 32 in total. Archibald had initially created 28 wolf fire potions. In his second attempt, he made 33 wolf fire potions and 13 water lily potions. Because the main ingredient for the water lily potion, the water lily elixir, was not yet widely available, the original 13 water lily plants could only provide enough ingredients for 30 potions. Therefore, Archibald only attempted to create 30 water lily potions. And successfully created 13 of them. The success rate was slightly higher than that of the wolf fire potions. During this time, in addition to cultivating the blazing breath technique through potion use, Achilles also practiced blazing //. After all, unlike a mage's meditation techniques, which only require sitting and meditating, night breathing techniques require intense training. So Achilles thought, since I'm already crafting potions anyway, I might as well craft the blazing // too. 2 birds with 1 stone. In addition to his other practices, Achilles also occasionally practiced the magma meditation technique to relax his body, which resulted in some improvement in that skill as well. As for the chasing wind arrow technique, there was absolutely no time to practice it, mainly because his arms were so tired he could barely lift them, and even if he wanted to practice, he couldn't. After reaching the peak of the first level of the blazing breath technique, Achilles didn't immediately try to break through to the next level. He had just finished training with a batch of wolf fire potions, and he was simply exhausted. Achilles decided to go back and get a good night's sleep before continuing. Perhaps it was due to this month of intense training that Achilles was so tired. He actually slept for an entire day and night. Old Justin was even about to call Archibald over. Fortunately, Mia stopped him. With her strength as a 4th-level Grand Warrior, she could clearly see that Achilles was simply too exhausted, which caused his deep sleep and long duration. Given his constitution as a professional, there wouldn't be any major problems. Once his bodily functions automatically adjusted, Achilles would naturally wake up. Sure enough, the next evening Achilles woke up on his own. He was surprised to learn that he had slept for an entire day and night. However, he quickly stopped being surprised because his stomach started protesting loudly. After taking care of his basic needs, Achilles calmed himself down and adjusted his state. He then added a point to the blazing breath technique. Immediately, the energy within Achilles' body began to surface, and his life seed in his heart also started to transform, although it was only a slight improvement, not as significant as the changes he experienced during his previous breakthrough to the first level. After the breakthrough ended, Achilles opened his interface again to check. Basic skills: blazing breath, second level intermediate night, 0, 10,000. Basic archery, second level, can be fused. Chasing wind arrow, first level, 0/20, can be fused. Attribute points, 98 innate talents. Enhanced precognition, intermediate prevision, 0/1000. Passively predict danger twice a day within a range of 2 kilometers, with an effect duration of 3 days. Also able to sense malice directed towards you from close proximity. Extreme speed, intermediate speed, 0/1000. Increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by a factor of 3. Energy essence, 256, can be awakened. Basic level upgrade, enhanced panel features, gain 10 attribute points daily, and skills of the same type can be merged.